there is not the slightest use of trying to deal with them now." "All right," I said. "We shall take them in proper season and deal with them seriatim." She said nothing, but she looked happy. I felt so happy myself that the very air around us and the sunshine and the sea seemed full of joyous song. There was music even in the screaming of the myriad seagulls sweeping overhead and in the wash of the rising and falling waves at our feet. I kept my eyes on Marjorie as she went on to speak. "Oh, it is a delight to be able to tell you now what a pleasure it was to me to know that you, who knew nothing of me, of my money, or my ship, or all the fireworks and Joan of Arc business, I shall never forget that phrase, had come to me for myself alone. It was a pleasure which I could not help but prolonging. Even had I no awkwardness in telling my name, I should have kept it back if possible, so that till we had made our inner feelings known to each other, I should have been able to revel in this assurance of personal attraction." I was so happy that I felt I could interrupt. "That sounds an awfully stilted way of putting it, is it not?" I said. "May I take it that what you mean is that though you loved me a little, of course, after I had shown you that I loved you a great deal, you still wished to keep me on a string, so that my ignorance of your extrinsic qualities might add a flavour of your enjoyment of my personal devotion?" "You talk," she said with a joyful smile, "like a small book with gilt edges. And now I know you want to know more of my surroundings, where we are living, and what are our plans." Her words brought a sort of cold shiver to me. In my great happiness, I had forgotten for the time all anxiety for her safety. In a rush, there swept over me all the matters which had caused me such anguish of mind for the last day and a half. She saw the change in me, and with poetic feeling put in picturesque form her evident concern. "Archie, what troubles you? Your face is like a cloud passing over a cornfield." "I am anxious about you," I said. "In the perfection of happiness which you have given me, I forgot for the moment some things that are troubling me." With infinite gentleness, and with that sweet tenderness which is the sympathetic facet of love, she laid her hand on mine and said, "Tell me what troubles you. I have a right to know now, have I not?" For answer, I raised her hand and kissed it. Then, holding it in mine, I went on. "At the same time that I learned about you, I heard of some other things which have caused me much anxiety. You will help to put me at ease, won't you?" "Anything you like, I shall do. I am all yours now." "Thank you, my darling, thank you," was all I could say. Her sweet surrender of herself overwhelmed me. "But I shall tell you later. In the meantime, tell me all about yourself, for that is a part of what I wait for." So she spoke. "We are living, Mrs. Jack and I, in an old castle some miles back in the country from here. First I must tell you that Mrs. Jack is my old nurse. Her husband had been a workman of my father's in his pioneer days. When Dad made his own pile, he took care of Jack. Jack Dempsey his name was. We never called him anything but Jack. His wife was Mrs. Jack then, and has been so ever since to me. When Mother died, Mrs. Jack, who had lost her husband a little while before, came to take care of me. Then when Father died, she took care of everything, and has been like a mother to me ever since. As I dare say you have noticed, she has never got over the deferential manner which she used to have in her poorer days. But Mrs. Jack is a rich woman, as women go. If some of my proposers had an idea of how much money she has, they would never let her alone till she married someone. I think she got a little frightened at the way I was treated, and there was a secret conviction that she might be the next to suffer. If it hadn't been for that, I doubt if she would ever, even to please me, have fallen in with my mad scheme of running away under false names. When we came to London, we saw the people at Morgan's, and the gentleman who had charge of our affairs undertook to keep silence as to us. He was a nice old man, and I told him enough of the state of affairs for him to understand that I had a good reason for lying dark. I thought that Scotland might be a good place to hide in for a time, so we looked about amongst the land agents for a house where we would not be likely to be found. They offered us a lot, but at last they told us of one between Ellen and Peterhead, way back from the road. We found it in a dip between a lot of hills, where you would never suspect there was a house at all, especially as it was closely surrounded with a wood. It is in reality an old castle, built about 200 or 300 years ago. The people who own it, Barnard by name, are away, the agent told us, and the place was to let year after year, but no one has ever taken it. He didn't seem to know much about the owners, as he had only seen their solicitor, but he said he might come sometime and ask to visit the house. It is an interesting old place, but awfully gloomy. There are steel trellis gates and great oak doors bound with steel that rumble like thunder when you shut them. There are vaulted roofs and windows in the thickness of the wall, which, though they are big enough to sit on, are only slits at the outside. Oh, it is a perfect daisy of an old house. You must come and see it. I will take you all over it. That is, over all I can, for there are some parts of it shut off and locked up. When may I go? I asked. Well, I had thought, she answered, that it would be very nice if you were to get your wheel and ride over with me today. Can be in every time. By the way, what is the name of the place? Crom Castle. Crom is the name of the little village, but it is a couple of miles away. I paused a while, thinking before I spoke. Then, with my mind made up, I said, before we leave here, I want to speak of something, which, however unimportant you may think it, makes me anxious. You will let me, at the beginning, beg, won't you, that you do not ask me who my informant is, or not to tell you anything except what I think advisable. Her face grew grave as she said, You frighten me. But Archie dear, I trust you, and you may speak plainly. I shall understand. Chapter 20. Comradeship. I want you to promise me that you will not hide yourself where I cannot find you. I have grave reason for the request. Also, I want you, if you will, to let some others know where you are. At first there was indistinct defiance in her mouth and nostrils, then her brows wrinkled in thought. The sequence was an index to character which I could not but notice. However, the war was not long. Reason, whatever was the outcome of its dominance, triumphed over impulse. I thought I could understand the logical process which led to her spoken conclusion. You want to report me to Uncle Sam? That's about it, I answered, and hurried on to give her a reason before she made up her mind to object. Remember, my dear, that your nation is at war, and, though you are at present safe in a country friendly to both belligerents, there are evil-minded people in all countries who will take advantage of anything unusual to work their own ends. That splendid gift of yours to the nation, while it has made you a public favourite and won for you millions of friends and proposals, has yet made for you a host of enemies. It is not as if you had given a hospital ship or an ambulance. Your gift belongs to the war side and calls out active hatred, and no doubt there are men banded together to do you harm. This cannot be allowed. Your friends and the nation as a whole would take any step to prevent such a thing, but they might all be powerless if you were hidden anywhere where they could not find you. As I spoke, Marjorie looked at me keenly, not with hostility, but with genuine interest. When I had finished, she said quietly, That is all very well, but now tell me, dear, how the word thrilled me. It was the first time she had used it to me. Did Sam Adams fill you up with that argument, or is it your own? Don't think me nasty, but I want to know something of what is going on. Believe me, I am willing to do all you wish, if it is your own will, and I am grateful for your thought for me. But I don't want you to be a mere mouthpiece for any party moves by the politicians at home. How do you mean? My dear boy, I don't suppose you know enough of American politics to see how a certain lot would use to their own advantage anything that came in their way. Anybody or anything which the public takes an interest in would be, and is, used by them unscrupulously. Why, if the hangers-on to the war party wanted to make a show, they might enroll my proposers and start a new battalion. But, I remonstrated, you don't think the government is like that? In reply, she smiled. I don't altogether know about that. Parties are parties all the world over. But of course the Washington people wouldn't do things that are done by local politicians. And one other thing, don't imagine for a moment that I think Sam Adams is anything of the kind. He belongs to the service of the nation and takes his orders from his chief. How can he, or anyone fixed like him, know the ins and outs of things, except from what he hears privately, from home, or gathers from what goes on around him if he is cute? It appeared to me that all this was tending to establish an argument against taking the American embassy into confidence, so I struck in before it should be complete, as I was not at liberty to take Marjorie into confidence with regard to my source of information. I had to try to get her to agree to what I thought right or necessary on other grounds. My dearest, can you not leave out politics, American or otherwise? What on earth have politics to do with us? She opened her eyes in wonder. She was reasoning better than I was. With an air of conviction, she said, "Why, everything. If anyone wants to do me harm, it must be on the grounds of politics. I don't believe there is anyone in the world who could want to injure me on private grounds. Oh, my dear, I don't want to talk about it, not even to you, but all my life I have tried to help other people in a quiet way. My guardians would tell you that I have asked them for too much money to give to charities, and personally, I have tried to do what a girl can in a helpful way to others. I have been in hospitals and homes of all kinds, and I have classes of girls in my own house, and tried to make them happier and better. Archie, don't think poorly of me for speaking like this, but I couldn't bear that you should think I had no sense of the responsibility of great wealth. I have always looked on it as a trust, and I hope, my dear, that in time to come you will help me to bear the burden and to share the trust." I had thought up to now that I couldn't love her more than I did, but when I heard her words and recognized the high purpose that lay behind them and saw the sweet embarrassment which came to her in speaking them to me, I felt that I had been mistaken. She looked at me lovingly, and, holding my hand in both of hers, went on, "What then could hurt me except it came from the political side? I could quite understand it if Spaniards wished to harm me, for I have done what I can to hinder them from murdering and torturing other victims. And I could understand if some of our own low-down politicians would try to use me as a stalking horse, though they wouldn't harm me. I want to keep clear of politics, and I tell you frankly that I shall if I can. But Marjorie dear, there may be, I believe there are, Spaniards who would try to harm you. If you were in America, you would be safer from them. For there at present, whilst the war is on, every stranger is a marked man. Here, on neutral ground, foreigners are free, and they are not watched and observed in the same way. If there were such friends, and I am told there are, they might do you a harm before anyone could know their intentions or have time to forestall them." All the native independence of Marjorie's race and nature stood out in strong relief as she answered me. "My dear Archie, I come from a race of men who have held their lives in their hands from the cradle to the grave. My father and my grandfather and my great-grandfather were pioneers in Illinois, in Kentucky, in the Rockies and California. They knew that there were treacherous foes behind them every hour of their lives, and yet they were not afraid, and I am not afraid either. Their blood is in my veins and speaks loudly to me when any sense of fear comes near me. Their brains, as well as their hands, kept guard on their lives, and my brains are like theirs. I do not fear any foe, open or secret. Indeed, when I think of a secret foe, all the keenness of my people wakes in me, and I want to fight. And the secret work is a way in which a woman can fight in an age like ours. If my enemies plot, I can counterplot. If they watch without faltering to catch me off guard, I can keep guard unflinchingly. A woman can't go out nowadays, except at odd times, and fight with weapons like Joan of Arc or the Maid of Saragossa. But she can do her fighting in her own way, level with her time. I don't see that if there is to be danger around me, why I shouldn't do as my ancestors did, fight harder than their foes. Here, let me tell you something now that I intended to say later. Do you know what race of men I come from? Does my name tell you nothing? If not, then this will." She took from her neck, where again it had been concealed by a lace collar, the golden jewel which I had rescued from the sea. As I took it in my hand and examined it, she went on, "That came to me from my father, who got it from his, and he from his, and on till our story of it, which is only verbal, for we have no records, is lost in the legend that it is a relic of the Armada, brought to America by two cousins who had married, both being of the family to which the great Sir Francis Drake belonged. I didn't know till lately, and none of us ever did, where exactly in the family the last owners of the brooch came in, or how they became possessed of such a beautiful jewel. But you have told me in your translation of Don de Escoban's narrative that was the jewel that Benvenuto Cellini made in duplicate when he wrought the figurehead for the Pope's galley. The Pope gave it to Bernardino de Escoban, and he gave it to Admiral Pedro de Valdez. I've been looking up the history of the time since I saw you, and I found that Admiral de Valdez, when he was taken prisoner by Sir Francis Drake at the fight with the Armada, was kept, pending his ransom, in the house of Richard Drake, a kinsman of Sir Francis. How the Drake family got possession of the brooch, I don't know, but anyhow, I don't suppose they stole it. They were a kindly lot, in private, any of them that I ever knew, though when they were in a fight, they fought like demons. The old Spanish dons were generous and free with their presents, and I take it that when Pedro de Valdez got his ransom, he made the finest gift he could to those who had been kind to him. That is the way I figure it out. While she was speaking, thoughts kept crowding in upon me. Here was indeed the missing link in the chain of Marjorie's connection with the hidden treasure, and here was the beginning of the end of Gormala's prophecy. For as such, I had come to regard it. The fates were at work upon us. Clotho was spinning the thread which was to enmesh Marjorie and myself, and all who were in the scheme of the old prophecy of the mystery of the sea and its working out. Once more the sense of impotence grew upon me. We were all as shuttlecocks, buffeted to and fro, without power to alter our course. With the thought came that measure of resignation, which is the anodyne to despair. In a sort of trance of passivity, I heard Marjorie's voice run on. Therefore, my dear Archie, I will trust to you to help me. The comradeship which has been between us will never through this grow less, though nearer and dearer and closer ties may seem to overshadow it. I could not answer such reasoning, but I took her in my arms and kissed her. I understood, as she did, that my kisses meant acquiescence in her wishes. After a while I said to her, one thing I must do. I owe it as a duty of honour to tell my informant that I am unable to give your address to the American Embassy, and that I cannot myself take a part in anything which is to be done except by your consent. But, oh, my dear, I feel we are entering on a dangerous course. We are all staying deliberately in the dark, whilst there is light to be had, and we shall need all the light which we can get. Then a thought struck me, and I added, by the way, I suppose I am free to give information how I can, so long as you are not committed or compromised. She thought for quite a few minutes before she answered. I could see that she was weighing up the situation and considering it from all points of view. Then she said, putting both her hands in mine, in this, as in always, Archie, I know that I can trust you. There is so much more than even this between us that I should feel mean to give it a thought hereafter. Chapter 21. The Old Far West and the New. Presently, Marjorie jumped up and said, now you must get your wheel and come over to Crom. I'm burning to show it to you. We crossed the little isthmus and climbed the rocks above the reefy Opicapes. As we topped the steep path, I almost fell back with the start I gave. There sat Gormala MacNeil, fixed and immovable as though she were of stone. She looked so unconcerned that I began to suspect her. At first she seemed not to notice us, but I could see that she was looking at us under her eyelashes. I was anxious to find out how long she had been there, so I said, mentioning her name in order that Marjorie might know who she was. Why, Gormala, what has become of you? I thought you were off again to the islands. We haven't seen you for a long time. She replied in her usual uncompromising way. I had nae doubt that you thought me far, gin you didna see me. Aye, the time has been long, but I could wait. What are you waiting for? Marjorie's voice seemed almost as that of being from another world. It was so fresh, so true, so independent that it seemed at variance with Gormala and her whole existence. As a man beside two women, I felt more as a spectator than as a participant, and my first general impression was that the new world was speaking to the old. Gormala seemed to me absolutely flabbergasted. She stared and looked in a dazed way at the girl, standing up as she did so with the instinctive habit, ingrained through centuries of custom, of an inferior to a superior. Then she moved her hand across her forehead, as though to clear her brain, before she replied, "What was I waiting for? I'll tell you, and ye will. I was waiting for the fulfilment of the doom. The voices have spoken, and what they have said will be. There be them that would stand in the way of fate and would try to hinder the coming that must be. But they will fail. They will fail. They can no more block the river of time with only deeds on than they can dam the spate with a burn splay toy." Again came Marjorie's searching question, with all the mystery-dispelling freshness of her unfettered youth, and indeed it seemed as if the old world mystery could not hold its dignity in the face of overt, direct questioning. "By the way, what was it that the doom said? Was it anything that an American girl can understand?" Gormala gazed at her in manifest wonder. To her, reared in the atmosphere of the old Far West, this product of the new Far West seemed like a being of another world. Had Marjorie been less sweet in her manner than she was, or less fair to look upon, less dignified or less grave, the old woman would probably have shown hostility at once, but it seemed to me impossible that even a witch woman could be hostile to Marjorie today. She looked so sweet and kind and happy, so bright and joyous, so much like the incarnation of ideal girlhood, that criticism was disarmed, and hostility could not force a way into the charmed circle of that radiant presence. To me, her attitude towards Gormala was incomprehensible. She knew Gormala, for I had told her of who and what the seer was, and of the prophecies and warnings that she had already uttered, and yet from her manner she appeared ignorant of all concerning both her and them. She was not conciliatory after the manner of the young who wish to please the old, or to ingratiate themselves with them. She was not hostile, as would be one who had determined an opposition. About her or her manner there was nothing hard, or frivolous, or contradictory, and yet it was apparent to me that she had some fixed, determined purpose of her own, and it became before long apparent to me also that the other woman knew, or at any rate suspected, such an existence, though she could neither comprehend nor locate it. Gormala seemed once, twice, as though she were about to speak, but hesitated. At last, with an effort, she spoke out. "The voice of the doom no sounds in words such as mortals can hear. It is spoken in sounds that are heard of the inner ear. What matter the words when the ear that hearkens can understand?" "But," said Marjorie, "could I not be told the words, or if there were no actual words, could you not give me in your own words what the sounds uttered seem to you to mean?" To anyone but a seer, such a request would seem reasonable enough, but visionaries who have a receptive power of their own, and who learn by means whose methods are unconscious to them, can hardly undertake to translate the dim, wide-stretching purpose of the powers of the unknown into bald, narrow, human speech. Gormala's brows wrinkled up in thought, then a scowl of disappointment swept over her face. In an angry tone, she turned to me and said, "Wabby on lassie, that questions so blithely the truth of the voice that is kent by ye and me. Why dinna ye tak her away before she mocks me, and in me the doom, and I speak out to her?" Marjorie spoke up for herself. "Please do not think it a liberty to ask you, but I should like so much to know exactly what was said. It is so easy for people to confuse ideas when words are loosely used. Don't you find it so?" I do not think Gormala MacNeil had any humour at all. If she had, I had certainly never seen any trace of it. Had it been there, it would have surely saved her from anger, for there was something delicious in the way in which Marjorie put her question, as though to one of her own kind and holding the same views as herself on general matters. Gormala did not like it. Though there was a blank in her mind as to the existence of humour, she must have felt conscious of the blank. She could not understand the other woman, and for a little while sought refuge in a silence composed of about equal parts of sulk and dignity. But Marjorie was not content with silence. She pressed home her question in the most polite but most matter-of-fact way, till I could see the witch-woman mentally writhe. I should have interfered, for I did not want any unpleasant scene in which Marjorie must have a part. But I felt that the girl had some purposeful meaning in her persistence. Had Gormala had a pause in the attack, she would, I felt, have gone away and bided her time. But in such a pushing of the matter as Marjorie braced herself to, there could be no withdrawal unless under defeat. Gormala looked round now and again, as one man or animal does when hunted. But each time she restrained herself by an effort. At last her temper began to rise, her face flushed, and the veins of passion stood out on her forehead. Her eyes flashed, and white marks began to come and go about the face, especially around the nose. I could see from the leap of fire in Marjorie's eyes that this was what she was waiting for. She lowered her voice and the tone of her speaking, till both matter and manner were icily chill, but all the time she persisted in her matter-of-fact questioning. At last, Gormala's temper broke, and she turned on the girl in such a fury that for a few seconds I thought she was going to attack her physically. I stood ready to hold her off if necessary. First, the moment the passion in her was so great that she spoke in Gaelic. Blind, white-hot fury will not allow a choice of tongues. The savage in her was speaking, and it spoke in the tongue it knew best. Of course, neither of us could understand it, and we only stood smiling. Marjorie smiled deliberately, as though to exasperate her. I smiled because Marjorie was smiling. Presently, through the tumult of her passion, Gormala began to realize that we did not understand her, and with an effort which shook her, began to speak in English. With the English which she had came intention and the restraint which it implies. Her phrases were not common curses, but rather a picturesque half-prophecy with a basis of hate. The gravamen of her charge was that Marjorie had scoffed against the doom and fate and the voices. To me, who had suffered the knowledge to which she appealed, the attack was painful. What was charged was a sort of natural sacrilege, and it wounded me and angered me to see Marjorie made the subject of any attack. I was about to interfere when, with a gesture which the witch-woman did not see, she warned me to silence. She struck into the furious woman's harangue with quiet, incisive, cultured voice which made the other pause. "Indeed you do me a wrong. I scoffed at nothing. I should not scoff at your religion any more than I should at my own. I only asked you a few questions as to the facts which seemed to touch a friend of mine." The point of this speech, which, strange to say, affected the woman most, was regarding her religion. "Wha be ye, ye hizzy, that would do to misgie me that is a Christian woman all my days? What be your religion that ye try to shame me with mine?" Marjorie said deliberately, but with all the outward appearance of courtesy. "But I did not know that in the scheme of the Christian belief there were such things as the doom and the voice and fate." The old woman towered up. For a moment she was all seer and prophet. Her words thrilled through me, and I could see through Marjorie also. Though she held herself proudly, her lips grew pale. "Then learn well ye may that there may be lesser powers as well as greater in the scheme of God's world, and o' his working, o' the wonders therein. Ye may scoff at me, wha am, after all, but an old wife, though one to whom are visions given, and in whose ears the voice has spoken. Ye may pride yourself that your ignorance is mair than the knowledge of others. Ye may doubt the truths that have been garnered out of the centuries of dour experience, and tak the cloak of your ignorance as an answer to a' the mysteries that be. But mark me weel, the day will come, it is no far off the now, when ye will wring your hands and pray with all the power and bitter grief of your soul for some licht to guide ye that ye no ha had yet." She paused and stood in a sort of trance, stiffening all over like a pointer at mark. Then she raised one hand high over her head, so that the long arms seemed to extend her gaunt form to an indefinite length. With a far-away solemn voice she spoke. "I see ye too, though no by your lanes, in the wild tide race among the rocks in the dark nicht, mid leaping waves, and lo, o'er the waste of foam is a floating shroud." Then she stopped, and in a few seconds came back to herself. In the meantime, Marjorie, whose lips had grown white as death, though she never lost her proud bearing, groped blindly for my hand and held it hard. She never, for a moment, took her eyes off the other. When Gormala was quite her own woman again, she turned without a word and walked away in her gaunt, stately manner, feeling, I am sure, as we did, that she did not go without the honours of war. Marjorie continued to watch her until she had passed up the track and had disappeared behind the curve of the hill. Then, all at once, she seemed to collapse in a faint, and had I not held her hand, and so was able to draw her into my arms, she must have fallen to the ground. In a wonderfully short time, she recovered her senses, and then, with a great effort, stood up, though she still had to steady herself by my hand. When she was all right again, she said to me, "I suppose you wonder why I attacked her like that. Oh yes, I did attack her. I meant to," for she saw the question in my eyes. "It was because she was so hostile to you. What right had she to force you to do anything? She is harmful to you, Archie. I know it. I know it. I know it. And I determined not to let her have her way. And besides," this with a shy, loving look at me, "as she is so hostile to you, she must be to me also. I want to be with you, even in the range of the hate and the love of others. That is to be one. As we are to fight together, I must share your lot in all." I took her in my arms, and for some divine moments our hearts beat together. In those moments my mind was made up as to the wishes of Adam's. How could I refuse in any way to fight the battle, as she might wish it fought, of a girl who so loyally shared my lot? Then we arranged that I should go home for my bicycle and meet Marjorie at the bridge by the parish church. Chapter 22. Crom Castle. When I rejoined Marjorie, we went up the high road and then turned off by a byway which took us around innumerable slopes and mounds, so characteristic of this part of Aberdeen. The entire county, seen from high places, looks bare and open, but it has its hills and hollows in endless variety. From the crossroad we turned up another and still another till I lost my bearings entirely. The part of the country where we now were was a sort of desolation of cultivation. Endless low hills, clad with fields of wheat and barley, with never a house to be seen, except some far-off cottage or the homestead of a laird perched on the top of a hill. At last we entered through an open gateway with broken pillars, still bearing the remains of some armorial device in statuary. There was an avenue, fringed with tall trees on either side, and beyond a broad belt of undergrowth. The avenue wound round and round in an endless series of curves. From the gate where we entered was a thick, close wood, nearly 1/4 of a mile in width. Here the trees stood so close, and their locking branches made such a screen, that it was quite gloomy within. Here, too, the road was made in perpetual curves, so that it was not possible to see far ahead. Indeed, I remarked to Marjorie as we rode along, "No wonder you chose this as a place to hide in. It looks as if it was made for concealment. It is a regular Rosamond's bower." When we had passed through the wood, we came out on a great piece of level ground, with a wide mound some 20 feet high in the midst of it. On this was built of granite a crenellated castle. It was not very high, but extended wide in a square, with a low arched doorway in front of us, through which it might be possible to drive with care. The doorway was closed by 2 gates. First, a massive network of interlocking steel bars of seemingly foreign workmanship, and secondly, great gates of oak fortified with steel bands and massive bosses of hammered iron. Before going in, Marjorie took me right round the castle, and I saw that it was the same on all 4 sides. It was built by the points of the compass, but there was no gateway except on one side. The ordinary way of entering was by a more modern door on the south side. From inside the castle, it was not possible to see anywhere beyond the wood. Even from the stone roof made for defence, where Marjorie took me, it was only possible to get a glimpse through the tree-tops here and there of round-top hills, yellow with ripening grain, or crowned with groves of scanty wind-swept pine trees. Altogether, it was as gloomy a place as I had ever seen. It was cut off altogether from the outer world. One might remain in it for a lifetime unknown. Inside it was, if possible, more gloomy. Small rooms almost everywhere, except the great hall, and one room at the top, facing the south side, which lay just under the roof, and which was lined with old oak. Here there were quite a number of windows, such as Marjorie had described. All of them, though wide on the inner side, narrowed to mere slits on the outer. In castles and houses built like this for defence, it did not do to allow opportunities to an attacking force to send missiles within. Mrs. Jack and Marjorie had made this their living room, and here were all the pretty treasures and knickknacks which they had gathered on their travels. The old lady welcomed me warmly. Then Marjorie took her aside and told her something in whispers. I could guess what it was, but any doubts I might have had were dispelled when she came over and kissed me and said, "Indeed, I congratulate you with all my heart. You have won the best and sweetest and dearest girl that ever drew breath. I have been with her all my life, and I have not found a flaw in her yet, and I am glad that it is you whom she has chosen. Somehow I wished it from the first moment I saw you. That you may both be happy, I pray the good Lord God, and I know you will, for you are true, and Marjorie has a heart of gold." A heart of gold. Her words had given me more than pleasure, but the last phrase pulled my joy up short. A cold shiver ran through me. A golden man had been part of the prophecy of the mystery of the sea, and only a little while ago Gormala had, in her vision, seen Marjorie struggling in the tide race with a shroud in the air. I think Marjorie felt something of the same kind, for she looked at me anxiously and grew a little pale. She said nothing, however, and I thought it better to pass the matter by. Although Marjorie had heard the expression of the witch-woman's vision, and though I had told her of my first experience of the old rhyming prophecy, the former was at a time when neither I myself nor the whole mystery was of any special importance to her. She might not have remembered it. I trusted that this was so. However, we could not either of us be sad for long today. Our joy was too fresh to be dimmed by any thought of gloom, except momentarily, as a mirror is by a passing breath. Tea in the old oak room was a delight, with the afternoon sun coming in slantwise through the narrow windows and falling in lines of light across the floor. Marjorie made the tea and served me, and each time I took anything from her hand, our fingers met, she no more than myself, avoiding the touch. Then, leaving the old lady upstairs, she took me through the various rooms, and in her pretty, impulsive way, she told me all the romances which she had already woven about them in her brain. She came and saw me off, with her kiss of goodbye on my lips. I rode back through the gloomy wood, feeling as proud and valiant as a knight of old. I found my way to Ellen and went on the train to Aberdeen, for I felt it due to Adams that I should see him at once. It was impossible to write all I had to say, and besides I wanted to retain his goodwill and to arrange for securing his aid, if he would consent to do so under our altered conditions. I found him in his room, hard at work. He was writing something which I suppose he considered important, or he put it carefully away and locked his dispatch box before we began to talk. Of course, it might have been only his diplomatic habit, but he seemed grave over it. I entered at once on the matter between us, for I thought to get the disagreeable side over first and let concessions and alterations follow. "I'm sorry, Sam. I shall not be able to help you with information regarding Miss Drake." "Why, haven't you heard from her?" "It is not that, but I am not free to do what you wish." Adams looked at me for a long time. Then he said quietly, "I see. You have your orders. Well, I am sorry for it. It may bring dreadful harm to her, and I dare say to you too. Now, say, old chap, is that decision of yours final? The matter is more grave than I thought when I saw you last. We have had more information, and they are pressing us from Washington to take all precautions we can. Come, won't you help me? Help her?" "I can't, the way you say. Sam Adams, you know I would do anything I could for you, but in this matter I am pledged. I have been given a secret, and I must keep it honourably at all hazards. But look here, I am anxious all the same. Can't you trust me a little bit and tell me what to look for? I won't give you away, and I may be able to carry out your wishes as to helping to guard her, though I have to do it in my own way." He smiled, though very bitterly and ironically, I was glad to see the smile anyhow, for we were old and tried friends, and I should not like there to have been any break between us. Besides, I wanted his help, his knowledge now, and his resources later on, if need should be. He was an official, and the matter was an official one, though his heart was in it. It was not as if his personal feelings or his honour had been involved. "Well," he said, "you have a fine gall anyhow. You refuse point-blank to give me the slightest help, though I ask it on all grounds, official for America, personal as I am in charge, and for the sake of your own girl. And then you expect me to tell you all I can. Well, look here, I'll tell you anything that will help you as soon as I know it, if you will keep me advised of exactly where you are, so that I may be able to find you if I wish." I told him heartily that I would keep him posted as to my movements. Then, as there was nothing to remain for, I said goodbye. A goodbye, I am glad to say, given and taken with our old heartiness. Before I went, I said, "Sam, you know how a message can find me if there is anything you should think it well to tell me." To which he replied, "All right, Archie, I'll remember. You understand that as I shall have to work this record alone, I must do it in my own way. Otherwise we shall have complications. But if there is anything I can do on your side, I shall do it all the same. You know how to reach me. If you send for me, I shall come any hour of the day or night, and say, 'Old chap, I go healed.'" He pointed to his pistol pocket. "Let me advise you to do the same just at present." I took his advice, and bought, in Aberdeen, before returning to Cruden, 2 of the finest revolvers I could get. One of them was made for a lady. The other I always carried myself from that day forward. Chapter 23. Secret Service. Next morning, after breakfast, I wheeled over to Crom, bringing in my bicycle bag, the revolver, and ammunition for Marjorie. I could not but feel alarmed for her safety as I rode through the wood which surrounded the house. It would need a regiment to guard one from a stray assassin. For myself, I did not have any concern, but the conviction grew and grew on me to the point of agony that harm, which I should be powerless to prevent, might happen here to Marjorie. When I was inside the house, the feeling was easier. Here, the place was, to all intents and purposes, fortified, for nothing short of cannon or dynamite could make any impression on it. Marjorie received my present very graciously. I could see from the way that she handled the weapon that she had little to learn of its use. I suppose the thought must have crossed her that I might think it strange to find her so familiar with a lethal weapon, for she turned to me and said with that smoothness of tone which marks the end of, rather than the beginning of speech, "Dad always wished me to know how to use a gun. I don't believe he was ever without one himself, even in his bed. From the time he was a small boy, he used to say, 'It never does anyone any harm to be ready to get the drop first in case of a scrap.' I have a little beauty in my dressing case that he got made for me. I am doubly armed now." I stayed to lunch, but went away immediately after, as I was anxious to find if Adams had sent me any message. Before going, I asked Marjorie to be especially careful, not to be out alone in the woods round the house, for a few days at any rate. She demurred at first, but finally agreed to please you, as she put it, not to go out at all till I had come again. I told her that, as I was coming to breakfast the next morning, if I might, it was not a very long time of imprisonment. When I asked for telegrams at the post office, which was in the hotel, I was told that a gentleman was waiting to see me in the coffee room. I went in at once and found Sam Adams reading an old newspaper. He started up when he saw me, and straightway began, "I hurried over to tell you that we have had further news. Nothing very definite today, but the Washington people hope to have a lot of detail by tomorrow night, so be ready, old chap." I thanked him, but even in the act of doing so, it struck me that he had taken a deal of trouble to come over when he could have sent me a wire. I did not say so, however. Doubts of an act of this kind can always wait. Sam had tea with me, and then we smoked a cigar outside on the little terrace before the hotel. There were some fishermen and workmen, as usual, sitting on or leaning against the wall across the road, and 3 men who were lounging about, evidently trippers waiting for their tea to be served. When we came out and had passed them, the little group went into the coffee room. They were all three keen-looking, alert men, and I had a passing wonder what they were doing in Cruden, as they had no golf bags with them. Sam did not remain long, but caught the 6:10 train back to Aberdeen. I cannot say that my night was an easy one. Whilst I lay awake, I imagined new forms of danger to Marjorie, and when I fell asleep, I dreamt them. I was up early, and after a sharp ride on my bicycle, came to Crom in time for breakfast. As we had a long forenoon, Marjorie took me over the house. It was all of some interest, as it represented the life and needs of life in the later days of Queen Elizabeth, in a part of the country where wars and feuds had to be prepared for. The castle was arranged for siege, even to the water supply. There was a well of immense depth, situated in a deep dungeon under the angle of the castle, which they called the keep. They did not, however, ordinarily depend on this, as there was otherwise an excellent water supply. In the dungeon were chains and manacles, and some implements of torture, all covered with the rust of centuries. We hoped they had not been used. Marjorie consoled herself with the thought that they had been placed there at the time of the building as part of the necessary furnishing of a medieval castle. One room, the library, was of great interest. It had not been built for the purpose, for there was no provision of light, but it must have been adapted to this use not long after the place was built. The woodwork of carved oak was early 17th century. I did not have time to look over the books, and there was no catalogue, but from the few which I glanced at, I could see that whoever had gathered the library must have been a scholar and an enthusiast. In the course of our survey of the castle, Marjorie showed me the parts which were barred up and the rooms which were locked. That such a thing should be in a house in which she lived was a never-ending source of curiosity. There was a dozen times as much room as she could possibly want, but here was something unknown and forbidden. She being a woman, it became a tree of knowledge, and a bluebird's chamber in one. She was so eager about it that I asked if she could get not the permission from the agent to go through the shut rooms and places so as to satisfy herself. She replied that she had already done so the very day after she had arrived, and had had an answer that the permission could not be given without the consent of the owner, but that as he was shortly expected in Scotland, her request would be forwarded to him, and his reply, when received, would be at once communicated to her. Whilst we were talking of the subject, a telegram to Mrs. Jack came from the agent, saying that the owner had arrived and was happy to give permission required, and that further he would be obliged if the tenant would graciously accord him permission to go some day soon through the house, which he had not seen for many years. The telegram was at once sent in Mrs. Jack's name, thanking him for the permission and saying that the owner would be most welcome to go through the house when he pleased. As I was anxious to hear if there was any news from Adams, I said goodbye at the door and rode back on my bicycle. I had asked Marjorie to renew her promise of not going out alone for another day, and she had acceded. "Only to please you," she said this time. I found a wire from Adams, sent at 6 o'clock. "Important news, come here at once." I might catch the train if I hurried, so I jumped on my bicycle and got to the station just in time. I found Adams in his room at the Palace Hotel, walking up and down like a caged panther. When I came in, he rushed over to me and said eagerly, as he handed me a sheet of notepaper, "Read that. It is a translation of our cipher telegram. I thought you would never come." I took it with a sinking heart. Any news that was so pressing could not be good, and bad must affect Marjorie somehow. I read the document over twice before I fully understood its meaning. It ran as follows. Secret Service believe that Drake plot is to kidnap and ransom. Real plotters are understood to be gang who stole Stuart's body, are using certain Spanish and other foreigners as cat's paw. Heads of plot now in Europe, Spain, England, Holland. Expect more details. Use all precautions. "What do you think of that?" said Adams, when I had taken my eyes off the paper. "I hardly know yet. What do you make of it? You have thought of it longer than I have." "Just what I have thought all along. The matter is serious, very serious. In one way, that wire is something of a relief. If that kidnapping gang are behind it, it doesn't mean political vengeance, but only boodle, so that the fear of any sudden attack on her life is not so imminent. The gang will take what care they can to keep from killing the goose, that lays the golden eggs. But then the political desperadoes who would enter on such a matter are a hard crowd. If they are in power, or at any rate in numerical force, they may not be easy to keep back. Indeed, it is possible that they too may have their own game to play, and may be using the blackmailers for their own purpose. I tell you, old man, we are in a very tight place, and must go to work pretty warily. The whole thing swings so easily to one side or the other that any false move on the part of any of us may give the push to the side we would least care should win. By the way, I take it that you are of the same mind still regarding Miss Drake's wishes? Now and always, but as you can guess, I am anxious to know all I can that can help me to guard her. Somewhat to my astonishment, he answered heartily. All right, old chap, of course I will tell you, but I will depend on your letting me know of anything you are free to tell which might serve me in my work. Certainly, I say, I added. You don't mind my not having worked with you about finding her address? Not a bit. I have to find it in my own way, that is all. There was a sort of satisfaction, if not triumph, in his tone, which set me thinking. Then you know it already, I said. Not yet, but I hope to before the night is over. Have you a clue? He laughed. Clue? 100. Why, man, none of us were born yesterday. There is nothing on God's earth that mayn't be a clue now and again if it is properly used. You're a clue yourself, if it comes to that. In a flash, I saw it all. Adams had come to Cruden to point me out to his detectives. These were the keen-looking men who were at Cruden when he was. Of course they had followed me, and Marjorie's secret was no secret now. I said nothing for a little while, for at the first I was angry that Adams should have used me against my will. Then two feelings strove for mastery. One of anxiety, lest my unconscious betrayal of her secret might hurt me in Marjorie's eyes. The other, relief that now she was in a measure protected by the resources of her great country. I was easier in my mind concerning her safety when I thought of those keen, alert men looking after her. Then again, I thought that Adams had done nothing which I could find fault with. I should doubtless have done the same myself, had occasion arise. I was chagrined, however, to think that it had all been so childishly simple. I had not even contemplated such a contingency. If I couldn't plot and hide my tracks better than that, I should be but a poor ally for Marjorie in the struggle which she had voluntarily undertaken against her unknown forces. Before I left Adams, I told him that I would come back on the tomorrow evening. I went to bed early in the Palace Hotel, as I wanted to catch the first train back to Cruden. Chapter 24. A Subtle Plan. It was now a serious matter of thought to me how I could take Marjorie into proper confidence without spoiling things and betraying Adams's confidence. As I pondered, the conviction grew upon me that I had better be quite frank with her and ask her advice. Accordingly, when I saw her at Crom at noon, I entered on the matter, though I confess with trepidation. When I told her I wanted to ask her advice, she was all attention. I felt particularly nervous as I began. Marjorie, when a man is in a hole, he ought to consult his best friend, oughtn't he? Why, certainly. And you are my best friend, are you not? I hope so. I should certainly like to be. Well, look here, dear. I'm in such a tangle that I can't find a way out, and I want you to help me. She must have guessed at something like the cause of my difficulty, for a faint smile passed over her face as she said, The old trouble? Sam Adams's diplomacy, eh? It is this. I want to know how you think I should act, so as to give least pain to a very dear friend of mine, and at the same time do a very imperative duty. You may see a way out that I don't. Drive on, dear, I'm listening. Since we met, I have had some very disturbing information from a source which I am not at liberty to mention. I can tell you all about this, though you must not ask me how I know it. But first there is something else. I believe, though I do not know for certain, that your secret is blown, that the detectives have discovered where you live. She sat up at once. What? I went on quickly. And I am sorry to say that if it is discovered, it has been through me, though not by any act or indeed by any fault of mine. She laid her hand on mine and said reassuringly, If you are in it, I can look at it differently. May I ask how you came into that gallery? Certainly, I am not pledged. As to this, it was by the most simple and transparent of means. You and I were seen together. They did not know where to look for you or follow you up when they had lost the scent. But they knew me and watched me. Voila. That's simple enough anyhow, was her only comment. After a while, she asked, Do you know how far they have got in their search? I do not. I only know that they expected to find where you lived 2 days ago. I suppose they have found it out by this. Sam Adams is getting too clever. They will be making him president, or alderman, or something, if he doesn't look out. But do you know why all this trouble is being taken about me? I can tell you, I answered, but you must not tell anyone, for it would not do for the sake of others if it got about. There is a plan got up by a gang of blackmailers to kidnap you for a ransom. She jumped up with excitement and began to clap her hands. Oh, that is too delicious, she said. Tell me all you know of it. We may be able to lead them on a bit. Will be an awful lark. I could not possibly share her mirth. The matter was really too grave. She saw my feeling in my face and stopped. She thought for a minute or two with her brows wrinkled, and then she said, Are you really serious, Archie, as to any danger in the matter? My dear, there is always danger in a conspiracy of base men. We have to fear, for we don't know the power or numbers of the conspiracy. We have no idea of their method of working, or where or how we may expect attack. The whole thing is a mystery to us. Doubtless it will only come from one point, but we must be ready to repel all round the compass. But look here, it is only danger. The danger is to you. If it were to me, I think I could laugh myself. But my darling, remember that it is out of my love for you that my fear comes. If you were nothing to me, I could, I suppose, bear it easily enough. You have taken new responsibilities on you, Marjorie, since you let a man love you. His heart is before you to walk on, so you have to tread carefully. I can avoid treading on it, can't I? She said, falling into the vein of metaphor. Surely if there is anything in the world that by instinct I could know is in danger, it would be your heart. Ah, my dear, it does not stay still. It will keep rolling along with you wherever you go, hopping back and forward and sideways in every conceivable way. You must now and again tread on it for all your care, in the dark or in the light. I had no idea, she said, that I had taken such a responsibility on my shoulders when I said I would marry you. It is not the marrying, I said, but the loving that makes the trouble. I see, she replied, and was silent for a while. Then she turned to me and said very sweetly, Anyhow, Archie, whatever we may settle about what we are to do, I'm glad you came to consult me and to tell me frankly of your trouble. Do this always, my dear. It will be best for you, and best for me too, to feel that you trust me. You have given me a pleasure today that is beyond words. Then we spoke of other things. We agreed to wait till the next day before arranging any fixed plan of action. Before I went away, and whilst the sentiment of parting was still on her, she said to me, and I could see that the thought had been in her mind for some time, Archie, you and I are to live together as man and wife, is it not so? I think we both want to be as nearly one as a man and a woman can be, flesh of each other's flesh, and bone of bone, and soul of soul. Don't you think we shall become this better, by being joined, us two, against all comers? We have known each other only a short time as yet. What we have seen of each other has been good enough to make us cling together for life. But, my dear, what has been only the wishing to cling. The clinging must be the struggle that is to follow. Be one with me in this fight. It is my fight, I feel, begun before I ever knew you. When your flight comes, and I can see you have it before you with regard to that treasure, you will know that you can count on me. It may be only a fancy of mine, but the comradeship of pioneers, when the men and women had to fight together against a common foe, runs in my blood. Let me feel, before I give myself altogether to your keeping, or you to mine, that there is something of this comradeship between us. It will make love doubly dear. What could a man in love say to this? It seemed like the very essence of married love, and was doubly dear to me on that account. Pledged by my kisses, I came away, feeling as if I had in truth left my wife behind. When I got back to Cruden, I took up the matter of the treasure whilst I was waiting for news from Adams. In the stir of the events of the last few days, I had almost forgotten it. I read the papers over again, as I wished to keep myself familiar with the facts. I also went out over the cipher, for I did not wish to get stale in it. As I laboured through it, all Marjorie's sweetness to me on that day of the ride from Braemar came back to me, and as I read, I found myself unconsciously drumming out the symbols on the table with the fingers of my right hand and my left, after the fashion of Marjorie's variant. When I was through, I sat pondering, and all sorts of new variants kept rising before me, in that kind of linked succession when the mind runs free in daydreaming, and one idea brings up another. I was not altogether easy, for I was now always expecting some letter or telegram of a disconcerting kind. Anxiety had become an habitual factor in my working imagination. All sorts of possibilities kept arising before me, mostly with references to Marjorie. I was glad that already we understood in common one method of secret communication, and I determined then and there that when I went over to Crom on the next day, I would bring the papers with me, and that Marjorie and I would renew our lesson and practice till we were quite familiar with the cipher. Just then, a message was brought to me that a gentleman wished to see me, so I asked the maid to bring him up. I do not think that I was altogether surprised to find that he was one of the 3 men whom I had seen at Cruden before. He handed me in silence a letter which I found to be from Adams. I read it with a sinking heart. In it, he told me that it was now ascertained that 2 members of the blackmail gang had come to England. They had been seen to land at Dover, but got out between there and London, and their trace was lost. He said he wished to advise me at once so that I might be on the alert. He would himself take his own steps, as I understood. The messenger, when he saw I had read the letter, asked me if there was any answer. I said, "Only thanks," and he went away. It was not till afterwards that I remembered that I might have asked the man to tell me something of the appearance of the suspected men, so that I might know them if I should come across them. Once again I fell in my own esteem as a competent detective. In the meantime, I could do nothing. Marjorie's last appeal to me made it impossible for me to take steps against her wishes. She manifestly wanted the fight with the kidnappers to go on, and she wanted me to be with her in heart and soul. Although this community of purpose was sweet, there grew out of our very isolation a new source of danger, a never-ending series of dangers. The complications were growing such that it would soon be difficult to take any step at all with any prospect of utility. Marjorie would now be watched with all the power and purpose of the American Secret Service, that she would before long infallibly find it out, and that she would in such case endeavour at all hazards to escape from it, was apparent. If she did escape from their secret surveillance, she would be playing into the hands of her enemies, and so might incur new danger. I began to exercise my brain as to how I could best help her wishes. If we were to fight together and alone, we would at least make as good a battle as we could. I thought and thought and thought till my head began to spin, and then an idea, all at once, sprang into my view. It was so simple and so much in accord with my wishes, so delightful, that I almost shouted out with joy. I did not lose a minute, but hurried a change of clothes into a bag and caught the train for Aberdeen en route for London. I did not lose any time. Next morning I was in London and went with my solicitor to Doctors' Commons. There I got a licence of the Archbishop of Canterbury entitling Archibald Hunter and Marjorie Anita Drake to be married anywhere in England, there being no similar licence in Scotland. I returned at once, stopping at Carlisle to make arrangements with a local clergyman to be ready to perform a marriage service at 8 o'clock of the second morning. Chapter 25. Inductive Ratiocination. I think Marjorie must have suspected that I had something strange to say, for almost as soon as I came in the morning room, I saw that queer little lift of her eyebrows and wrinkle in her brows which I was accustomed to see when she was thinking. She held out her two hands towards me, so that I could see them without Mrs. Jack being able to. She held up her fingers in the following succession: left index finger, right middle finger, left little finger, right little finger, left thumb, right fourth finger, right index finger, left thumb, right index finger, thus spelling wait in her own variant of our biliteral cipher. I took her hint, and we talked commonplaces. Presently she brought me up to the long oak-lined room at the top of the castle. Here we were all alone. From the window seat at the far end we could see that no one came into the room unknown to us. Thus we were sure of not being overheard. Marjorie settled herself comfortably amongst a pile of cushions. "Now," she said, "go on and tell me all about it." "About what?" said I, fencing a little. "The news that you are bursting to tell me. Hold on, I'll guess at it. You are elated, therefore it is not bad. But being news and not bad, it must be good, from your point of view at any rate. Then you are jubilant, so there must be something personal in it. You are sufficiently an egoist for that. I am sure that nothing businesslike or official, such as the heading off of the kidnappers, would have such a positive effect on you. Then, it being personal, and you having rather more of a dominant air than usual about you, let me see, She stopped in confusion, and a bright blush swept over her face and neck. I waited. It frightened me just a wee bit to see the unerring accuracy with which she summed me up. But she was clearing the ground for me, rapidly and effectively. After a pause, she said in a small voice, "Archie, show me what you have got in your waistcoat pocket." It was my turn to blush a bit now. I took out the tiny case which held the gold ring and handed it to her. She took it with a look of adorable sweetness and opened it. I think she suspected only an engagement ring, for when she saw it was one of plain gold, she shut the box with a sudden "oh," and kept it hidden in her hand, whilst her face was as red as sunset. I felt that my time had come. "Shall I tell you now?" I asked, putting my arms around her. "Yes, if you wish." This was said in a low voice. "But I am too surprised to think. What does it all mean? I thought that this sort of thing came later, and after some time was mutually fixed for it." "No time like the present, Marjorie dear." As she was silent, though she looked at me wistfully, I went on. "I have made a plan, and I think you will approve of it. That is, as a whole, even if you dislike some of the details. What do you think of an escape from the espionage of both the police and the other fellows? You got hidden before. Why not again? When once you have put them off the scent. I have, as a matter of fact, planned a little movement which will, at any rate, try whether we can escape. The watchfulness of these gentlemen." "Good," she said with interest. "Well, first of all," I went on, getting nervous as I drew near the subject, "don't you think that it will be well to prevent anyone talking about us hereafter in an unpleasant way?" "I'm afraid I don't quite understand." "Well, look here, Marjorie. You and I are going to be much thrown together in these matters that seem to be coming on. If there is no escaping to be done, there will be watchful eyes on us before it, and gossiping tongues afterwards, and inquiries, and comparing of notes everywhere. We shall have to go off together, often alone or under odd circumstances. You can't fight a mystery in the open, you know, and you can't, by walking out boldly, bamboozle trained detectives who have already marked you down. Not much, but it doesn't need any torturing of our brains with thinking to know that. Well, then, my suggestion is that we be married at once. Then no one can ever say anything in the way of scandal, no matter what we do, or where we go." My bolt was sped, and somehow my courage began to ooze away. I waited to hear what she would say. She waited quite a while, and then said quietly, "Don't be frightened, Archie. I am thinking it over. I must think. It is all too serious and too sudden to decide on in a moment. I am glad, anyhow, that you show such decision of character and turn passing circumstances into the direction in which you wish them to work. It argues well for the future." "Now you are satirical." "Just a little. Don't you think that there is an excuse?" She was not quite satisfied, and indeed I could not be surprised. I had thought of the matter so unceasingly for the last 24 hours that I did not miss any of the arguments against myself. My natural dread of her refusal took care of that. As, however, I almost expected her to begin with a prompt negative, I was not unduly depressed by a shade of doubt. I was, however, so single-minded in my purpose, my immediate purpose, that I could endure to argue with her doubts. As it was evident that she, naturally enough, thought that I wanted her to marry me at once, out of the ardour of my love, I tried to make her aware as well as I could of my consideration for her wishes. Somehow I felt at my best as I spoke, and thought that she felt it too. I'm not selfish in the matter, Marjorie dear, at least I don't wish to be. In this, I'm thinking of you altogether, and to prove it, let me say that all I suggest is the formal ceremony which will make us one in form. Later on, and this shall be when you choose yourself, and only then, we can have a real marriage, where and when you will, with flowers and bridesmaids and wedding cake and the whole fit-out. We can be good comrades still, even if we have been to church together. And I will promise you faithfully that till your own time, I won't try to make love to you, even when you're my wife, of course, any more than I do now. Surely that's not too much to ask in the way of consideration." My dear Marjorie gave in at once. It might have been that she liked the idea of an immediate marriage, for she loved me, and all others, like the seal of possession, fixed upon their hopes. Time goes on crutches till love have all his rights. But be this as it may, she wished at any rate to believe in me. She came to me and put both her hands in mine, and said, with a gentle modesty which was all tenderness in fact, and all wifely in promise, "Be it as you will, Archie. I am all yours in heart now, and I am ready to go through the ceremony when you will." "Remember, dear," I protested, "it is only on your account, and to try to meet your wishes at any sacrifice, that I suggested the interval of comradeship. As far as I am concerned, I want to go straight to the altar, the real altar, now." Up went her warning finger as she said lovingly, "I know all that, dear, and I shall remember it when the time comes. But what have we to do to prepare for the wedding? Is it to be in a church or at a registry? I suppose it doesn't matter which, under the circumstances. And as we are to have the real marriage later, when do you wish it to be, and where?" "Tomorrow." She started slightly as she murmured, "So soon? I did not think it could be so soon." "The sooner the better," said I, "if we are to carry out our plans. All's ready. See here." I handed her the license, which she read with glad eyes and a sweet blush. When she had come to the end of it, I said, "I have arranged with the clergyman of St. Hilda's Church in Carlisle to be ready at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." She sat silent a while and then asked me, "And how do you suggest that I am to get there, without the detective seeing me? That is to be our experiment as to escape. I would propose that you should slip out in some disguise. You will, of course, have to arrange with Mrs. Jack and at least one servant to pretend that you are still at home. Why not let it be understood that you have a headache and are keeping your room? Your meals can be taken to you, as would be done, and the life of the household seemed to go on just as usual." "And what disguise had you thought of?" "I thought that if you went dressed as a man, it would be best." "Oh, that would be a lark," she said. Then her face fell. "But where am I to get a man's dress? There is not time if I am to be in Carlisle tomorrow morning." "Be easy as to that, dear. A man's dress is on its way to you now by post. It should be here by now. I'm afraid you will have to take chance as to its fit. It is of pretty thick cloth, however, so that it will look all right. What sort of dress is it? A servant's, a footman's. I thought it would probably avoid suspicion easier than any other. That goes. Oh, this is too thrilling. She stopped suddenly and said, But how about Mrs. Jack? She will go early this afternoon to Carlisle and put up at a little hotel out of the way. I have got rooms in one close to the station. At first, I feared it would not be possible for her to be with us. But then, when I thought it over, I came to the conclusion that you might not care to let the matter come off at all unless she were present. And besides, you would want her to be with you tonight, when you were in a strange place. Again, she asked after another pause of thought. But how am I to change my clothes? I can't be married as a footman, and I can't go to a strange hotel as one, and come out a young lady. That is all thought out. When you leave here, you will find me waiting for you with a bicycle in the wood on the road to Ellen. You will have to start about 5:30. No one will notice that you are using a lady's wheel. You will come to Whinnyfold, where you will find a skirt and jacket and cap. They are the best I could get. We shall ride into Aberdeen, as by that means we shall minimise the chance of being seen. There we will catch the 8 train to Carlisle, where we shall arrive about 1:45. Mrs. Jack will be there ready for you, and will have the dress you will want tomorrow. Oh, poor dear, won't you be flustered and mystified? How lucky it is that she likes you and is satisfied with you. Otherwise I am afraid that she would never agree to such precipitancy. But hold on a minute. Won't it look odd to our outside friends on the watch if a footman goes out and doesn't return? You will return tomorrow, late in the evening. Mrs. Jack will be home by then. She must arrange to keep the servants busy in some distant part of the house, so that you can come in unobserved. Besides, the detectives have to divide their watches. The same men will not be on duty, I take it. Anyhow, if they do not consider the outgoing of a footman as sufficiently important to follow him up, they will not trouble much about his incoming. This all seemed feasible to Marjorie, so we talked the matter over and arranged 100 little details. These things she wrote down for Mrs. Jack's enlightenment, and to aid her memory when she will be alone to carry out the plans as arranged. Mrs. Jack was a little hard to convince, but at last she came round. She persisted to almost the end of our interview in saying that she could not understand the necessity for either the hurry or the mystery. She was only convinced when at last Marjorie said, Do you want us to have all the Chicago worry over again, dear? You approve of my marrying Archie, do you not? Well, I had such a sickener of proposals and all about it that if I can't marry this way now, I won't marry at all. My dear, I want to marry Archie. You know we love each other. Ah, that I do, my dears. Well, then you must help us, and bear with all our secrecy for a bit, won't you, dear? That I will, my child, she said, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. So it was all settled. Chapter 26. A whole wedding day. Fortune favoured us admirably in our plans. Mrs. Jack, taking only her dressing bag and a few odd parcels, went by afternoon train from Ellen to Aberdeen. In hearing of the household, she regretted that she had to go alone, as Miss Marjorie was unable to leave her room. About 5 o'clock, I was in the wood as appointed, and in about half an hour, Marjorie joined me in her footman's livery. I had a flannel coat in my bag, which we exchanged for that which she wore, and which we hid in the wood. We were thus less noticeable. We reached Whinnyfold a little after 6, and Marjorie went into the house and changed her dress, which was left ready. She was not long, and we were soon flying on our road to Aberdeen. We arrived a little before 8 and caught the mail, arriving at Carlisle at 10 minutes to 2 o'clock. In the hotel we found Mrs. Jack anxiously awaiting us. In the early morning we were ready, and at 8 o'clock we all went together to St. Hilda's Church, where the clergyman was waiting, as had been arranged. All formalities were gone through, and Marjorie and I were made one. She looked, oh, so sweet in her plain white frock, and her manner was gentle and solemn. It all seemed to me like a dream of infinite happiness, from which every instant I feared I should wake, and find in its stead some grim reality of pain or terror or unutterable commonplace. When we went back to breakfast at the hotel, we did not even go through the form of regarding it as in any way a wedding feast. Marjorie and I had each our part to play, and we determined, I certainly did, to play it well. Mrs. Jack had been carefully coached by Marjorie as to how she should behave, and though now and again she looked from one to the other of us wistfully, she did not make any remark. After a little shopping, we got the 12:53 train, arriving at Aberdeen at 6:20. Mrs. Jack was to go on by the 7 train to Ellen, where the carriage was to meet her. My wife and I got our bicycles and rode to Whinnyfold by Newborough and Kirkton, so as to avoid observation. When she had changed her clothes in our own house, we started for Crom. In the wood, she changed her coat and left her bicycle. Before we parted, she gave me a kiss and a hug that made my blood tingle. "You have been good," she said, "and that is from my husband." Once again, she held up that warning finger, which I had come to know so well, and slipped away. She then went on alone to the castle, whilst I waited in nervous expectancy of hearing the whistle which she was to blow in case of emergency. Then I rode home, like a man in a dream. I left my bicycle at the hotel, and after some supper, walked by the sands to Whinnyfold, stopping to linger at each spot which was associated with my wife. My wife! It was almost too much to think of. I could hardly realise, as yet, that it was all real. As I sat on the sand crags, I almost fancied I could see Marjorie's figure once again on the lonely rock. It seemed so long ago, for so much had happened since then. And yet it was but a few days, all told, since we had first met. Things had gone in a whirl indeed. There seemed to have been no pause, no room for a pause. And now I was married. Marjorie was my wife, mine for good or ill, till death us do part. Circumstances seemed to have driven us so close together that we seemed not new lovers, not bride and groom, but companions of a lifetime. And yet there was Marjorie in Crom, compassed round by unknown dangers, whilst I, her husband of a few hours, was away in another place, unable even to gaze on her beauty or to hear her voice. Why, it was not like a wedding day or a honeymoon at all. Other husbands, instead of parting with their wives, were able to remain with them, free to come and go as they pleased, and to love each other unfettered as they would. Why, I brought myself up sharp. This was grumbling already, and, establishing a grievance, I, who had myself proposed the state of things to Marjorie, to my wife. She was my wife, mine against all the rest of the world. My love was with her, and my duty was to her. My heart and soul were in her keeping, and I trusted her to the full. This was not my wedding day in the ordinary sense of the word at all. This was not my honeymoon. Those things would come later, when our joy would be unfettered by circumstances. Surely I had reason to rejoice. Already Marjorie had called me her husband. She had kissed me as such. The sweetness of her kiss was still tingling on my lips. If anything but love and trust could come to me from sitting still and sentimentalizing and brooding, then the sooner I started in to do some active work, the better. I rose straight away and went across the headland to my house, unpacked the box of tools which had come from Aberdeen, and set about my task of trying to make an opening into the cave. I chose, for various reasons, the cellar as the spot at which to make the first attempt. In the first place, it was already dug down to a certain depth, so that the labour would be less, and in the second, my working could be kept more secret. In clearing the foundations of the house, the workmen had gone down to the rock nearly all round. Just at the end of Whitsennan Point, there seemed to be a sort of bowl-like hollow, where the thin skin of the earth lay deeper than elsewhere. It was here that the cellar was dug out, and the labour of cutting or blasting the rock saved. With a pickaxe, I broke and stripped away a large patch of the concrete in the centre of the cellar, and in a short time had dug and shovelled away the earth and sand which lay between the floor level and the bedrock. I cleared away till the rock was bare, some 4 or 5 feet square, before I commenced to work on it. I laboured furiously. What I wanted was work, active work which would tire my muscles and keep my thoughts from working into channels of gloom and disintegration. It took me some time to get in the way of using the tools. It was all very well, in theory, for a prisoner to get out of a jail or a fortress by the aid of a bit of scrap iron. Let anyone try it in real life. Under the most favourable conditions and with the best tools available, he will come to the conclusion that romancing is easy work. I had the very latest American devices, including a bit and brace which one could lean on and work without stooping, and diamond pattern drills, which could, compared with ordinary tools of the old pattern, eat their way into rock at an incredible rate. My grind was on the east side of the geological division. Had it been on the granite side of the line, my labour and its rapidity might have been different. I worked away hour after hour, and fatigue seemed to come and go. I was not sleepy, and there was a feverish eagerness on me which would not let me rest. When I paused to ease my muscles cramped with work, thought came back to me of how different this night might have been. And then I set furiously to work again. At last I took no heed of the flying hours, and was only recalled to time by the flickering of my lamp, which was beginning to go out. When I stood up from my task, I was annoyed to see how little I had done. A layer of rock of a few inches deep had been removed, and that was all. When I went up the steps, after locking the cellar door behind me and taking away the key, I saw the grey light of dawn stealing in through the windows. Somewhere in the village, a cock crew. As I stepped out of the door to return home, the east began to quicken with coming day. My wedding night had passed. As I went back to Cruden, across the sands, my heart went out in love without alloy to my absent wife, and the first red bolt of dawn over the sea saw only hope upon my face. When I got to my room, I tumbled into bed, tired beyond measure. In an instant I was asleep, dreaming of my wife and all that had been, and all that was to be. Marjorie had arranged that she and Mrs. Jack were, for the coming week at least, to come over to Cruden every day and lunch at the hotel, for my wife had set her heart on learning to swim. I was to be her teacher, and I was enthusiastic about the scheme. She was an apt pupil, and she was strong and graceful, and already skilled in several other physical accomplishments. We both found it easy work. The training, which she had already had, made a new accomplishment easy. Before the week was over, she was able to get along so well that only practice was needed to make her a good swimmer. All this time we met in public as friends, but no more. We were scrupulously careful that no one should notice even an intimacy between us. When we were alone, which was seldom and never for long, we were good comrades as before, and I did not venture to make love in any way. At first it was hard to refrain, for I was wildly in love with my wife, but I controlled myself in accordance with my promise. I soon began to have a dawning feeling that this very obedience was my best means to the end I wished for. Marjorie grew to have such confidence in me that she could be more demonstrative than before, and I got a larger share of affection than I expected. Besides, I could see with joy unspeakable that her love for me was growing day by day. The tentative comradeship, without prejudice, was wearing thin. All this week, whilst Marjorie was not near, I worked in the cellar at Whinnyfold. As I became more expert with the tools, I made greater progress, and the hole in the rock was becoming of some importance. One day, on coming out after a spell of afternoon work, I found Gormala seated on a stone against the corner of the house. She looked at me fixedly and said, "Be on a grave that you thought?" The question staggered me. I did not know that anyone suspected that I was working in the house, or even that I visited it so often as I did. Besides, it did not suit my purpose that anyone should be aware under any circumstances that I was digging a hole. I thought for a moment before answering her. "What do you mean?" "I'm thinking ye ken well enough. I'm no to be deceived o' the sound." I've heard o'er mony a time the chip of the pick, not to ken it, though there will be walls atween. I wondered why you came by your lanes to this dreary hoose, when you sent yon lassie back to her hame. Aye, she is bonny, though her pride be cruel to the old. Aweel, the fates are working to their end, whatsoe'er it may be. I'm on watch, so that I may be nigh when the end cometh. There was no use arguing with her, and besides, anything that I could say would only increase her suspicion. Suspicion abroad about my present task was the last thing I wished for. She was around about the headland the next morning, and the next, and the next. During the day, I never saw her, but at night she was generally to be found on the cliff above the Rivi Obercapis. I was glad of one thing. She did not seem to suspect that I was working all the time. Once I asked her what she was waiting for. She answered, without looking at me, "In the dark will be a struggle in the tide race, and a shroud floating in the air. When next death and the moon and the tide be in ane, the seeing and the mystery of the sea may be mine." It made me cold to hear her. This is what she foretold of Marjorie, and she was waiting to see her prophecy come to pass. Chapter 27. Entrance to the Cavern. One night, when I had got down a considerable depth into the rock, I took the pick to loosen out some stone which I had drilled. As I struck, the sound of the rock was hollower than I had before noticed. My heart leaped into my mouth, and I had to pause. Then I struck again, harder, and the sound was more hollow still. Whether or not it was the place I was looking for, there was some cave in the rock below me. I would have gone on working straight away had there been anyone with me, but being alone, I had to be careful. I was now standing on, evidently, only a layer of rock over an opening of whose depth I was in ignorance. Should this piece of stone break away, as was quite possible from my working on it, I might be precipitated into a living tomb. The very secrecy in which I had kept my work might tend to ensure my death. Therefore, I made all preparation for such a casualty. Henceforth, I worked with, round my waist, a short rope, the other end of which was fastened to a heavy staple in the wall. Even if the rock should give way underneath me, a foot or two would limit my fall. This precaution taken, I worked more furiously than ever. With a large hammer, I struck the rock at the bottom of the shaft, again and again with all my might. Then I heard a dull sound of something rattling below me. The top of the cave was falling in. I redoubled my efforts, and all at once a whole mass of rock sunk beneath my hammer and disappeared into a black chasm which sent up a whiff of cold air. I had seized my rope to scramble out, fearing asphyxiation, and when I smelled salt water, I did not fear. Then I knew that I had got an opening into a sea cave of some sort. I stuck to my work till I had hammered an irregular hole of some 3 feet square. Then I came up to rest and think. I lowered a rope with a stone at the end, and found that the depth was some 30 feet. The stone had gone into water before it touched bottom. I could hear the plop as it struck the surface. As I thought it better not to descend by myself, lest there should be any danger of returning, I spent the rest of my stay for that evening in rigging up a pulley in the roof over the hole, so that I might be lowered down when the time should come. Then I went for home, for I feared lest the fascinating temptation to make the descent at once would overcome me. After breakfast, I rode over to Crom, and when I was alone with Marjorie, told her of my discovery. She was wild with excitement, and I rejoiced to find that this new pleasure drew us even closer together. We agreed that she should come to help me. It would not do to take anyone else into our confidence, and she would not hear of my going down into the cave alone. In order to avoid comment, we thought it better that she should come late in the evening. The cave being dark, it was of course immaterial whether day or night was appointed for the experiment. Then it was, I could not help it, that I said to her, "You can see now the wisdom of our being married. We can go where we like, and if we should be found out, no one can say a word." She said nothing. There was nothing to say. We decided that she had better slip out, as she had done before, in the footman's dress, I went off and made preparation for her coming, bringing in food for supper, and plenty of candles, and matches, and lamps, and rope, for we did not know how long the exploration might take. A little before 9 o'clock, I met her as before in the wood. She changed her livery coat for the flannel one, and we rode off to Whinnyfold. We got into the house without being noticed. When I took her down to the cellar and turned into the hole the reflector of the strong lamp, she held on to me with a little shiver. The opening did certainly look grim and awesome. The black rock was slimy with sea moisture, and the rays of the light were lost far below in the gloom. I told her what she would have to do in lowering me down, and explained the rude mechanism which I had constructed. She was, I could see, a little nervous with the responsibility, and was anxious to know any detail so thoroughly that no accident of ignorance could occur. When the rope was around me, and I was ready to descend, she kissed me more fondly than she had ever done yet, and held on to me as though loath to part. As I sank into the opening, holding the gasoline bicycle lamp which I had elected to take with me, I saw her pretty forehead wrinkled up in anxiety as she gave all her mind to the paying out of the rope. Even then I was delighted with the ease and poise of her beautiful figure, fully shown in the man's dress which she had not changed, as it was so suitable for the work she had to do. When I had been lowered some 20 feet, I turned my lantern down and saw through the sheen of water a bottom of rock with here and there a cluster of loose stones. One big slab which struck up endwise was evidently that which had fallen from the roof under my hammer. It was manifest that there was, in this part of the cave at any rate, not sufficient water to make it a matter of any concern. I called to Marjorie to lower slowly, and a few seconds later I stood in the cave with the water just above my knees. I moved the new fallen slab to one side, lest it might injure anyone who was descending. Then I took the strong rope from me, and knotted round my waist the end of the thin rope which I had brought for the purpose. This formed a clue, in case such should be necessary, and established a communication with Marjorie which would tend to allay her anxiety. With the cord running through her fingers, she would know I was all right. I went cautiously through the cave, feeling my way carefully with the long stick which I brought with me. When I had got some distance, I heard Marjorie's voice echoing through the cave. "Take care there are no octopuses." She had been thinking of all sorts of possible dangers. For my own part, the idea of an octopus in the cave never crossed my mind. It was a disconcerting addition to my anxieties, but there was nothing to do. I was not going to abandon my project for this fear, and so I went on. Further inland, the cave shelved down on one side, following the line of rocks so that I passed through an angular space, which, though wide in reality, seemed narrow by comparison with the wide and lofty chamber into which I had descended. A little beyond this again, the rock dipped so that only a low tunnel, some 4 feet high, rose above the water. I went on, carefully feeling my way, and found that the cave ended in a point or narrow crevice. All this time I had been thinking that the appearance of the place did not quite tally with the description in de Azkaban's narrative. No mention had been made of any such difficulties. As the few men had carried in what must have been of considerable bulk and weight, there would have been great difficulties for them. So I retraced my steps, intending to see if there was any other branch nearer to the sea. I kept the line taut, so that Marjorie might not be alarmed. I think I was as glad as she was when I saw the light through the opening, and the black circle of her head as she looked down eagerly. When underneath, I told her of my adventure, and then turned seawards to follow the cave down. The floor here was more even, as though it had been worn smooth by sea wash and the endless rolling of pebbles. The water deepened only a few inches in all. As I went, I threw the rays of my lamp around, anxiously looking for some opening. The whole distance from the place where I had made the entry to the face of the cliff was not very great, but distance in the open seems very different from that within an unknown cavern. Presently I came to a place where the floor of the cave was strewn with stones, which grew bigger and more as I went on, till at last I was climbing up a rising pile of rocks. It was slippery work, for there seemed some kind of ooze or slime over the stones, which made progress difficult. When I had climbed up about half towards the roof, I noticed that on my left side the slope began to fall away. I moved over and, raising my lamp, saw, to my inexpressible joy, that there was an opening in the rock. Getting close, I found that, though it was nearly blocked with stones, there was still a space large enough to creep through. Also with pleasure, I saw that the stones here were small. With a very slight effort, I dislodged some of them and sent them rolling down, thus clearing the way. The clatter of the stones evidently alarmed Marjorie, for I heard her calling to me. I hurried back under the opening. The way seemed easy enough now, I knew it, and told her of my fresh discovery. Then I went back again and climbed down the slope of fallen stones. This was evidently the debris of the explosion which had choked the mouth of the cave. The new passage trended away a little to the right, making a sharp angle with the cave I had left. Then, after deflecting to the left, it went on almost straight for a considerable distance, thus lying, as I made out, almost parallel to the first cave. I had very little anxiety as to the safety of the way. The floor seemed more level than even that of the entrance to the first cave. There was a couple of feet of water in the deepest part, but not more. It would not have been difficult to carry the treasure here. About 200 feet in, the cave forked, one arm bending slightly to the left and the other to the right. I tried the former way and came to a sheer dip in the rock such as I had met with before. Accordingly, I came back and tried the second. When I had gone on a little way, I found my line running out, so I went back and asked Marjorie to throw me down the end. I was so sure of the road now that I did not need a clue. At first she demurred, but I convinced her. Taking the rope, I fixed one end of it within the cave before it branched. Then I started afresh on my way, carrying the coil of rope with me. The branch of the cave went on crookedly, with occasionally strange angles and sharp curves. Here and there, on one side or the other, and sometimes on both, the rock walls bellied out, making queer chambers or recesses, or narrowing the cave to an aperture only a few feet wide. The roof, too, was raised or fell in places, so that I had, now and again, to bend my head and even to stoop, whilst at other times I stood under a sort of high dome. In such a zigzag course I lost my bearings somewhat, but I had an idea that the general tendency was inland to the right. Strange to say, the floor of the cave remained nearly level. Here again, ages of tide and rolling pebbles had done their work effectively. My cord ran out again, and I had to lose the far end and bring it on, fixing it afresh, as I did not like to proceed without keeping a clue behind me. Somewhat further on, the cave dipped and narrowed, so that I had to bend nearly double to pass, my face being just above the water as I went. It was with difficulty that I kept the lamp from touching the water below or knocking against the rock above. I was much chagrined to find this change in the structure of the cave, for since I had entered on this branch of it, I had completely made up my mind that I was on the right road, and that only a short time and a little distance lay between me and the treasure. However, there was nothing to do but go on. A few feet more, and the roof began to rise. At first, in a very gentle slope, but then suddenly, stretching my cramped back and raising my head, I looked around. I raised my lamp high, turning it so that its rays might let me take in a wide circle. I stood at the edge of a large, lofty cave, quaint of outline, with here and there smooth walls from which great masses of red rock projected ominously. So threatening did these overhanging masses look that for a few seconds I feared to stir, lest some of them should topple over on me. Then, when my eyes had become accustomed to the greater glare, I saw that they were simply masses of the rugged rock itself. The whole cave, so far as I could see, was red granite, formed of the great rock flung upward in the pristine upheaval which had placed the scares in the sea. Chapter 28. Voices in the Dark. I looked around the cave with mingled feelings. The place itself was, as a natural wonder, superb. But to me, as a treasure hunter, it was a disappointment. In no way did it answer the description of Don de Escoban. However, I did not despair. There were many openings, and some one of them might bring me to the required spot. I passed to the centre of the cavern and looked round. As I did so, I got a momentary fright, for several of the openings were so much alike that only for my rope I would not have been able to distinguish that by which I had come in. The lesson of this shock should not be lost. I must make a mark by which I could distinguish this entrance from the others. No matter where the other openings might lead to, this alone, so far as I could tell, was the one which could lead me to safety. With a heavy pebble, I hammered away at the right side of the entrance till I had chipped off a piece of rock. I could tell this place again by sight or by touch. Then I went round the cave, examining the various branches. It was here that I began to feel the disadvantage of my imperfect light. I wanted some kind of torch which would give sufficient light to see the whole place at once. One could get no fit idea of proportion by merely making the little patch of dim light from the bicycle lamp travel along the rocky walls. I felt that all this time Marjorie must be anxious about me, doubly so since she had no clue to where I had gone. So I determined to come back at once and postpone the thorough examination of the place until I should have proper appliances. Accordingly, I made my way back to the place where Marjorie anxiously awaited me. Her reception of me was sweet and tender. It was so natural that its force was hardly manifest. It may have been that my mind was so full of many things that I did not receive her caress with the same singleness of devotion as was my wont. Now that I was assured of her love for me, and since I had called her my wife, my love lost its element of anxiety. It is this security which marks the difference of a husband's love from that of a lover. Doubt is an element of passion, but not of true conjugal love. It was only afterwards, when I was alone and Marjorie's enchanting presence was not with me, that I began to realize, through the lenses of memory and imagination, the full sweetness of my wife's greeting in her joy at the assurance of my safety. It took a very few moments to tell her all the details of my adventure and of the conclusion which I had come to as to the need for postponement. She thoroughly agreed with me in the necessity, and we then and there settled that it would be wiser for her to go back to Crom tonight. We were to settle later, when all preparations had been made, when we should again attempt the investigation of the cave. When I had put on dry clothes, we set out for Crom. We walked our bicycles past Whinnyfold, and were grateful for the unique peculiarity of that village, an absence of dogs. We did not light our lamps till we got on the Peterhead road, and we put them out when we got into the mesh of crossroads near Crom. In the wood, Marjorie once more resumed her footman's coat, and we set out for the castle. On our way, we had agreed that it would be best to try the other side of the castle, where it was not likely that any stranger would attempt to approach, as there was only the mossy foot track through the wood by the old chapel. In the later days, both Marjorie and I had used our opportunities of finding new paths through the wood round the castle, and we had already marked down several tracks which we could follow, even in the dark, with a little care. This was almost a necessity, as we had noticed of late traces of the watchers round the main gateway, through which all in the castle were accustomed to come and go. The path which we took tonight required a long detour of the wood, as it lay right on the other side from the entrance gate. It was only a narrow grass path, beginning between two big trees which stood closely together, not very far from one of the flanking mounds or hillocks which here came closer down to the castle than any of the others. The path wound in and out among the tree trunks, till finally it debouched at the back of the old chapel, which stood on a rising rock, hidden in the wood, some 300 feet from the west side of the castle. It was a very old chapel, partly in ruins, and antedating the castle by so many centuries that it was manifestly a relic of the older castle on whose site Crom was built. It may have been used for service early in the 16th century, but it could not even have been in repair or even weatherproof, for there were breaches at the end of it in which had taken root seedlings which were now forest trees. There was one old oak whose girth and whose gnarled appearance could not have been achieved within 2 centuries. Not merely the roots, but the very trunk and branches had pushed aside the great stones which lay firmly and massively across the long, low windows peculiar to the place. These windows were mere longitudinal slits in the wall, a sort of organised interstices between great masses of stone. Each of the 3 on either side of the chapel was about 2 feet high and some 6 feet in length. One stone support, irregularly placed, broke the length of each. There was some kind of superstition amongst the servants regarding this place. None of them would, under any circumstances, go near it at night, and not even in daytime if they could decently excuse themselves. In front of the chapel, the way was very much wider. Originally, there had been a clear space leading through the wood, but centuries of neglect had done their work. From fallen pine cone and beech mast and acorn, here and there a tree had grown which now made of the original broad alleyway a number of tortuous paths between the towering trunks. One of the reasons why we had determined to use this path was that it was noiseless. Grass and moss and rusty heaps of pine needles betrayed no footfall. With care, one could come and go unheard. If once she could get through the wood unnoticed, Marjorie might steal up to the doorway in the shadow of the castle and let herself in unobserved. We went hand in hand, slowly and cautiously, hardly daring to breathe, and after a time, that seemed endless, came out at the back of the chapel. Then we stole quietly along by the southern wall. As we passed the first window, Marjorie, who was ahead of me, stopped and gripped my hand so hard that I knew there must be some good cause for her agitation. She pressed back so that we both stood away from the window opening, which we could just see dimly outlined on the granite wall, the black vacancy showing against the lichen-covered stone. Putting her lips close to my ear, she whispered, "There are people there. I heard them talking." My blood began to run cold. In an instant, all the danger in which Marjorie stood rushed back upon me. Of late, we had been immune from trouble, so that danger, which we did not know of, seemed to stand far off. But now the place and the hour, the very reputation of the old chapel, all sent back in a flood the fearful imaginings which had assailed me since I first had known of the plot against Marjorie. Instinctively, my first act was to draw my wife close to me and hold her tight. Even in that moment, it was a joy to me to feel that she let herself come willingly. For a few moments, we stood silent, with our hearts beating together. Then she whispered to me again, "We must listen. We may perhaps find out who they are and what they intend." Accordingly, we drew again close to the opening, Marjorie standing under the aperture, and I beside it, as I found I could hear better in this position. The stooping made the coursing of my own blood sound in my ears. The voice which we first heard was a strong one, for even when toned to a whisper, it was resonant as well as harsh and raucous. "Then it's settled. We wait till we get word from Whiskey Tommy. How long is it likely to be?" The answering voice, also a whisper, was smooth and oily, but penetrating. "Can't say. He has to square the duchy, and they take a lot of sugar, his kind. They're mighty pious when they're right end up, but, lordy, when they're down, they're holy terrors. This one is a peach, but he's clever, I will say that, and he knows it. I'm almost sorry we took him in now. Though he is so clever, he'd better mind out, though, for none of us love him. And if he goes back on us, or does not come up to the mark—" He stopped, and the sentence was finished by a click, which I knew was the snapping of the spring of a bowie knife when it is thrown open. "And quite right, too. I'm on if need be." And there was another click. The answering voice was strong and resolute, but somehow, for all the wicked intent spoken, it did not sound so evil as the other. I looked at Marjorie and saw through the darkness that her eyes were blazing. My heart leaped again. The old pioneer spirit was awake in her, and somehow my dread for her was not the same. She drew close to me and whispered again. "Be ready to get behind the trees at the back. I hear them rising." She was evidently right, for now the voices were easier to hear, since the mouths of the speakers were level with the window. A voice, a new one, said, "We must get now. Them boys of Max will be on their round soon." With a quick movement, Marjorie doubled under the window and came to me. She whispered as before, "Let's get behind trees in front. We may see them coming through the door, and it will be well to know them." So motioning to her to go on the side we were on, I slipped round the back, and turning by the other side of the chapel, and taking care to duck under the windows, hid myself behind one of the great oak trees in front, to the north of the original clearing. From where I stood, I could see Marjorie behind a tree across the glade. From where we were, we could see anyone who left the chapel, for one or other of us commanded the windows, and we both commanded the ruined doorway. We waited and waited and waited, afraid to stir hand or foot, lest we should give a warning to our foes. The time seemed interminable, but no one came out, and we waited on, not daring to stir. Presently, I became conscious of two forms stealing between the trees up towards the chapel. I glided further round, behind my sheltering tree, and, throwing an anxious glance towards Marjorie, was rejoiced to see that she was doing the same. Closer and closer, the two forms came. There was not the faintest sound from them. Approaching the doorway from either side, they peered in, listened, and then stole into the darkness between the tree trunks which marked the breach in the wall. I ventured out and slipped behind a tree somewhat nearer. Marjorie, on her side, did the same, and at last we stood behind the two nearest trees and could both note the doorway and each of us the windows on one side. Then there was a whisper from within. Somehow, I expected to hear a pistol shot, or to see a rush of men out through the jagged black of the doorway. Still, nothing happened. Then a match was struck within. In the flash, I could see the face of the man who had made the light, the keen-eyed messenger of Sam Adams. He held up the light, and to our amazement, we could see that, except for the two men whom we had seen go in, the chapel was empty. Marjorie flitted over to me and whispered, "Don't be afraid. Men who light up like that aren't likely to stumble over us, if we are decently careful." She was right. The two men, seeing that the place was empty, seemed to cast aside their caution. They came out without much listening, stole behind the chapel, and set off along the narrow pathway through the wood. Marjorie whispered to me, "Now is my chance to get in before they come back. You may come with me to the edge of the wood. When I get in, dear, go back home as fast as you can. You must be tired and want rest. Come tomorrow as soon as you can. We have lots to talk over. That chapel must be seen too. There is some mystery there which is bigger than anything we have struck yet. It's no use going into it now. It wants time and thinking over." We were whispering as we walked along, still keeping carefully in the shadow of the trees. Behind the last tree, Marjorie kissed me. It was her own act, and as impulsively I clasped her tight in my arms, she nestled into me as though she felt that she belonged there. With a mutual good night and a whispered blessing, she stole away into the shadow. I saw her reach the door and disappear through it. I went back to Cruden with my mind in a whirl of thoughts and feelings. Amongst them, love was first, with all the unspeakable joy which comes with love that is returned. I felt that I had a right to call Marjorie my very own now. Our dangers and hopes and sympathies made a tie which seemed even closer than that tied in the church at Carlisle. Chapter 29. The Monument. For the remainder of that night, whether rushing home on my bicycle, preparing for rest, lying awake, or even in my sleep, I thought over the mystery of the disappearance of the speakers in the old chapel. Certainly, I went to sleep on the thought, and woke with it. It never left me even after breakfast as I rode out towards Crom. It was manifest that there must be some secret vault or hiding place in the chapel, or it might be that there was some subterranean passage. If the latter, where did it lead to? Where else, unless to the castle? Such would be the natural inference. The very thought made my blood run cold. It was no wonder that it overspread my mind to the exclusion of all else. In such case, Marjorie's enemies were indeed dangerous, since they held a secret way to her at all times. Once within the castle, it would not be hard to work evil to her. I thought that this morning I would do a little prospecting on my own account. Accordingly, I left my bicycle in the wood and went a long circuit, keeping in the shadow of the woods where possible, and elsewhere stealing behind the hedgerows, till I got to the far side of the hill or spur, which came nearest to the old chapel. This was one of the hills up whose base the trees ran in flame-shaped patches. Halfway up, the woods ceased, and there was a belt of barrenness, outcropping rock, fringed with green grass. The top, like most of the hills or mounds around the castle, was covered with woods, close-growing masses of pine, which made a dusk even in the noonday. I took my way up the back of the hill and stole through the wood, carefully keeping a watchful lookout all round me, for I feared the presence of either of the sets of spies. At the very top, I came upon a good-sized circle of masonry, low but heavily built of massive stones, completely covered with rich green lichen. The circle was some 15 feet diameter, and the top was slightly arched, as though forming a roof. Leaning over it, I could hear a faint trickle of water. This was evidently the source of the castle supply. I walked round it, examining it carefully. Anything which had any direct communication with the castle was at present of possibly the supremest importance. There was no floor or opening anywhere, and from the unbroken covering of the stones by the lichen, it was apparent that there had been no disturbance for years. I sat down on the edge of the stonework, and for a long time thought over matters of probability. If underneath me, as was almost to be taken for granted, lay the reservoir of the castle, it must have been made coevally with Crom itself, or even the older castle on whose ruins it was built. It must be fed by springs in the rock which formed the base of the hill and cropped out all over it, and if it was not approachable from without, there must be some way of reaching the water from within. It might be that the chamber which contained the reservoir had some other entrance from the hilltop or from some lower level. Accordingly, I made, as I conceived, a bee-line for the castle till I came to the very base of the hill. For I knew that in matters of water conduit, the direct way is always chosen where work has to be done. As I went, I conned the ground carefully, not merely the surface, for that was an uniform thick coating of brown pine needles, but the general conformation. Where a trench has been made, there is ever after some trace of it to be found. Even if the workmen level the trench most carefully, there and then, the percolation of rain through the softer broken earth will make discovery of the change by shrinkage. Here, however, there was no such sign. The ground, so far as one could judge, had never been opened. The trees grew irregularly, and there was no gap, such as would be had one ever been removed. Here and there, particles of rock cropped out amongst the pine needles, just as anywhere else. If any opening existed, it was not on the direct line between the reservoir and the castle. Back again, I went to the reservoir, and, using it as a base, began to cast around for some opening or sign. I made circles in all directions, just as a retriever does when looking for a fallen partridge in a dry stubble when the scent is killed by heat. At last, I came upon something, though whether or no it might have any point of contact with my purpose. It was a rude monument of some kind, a boulder placed endwise on a slab of rock, roughly hewn to form a sort of square plinth. This again was surrounded on the outside, for the whole monument was on the very edge of a steeply dipping crag, by a few tiers of rough masonry. The stones were roughly cut and laid together without mortar, or, if mortar or cement there had ever been, time and weather had washed it away. In one respect, this structure was in contrast to that above the reservoir. There was not a sign of moss or lichen about it. The trees of the wood came close up behind it. In front it was shut out from view below by the branches of a few pine trees, which grew crookedly, from a precarious foothold amongst the ledges of rock beneath. As I stood in front of it, I could see nothing immediately below me. However, when I had scrambled to a ledge a few feet lower down, the back wall of the old chapel became visible, though partly obscured by trunks and branches of intervening trees. I searched all over the monument for some inscription, but could see none. Then I stood on the plinth to see if there might be any inscription on the top of the boulder. As I stood, looking over the top of it from the bank, I could just see through a natural alleyway amongst the treetops the top of one corner of the castle, that on the side of and farthest from the old chapel. As I looked, a bright thought struck me. Here was a place from which one might correspond with the castle, unseen by anyone save at the one spot. I determined then and there that Marjorie and I should arrange some method of signalling to one another. Somehow this place impressed me, possibly because it was the only thing, except the reservoir, which seemed to have a purpose in the whole scheme of the hilltop. Where there was labour and manifest purpose, there must surely be some connection. I examined all round the place minutely, scrambling down the rocks below and on either side, but always keeping a bright lookout in case of spies. The only thing I noticed was that there seemed a trace of some kind of pathway through the wood here. It was not sufficiently marked to allow one to accept it with certainty as a pathway, but there is something about a place which is even occasionally trodden, which marks it from its surroundings virgin of footsteps. I could not find where the path ended or where it began. It seemed to grow from the monument, but here underfoot was stone and hard gravel, and the wind coming over the steep slope swept the fallen pine needles back amongst the shelter of trees. After a few hundred yards, any suggestion of a pathway disappeared, lost in the aisles of the pine trees, spreading round on every side. There was no need of a pathway here, where all was open. Once or twice, as I searched, the thought came to me that there might be some opening here to a secret way or hiding place, but look how I would, I could not find the faintest trace or suggestion of any opening. I had to take it that the erection was merely a monument or mark of some kind, whose original purpose was probably lost in time. At last, as the day was well on, I made my way back to where my bicycle was hidden, always taking care to keep from observation. Then emerging on the road, I went as usual through the old ruined gateway and the long winding avenue to the castle. Marjorie met me with an anxious look, and hung on to my arm lovingly as she said, "Oh, you are late. I have been quite nervous all the morning, lest anything should have happened to you." Mrs. Jack, after we had greeted, discreetly left us alone, and I told my wife of all that I had thought since we had parted, and of what I had seen on the hilltop. She was delighted at the idea of a means of signalling, and insisted on my coming at once to the roof to make further arrangements and discoveries. We found the spot which I had indicated admirably adapted for our purpose. One could sit on the stone roof, well back from the wall, and through one of the openings in the castellation see the top of the monument amongst the treetops, and could yet be unobserved oneself from any other spot around. The angles of the castellation of the various walls shut out the tops of the other hills or mounds on every side. As the signs of our code were already complete, we had only to fix on some means of signalling A and B. This we did by deciding that by daylight A should be signified by red and B by white, and at night A by red and B by green. Thus, by daylight, 2 pocket handkerchiefs of red and white, or 2 flowers of white and red, or a piece of paper and a red leaf or flower would suffice. We fixed on colour as the best representative, as the distance made simplicity necessary. By night, an ordinary bicycle lamp with the lens covered could be used. The ordinary red and green side lights could be shown as required. Then and there, we arranged that very afternoon, when I had left the castle, I should steal back to the monument, and we should make a trial of our signalling. Then we talked of other things. Alone there on the roof, we could talk freely, and the moments flew swiftly by in a sweet companionship, even if the subjects which we had to discuss were grim ones of danger and intrigue of secret passages and malignant enemies, of spies and possibilities of harm to one or both of us. Still, mutuality of our troubles and dangers made their existence to us sweet. That we shared in common even such matters was dear to us both. I could not but be conscious of Marjorie's growing love for me, and if I had to restrain myself now and again from throwing my arms round her and pressing her beautiful body close to me and sweeping her face with kisses, I was repaid when, as we descended, she put both her hands in mine and said, "Oh, Archie, you're good to me, and I love you so." Then she sank into my arms and our mouths met in a long, loving kiss. We decided that, as there must be some hidden opening in the old chapel, we should make search for it the next day. I was to come soon after sunrise, for this, we judged, would be the time when the spies of both kinds would least expect movement from the castle. I was to come by the grass path between the trees into the old chapel, where she would meet me, and we should make our investigations together. After tea, I came away. Marjorie came out on the steps with me to see me off. As we bade each other goodbye, she said aloud in case anyone might be listening, "Remember, you are to come to tea tomorrow, and to bring me the book. I'm quite anxious to know how it ends. It is too bad of the librarian not to send us all the volumes at once." When I got to the road, I hid my bicycle in the old place, and took my way secretly to the monument. Marjorie had been much struck by the suggestion of the footpath, and womanlike, had made up her mind on the subject. She had suggested that we should test whether anyone came or went by it, and to this end gave me a spool of the finest thread so that I might lay a trap. Before I should leave the place, I was to stretch threads across it here and there between the tree trunks. If, on the next visit, I should find them broken, we might take it that someone had been there. From the top of the boulder, I made signal, and was immediately answered. My own signal was simply the expression of my heart's feelings. "I love you, my wife." The answer came quickly back, filling me with joy. "I love you, my husband. Don't forget me. Think of me." Chapter 30. The Secret Passage. That night was one of rest. I was physically tired out, and after I had posted a few letters to merchants in Aberdeen, giving orders for various goods to be sent at once to Whinnyfold, I went to bed and slept till the early morning. I got up at daylight, and after my morning swim, rode off to Crom. Again I left my bicycle in the wood, and took my way round to the back of the hill and up through the wood to the monument beyond the reservoir. It was still early morning, as it is counted in the cities, though the sun was well up. I went, with extra caution, stealing from tree to tree, for I knew nothing of the locality of the watchers at this hour. I saw no sign of anyone, and coming at last to where the rudimentary pathway lay, examined carefully where I had placed the first thread. As I did so, I straightened myself quickly and looked round with apprehension. The thread was broken across, though the two ends were tied where I had placed them. With a beating heart, I examined all the others in turn, with the same result. It was quite evident that someone or something had passed along the track. In spite of my concern, I rejoiced, for something had been found. It was, at least, probable that there was a regular route somewhere at hand. Accordingly, I prepared my traps afresh, this time placing them in various directions and at irregular distances, along the path and all round the monument. I might thus be able to trace the exact route of anyone who might disturb them. This done, and it took some time, I went back to the wood and thence rode to the castle. Marjorie was eager for news, but it thrilled me to see that her eagerness was not all from this cause. Hour by hour, I found myself growing in her affection. When I told her of the broken threads, she clapped her hands with delight. The hunter spirit, hereditary in her, was pleased. She gave her opinion that on the next morning I should be able to locate the entrance to the passage, if one there was. In the midst of her speaking thus, she stopped, A bright, keen light came into her eyes, and her brows knitted. "Why," she said, "how stupid I am. I never once thought of doing the same at my end. Yesterday, after you left, I spent an hour in the old chapel, and went over every inch of it, but it never occurred to me to do there what you had gone to do at the monument. If I'd done so, I might this morning have been able to discover the secret of the disappearance of the kidnappers. I shall take good care to do it this evening." While she was speaking, a fear grew upon me, lest being alone in the ruin, she might give her enemies the very opportunity they wanted. She saw my distress, and with a quick woman's wit, guessed the cause of it. With a very tender movement, she placed her hand on the back of mine, and without squeezing it, held it there firmly as she said, "Don't be frightened for me, dear. These are expert workmen that we are dealing with. They won't move till their plans are all ready. They don't wish to get hold of me for 5 minutes and let Mac's men, as lacking due respect for President McKinley they call the Secret Service agents of my country, catch them red-handed. They are only laying their plans as yet. Perhaps we may have cause to be anxious when it is done, but as yet it's all right. Anyhow, my dear, as I know it will make you easier in your mind, when you are not at hand to protect me, I shall lay the traps whilst you are with me. There now. Am I good to my husband, or am I not?" I made her aware in my own way, I could not help it, that she was good, and she let the incident pass unrebuked. Even lovers, though they have not the status of the husband, must be allowed a little latitude now and again. We talked over all the possibilities that we could either of us think of with regard to a secret passage between the castle and the monument. It was apparent that in old time such a hidden way might have been of the utmost importance, and it was more than possible that such a passage might exist. Already we had reason to believe that there was a way between the ruined chapel and the top of the reservoir hill, and we knew that there must be existing some secret hiding place gained from the interior of the chapel. What we had still to discover, and this was the most important of all, was whether there was a method of communication between the castle and the chapel. After tea, we started out together, and as we had arranged between us before starting, managed, in our strolling, to go quite round the castle and through many of the grassy alleys between the woods. Then, lest there should be any listener, I said, "Let us go into the old chapel. I haven't had a good look at it since I have been coming here." So we went into the chapel and began to lay our traps. Of course, we could not guard against anyone spying upon us. There might be eyes of enemies bent on us through some secret chink or cranny or organised spy hole. Thus we could not help, and had to take our chances of it. But if anyone were within earshot and unable to see us, we guarded our movements by our misleading remarks concerning history and art. Deftly, Marjorie stretched sections of her gossamer thread from place to place, so that if anyone went in the chapel, their course must be marked by the broken threads. We finished near the door, and our artless, innocent archaeological conversation stopped there too. We strolled back to the castle, feeling sure that if there were any secret hiding place within the ruin, we should have located the entrance to it in the morning. That afternoon I went to the house at Whinnyfold. Most of the things which I had ordered had arrived, and when I had had the various boxes and bundles moved inside, I felt able to start on my work. First I rigged up a proper windlass over the hole into the cave, and fixed it so that anyone could manipulate it easily and safely from above. It could be also worked from below by aid of an endless chain round the axle. I hammered the edges of the hole somewhat smoother, so that no chance friction might cut the rope, and I fixed candles and lanterns in various places, so that all the light which might be necessary could be had easily. Then I furnished a room with rugs and pillows, and with clothes for Marjorie for changing. She would be sure to require such when our search after the treasure should come off. I had ready some tins of provisions, and I had arranged the hotel, that as I might sometimes stay and work in my own home, I was supposed to be an author, some fresh provisions were to be sent over each morning, and left ready for me with Mrs. Hay and Whinnyfold. By the time my work was through, it was late in the evening, and I went to the hotel to sleep. I had arranged with Marjorie to be with her early in the morning. It was hardly daylight when I woke, but I got up at once and took my way towards Crom. For the experience of the day before had shown me that whoever used the path near the monument used it in the grey of the dawn. As usual, I hid my bicycle and took my way cautiously to the monument. By this time, the sun was up and the day was bright. The dew lay heavy, and when I came on any of my threads, I could easily distinguish them by the shimmering beads which made each thread look like a miniature rope of diamonds. Again, the strings across the path were broken. My heart beat heavily as I began to follow back towards the monument the track of the broken thread. It led right up to it, on the side away from the castle, and then stopped. The other threads all round the monument were intact. Having learned so much, my first act was to prevent discovery of my own plan. Accordingly, I carefully removed all the threads, broken and unbroken. Then I began to make minute investigation of the monument itself. As it was evident that whoever had broken the threads had come straight from it, there was a presumption that there was an opening somewhere. The rock below was unbroken, and the stonework was seemingly fixed on the rock itself. By a process of exclusions, I came to the belief that possibly the monument itself might be movable. Accordingly, I began to experiment. I pressed against it this way and that. I tried to move it by exercising pressure top and bottom in turn, but always without avail. Then I began to try to move it sideways, as though it might be on a pivot. At first there was no yielding, no answer of any kind to my effort. But suddenly I thought I perceived a slight movement. I tried again and again, using my strength in the same way, but with no result. Then I tried turning it in the suspected direction, holding both my hands low down on the corners of the boulder. Then going gradually up higher, I pursued the same effort. Again, no response. Still, I felt I was on the track, and began to make efforts in eccentric ways. All at once, whilst I was pressing with my left hand low down, whilst I pulled with my right hand high up on the other edge, the whole great stone began to move in a slow, easy way, as though in perfect poise. I continued the movement, and the stone turned lazily over on one side, revealing at my very feet a dark opening of oval form, some 3 feet across its widest part. Somehow, I was not altogether surprised. My head kept cool, in what was to me a wonderful way. With an impulse, which was based on safety, lest the opening of the hole should make discovery of my presence, I reversed the action, and the stone rolled slowly over to its old position. Several times I moved it from its place and then back again, so that I might become accustomed to its use. For a while I hesitated as to whether I should explore the opening immediately, but soon came to the conclusion that I had better begin at once. So I went back to my bicycle and took the lamp with me. I had matches in my case, and as I had the revolver, which I always carried now, I felt equal to any emergency. I think I was finally influenced in my decision to attempt the passage at once by the remembrance of Marjorie's remark that the kidnappers would make no effort until their plans were quite complete. They, more than I, might fear discovery, and on this hope I was strong as I lowered myself down through the narrow opening. I was glad to see that there was no difficulty in moving the stone from the inside. There were 2 iron handles let into the stone for the purpose. I cannot say I was at ease in my mind. I was, however, determined to go on, and with a prayer to God for protection and a loving thought of Marjorie, I went on my way. The passage was doubtless of natural origin, for it was evident that the seams in the rock were much like those on the coast where the strata of different geological formations joined. Art had, however, improved the place wonderfully. Where the top had come too low, it had been quarried away. The remnants still lay adjacent where the cave broadened out. The floor, where the slope was steep, was cut into rough steps. Altogether, there were signs of much labour in the making of the passage. As I went down, I kept an eye on the compass whenever I came to a turn, so that I might have a rough idea of the direction in which I was going. In the main, the road, with counterbalancing curves and angles, led straight down. When I had got to what I considered must be halfway, allowing for the astounding magnitude, which seems to be the characterization of even a short way underground, the passage forked, and at a steep angle, another passage, lower and less altered than that along which I had come, turned away to the left. Going a few feet up it, I could hear the sound of running water. This was, evidently, the passage to the reservoir. Chapter 31. Marjorie's Adventure. As I felt that time, in which I had the passage all to myself, was precious, I turned back to the main way down. The path was very steep and low, and the rock underfoot was cut in rude steps. As I held the lantern before me, I had to droop it so that I could smell the hot metal where the flame touched the back. It was indeed a steep and difficult way, made for others than men of my own stature. As I went, I felt my first fears passing away. At first, I had dreaded a lack of air and all sorts of horrors which came close to those who essay unknown passages. There came back to my recollection passages in Belzoni's explorations in the pyramids, when individuals had got lost, and then whole parties were stopped by the first to advance, jamming in a narrow passage as he crawled along on his belly. Here, though, the roof came down in places dangerously low. There was still ample room, and the air came up sweet and cool. To anyone unused to deep burrows, whether the same be natural or artificial, there is a dread of being underground. One is cut off from light and air, and burial alive in all its potential horrors is always at hand. However, the unexpected clearness and easiness of the way reassured me, and I descended the steep passage with a good heart. All distance underground seems extravagantly long to those unaccustomed to it, and to me the mere depth I had descended seemed almost impossible when the way before me became somewhat level again. At the same time the roof rose so that I could stand upright. I guessed that I must be now somewhere at the foot of the hillock and not far from the old chapel. So I went forward carefully, keeping my hand ready to cover up the front of the lamp. As the ground was fairly level, I could in any way pace it, and as I knew that there was only about 200 feet distance from the foot of the hill to the chapel, I was not surprised when after some 80 paces I found the passage end in a sort of rude chamber cut in the rock. At right angles to the place of my entry there was a regular stairway, partly cut in rock and partly built, leading upward. Before I ascended, I looked around carefully and could see that sections of the walls of the chamber were built of great blocks of stone. Leaving further investigation for the future, I went upward with a beating heart. The stair was rudely circular, and I had counted 30 steps when I saw the way blocked by a great stone. For a few seconds I was in fear lest I should find this impossible. Then I looked carefully for any means of moving the obstacle. I thought it more than likely that something of the same process would be adopted for both ends of the passage. Luck was certainly on my side today. Here were 2 iron handles, much the same as those with which I had been enabled to move the monument from within. I grasped them firmly and began to experiment as to which way the stone moved. It trembled under my first effort, so exerting a very little of my strength in the same direction, the great stone began to move. I saw a widening line of open space through which a dim light shone in upon me. Holding the stone in poise with one hand, I covered the front of the lamp with my cap and then resumed the opening process. Slowly, slowly, the stone rolled back till a clear way lay abreast of me, through which, doubled up, I could pass. From where I stood, I could see part of the wall of a building, a wall with long, low windows in massive stone, and I knew that at last I had reached the old chapel. A joyous feeling rushed over me. After the unknown perils of the cavern passage, at last I had reached safety. I bent low and began to step out through the narrow opening. They were fully 4 feet in the circumference of the stone, so that 2 steps, as were possible to me, were necessary to take me out. I had taken one, and my foot was lifted for the second, when a clear, firm voice said in a whisper, "Hands up! If you move, you are a dead man." I stopped, of course, and raising my face, for my head was bent low in the necessary effort of stooping, I found myself opposite the muzzle of a revolver. For an instant, I looked at it. It was firm as the rock around me, and I felt that I must obey. Then I looked beyond it, to the hand which held it, and the eyes which directed. These too were inflexible, but a great joy came over me when I recognized that the hand and eyes were those of Marjorie. I would have sprung forward to her, but for that ominous ring of steel in front of me. I waited a few seconds, for it seemed strange that she did not lower the revolver on seeing who it was. As, however, the pistol still covered me unpleasantly, I said, "Marjorie." In an instant, her hand dropped to her side. I could not but notice, with an admiration for her self-control and the strength of her resolution, that she still held the revolver in her grasp. With a glad cry, she leaped towards me with a quick, impulsive movement which made my heart bound, for it was all love and spontaneity. She put her left hand on my shoulder, and as she looked into my eyes, I could feel the glad tremor that swept through her. For several seconds she stood, and then, with a sigh, said in a voice of self-reproach, "And I did not know you." The way she spoke the words, "I, you," was luminous. Had I not already known her heart, she would in that moment have stood self-revealed. We were manifestly 2 thoroughly practical people, for even in the rapture of our meeting, to me it was no less than rapture to come from so grim an aperture in the secret cavern passage, we had our wits about us. I think she was really the first to come to a sense of our surroundings, for just as I was opening my mouth to speak, she held up a warning finger. "Hush, someone may come, though I think there is no one near. Wait, dear, whilst I look." She seemed to flit noiselessly out of the doorway, and I saw her vanish amongst the trees. In a few minutes she returned, carrying carefully a wicker basket. As she opened it, she said, "Someone might suspect something if they saw you in that state." She took from the basket a little bowl of water, soap, towel, and a clothes brush. Whilst I washed my face and hands, she was brushing me down. A very short time completed a rough toilet. Then she poured the water carefully into a crack in the wall, and putting the things together with my lamp back in the basket, she said, "Come now, let us get to the castle before anyone finds us. They will think that I have met you in the wood." We went as unobtrusively as we could to the castle, and entered, I think, unobserved. I had a thorough clean-up before I let anyone see me. Our secret was too precious to risk discovery by suspicion. When I had seen Mrs. Jack, Marjorie took me to her boudoir in the top of the castle, and there, while she sat by me holding my hands, I told her every detail of my adventure. I could feel how my story moved her. When there was any passage of especial interest, the pressure of her clasp grew tense. She, who had seemingly no fear for herself, was all in fear for me. Then we talked matters over. We had now a good clue to the comings and goings of the kidnappers, and we felt that by a little thoughtful organisation we might find their hours and be able to trace them one by one. By lunchtime, we had decided on our plan of action. We took our idea from one of the old tales of the genie, where the conquered king was brought by his faithful vizier into a cavern and asked to cut a rope which was stretched before him, and which he soon discovered released the great rock which roofed the pavilion, specially built by the vizier to be seen and occupied by the conqueror. We would fix a fine thread to the top of the monument and bring it secretly to the castle, where its breaking would apprise Marjorie of the opening of the passage. Thus she would discover the hour of the coming of the kidnappers to the chapel. We arranged another ingenious device, whereby a second thread fastened to the stone in the old chapel would be broken by the opening of the stone, and would cause a book to fall on Marjorie's bed and wake her if she were asleep. The better part of the afternoon was taken up by us carrying out these ideas, for we went slowly and cautiously to work. Then I went home. I was early at the monument in the morning, and getting behind the stone, signalled to the castle roof in case Marjorie should happen to expect me and be there, but there was no answer. So I sat down to wait till it would be a decent time to go to the castle for an early breakfast. As I sat waiting, I thought I heard a sound, either close to me and muffled, or else distant. I could hardly tell which. Matters might be lively if I were discovered, so I got my revolver ready. With my heart beating so heavily that I mistook it at moments for the foreign sound, I listened, and listened, all ears. It was, as I had suspected, the sound came from the tunnel beneath me. I hardly knew whether to stay or go. If I waited, I could see who came from the opening, but on the other hand, I should at once be known to have discovered the secret. Still, as the stone might roll back at any moment, it was necessary that I should make up my mind. I should either go or stay. I decided that I would stay and make discovery at once. In any case, should I succeed in capturing a blackmailer, or even in discovering or partially discovering his identity, I should be aiding in Marjorie's safety. So I got my revolver ready, and standing back so that I could not be seen at once by anyone emerging, waited. No one came, but I could still hear a slight sound. Filled with growing unrest, I determined to take the initiative and began to move closer to the stone. As I looked, it began to quiver and then to move slowly. As it rolled softly back, I kept behind it so that I might not be seen, and waited with the revolver ready and what patience I could. There was dead silence, and then a hand holding a revolver rested a moment on the edge of the opening. I knew the hand, and I knew the revolver, and I knew the quickness of both. I did not say a word or make a sound, till Marjorie, with an alert movement, seemed to sweep up out of the opening and whirled round with ready pistol, as though suspecting an enemy on every side. Marjorie, all covered with dust, her cheeks as white as snow, so that the smears of dust lay on them like soot, and eyes with pupils distended as in coming from the dark. For a few seconds, she seemed hardly to recognize me, but when she did, she sprang gladly into my arms. "Oh, Archie, I'm glad to see you. It was so terrible and lonely in the dark. I began to fear I might never find my way out." In the dark, I began to fear and asked her, "But dear one, how did you come and why? Haven't you got a light with you? Surely you didn't come unprepared, if you did venture into the cave." Then, in a rush, she told me the whole story. How, before dawn, she had been waked by the dropping of the book, and had hurried to the castle roof to watch the stone. With her field glass, she had presently seen it move. She was then satisfied that the watchers had gone home, and had determined on a little adventure on her own account. I put on a grey tweed dress, and taking my revolver and bicycle pump, stole out of the castle and reached the old chapel. Having lit my lamp, I rolled back the stone and set out to explore the tunnel. I followed, from your description, the passage to its bifurcating, and determined to explore the other arm to the reservoir. I easily found it, a deep dark tank cut in the rock and seemingly fed by springs which bubbled up from patches of fine sand, the accumulation of years of wasting rock. Whilst I was trying to look into the depth of the reservoir, holding my bicycle lamp so as to throw its light downwards, I saw something white at the bottom. Just then the lamp from its inverted position began to smoke, but as I looked in that last moment through the crystal pure water, I realized that the white object was a skull. In the sudden shock of the discovery, the lamp dropped from my hand and disappeared, hissing and bubbling in the last flicker of light. As she told me this, I took her hand, for I feared that the memory of such an appalling moment must have unnerved her. But to my surprise, her nerves were as firm as my own. She let her hand remain in mine, but she had evidently understood my thought, for she said, "Oh, it's all right now, Archie. For a moment or two, I do believe I was frightened. You can have the laugh on me there, if you like." But then common sense came to my aid. I was in a tight place. It would need all I knew to get out. I thought the matter over as coolly as I could. And you know that coolness seemed to grow with the effort. I was in the dark, in a cave deep underground, the entrance to which was secret. I had no means of getting a light even for an instant, for though I had taken plenty of wax matches, they were all in the lamp. The only thing I could do was to try to grope my way out. I had noted the passage as I came along, but I found so soon as I had felt my way out of the reservoir chamber how little use an abstract recollection is when every second there is a new detail. I found, too, the astonishing difference between sight and touch. What I had remembered had been with my eyes, and not with my fingers. I had to guard all around me, my head, my feet, my sides. I am amazed, now I think of it, how many different kinds of mistakes and calculations I made in a few yards. It seemed a terribly long time till I came to the place where the passage forks. There I weighed up the matter of whether it would be better to go back by the way I had come to the old chapel, or to go up the other passage to the monument of which you told me. Somehow the latter seemed to me the more feasible. I think it must have been that I trusted you more than myself. You had not shrunk from going into the passage, and I would not shrink from going out. I squeezed her hands hard. I had got both by this time. She blushed a little and looked at me fondly and went on. There was something cheering in the mere fact of going up instead of down. It was like coming towards the air and light again, and the time did not seem so long till I came to the end of the passage. For so long as I could feel, there was nothing but solid rock all round me. For a little bit my heart sank again, but I soon bucked up. I knew that this must be the way out, and I felt around for the iron handles of which you had told me. And then, thank God for his goodness, when the stone began to turn, I saw the light and breathed fresh air again. They seemed to give me back all my courage and caution. Up to this, I had not troubled about kidnappers. There was quite enough to think of in getting along the passage. But now I was my own woman again, and I determined to take no chances. When I saw it was your gun that was aimed at me, I was glad. Chapter 32. The Lost Script. After a little consideration of ways and means, we decided that the best thing we could do was to pass through the passage to the old chapel. It was still very early, so early that, in all probability, none of the household were yet awake. If Marjorie could regain her room before being seen, it would avoid curiosity. She was, certainly, in a shocking condition of dust and dishevelment. Her groping in the dark through that long, rugged passage had not been accomplished without many hardships. Her dress was torn in several places, and her hat was simply knocked to pieces. Even her hair was tumbled about, and had been put up again and again with dusty fingers. She saw me smiling. I think it pained her a little, for she suddenly said, "Come along, quick. It's simply awful standing here in the light of day in this filthy state. It won't feel half so bad in the dark passage." Without more ado, I lit my lamp, and having, of course, closed the entrance behind us, we went back into the cavern. The tramp back through the tunnel did not seem nearly so long or so difficult as at first. It may have been that comparative familiarity made it easier. It certainly eased its terrors, or it is possible that our companionship, each to the other, made the bearing of fears and difficulties lighter. Anyhow, it was something of a surprise to both of us to find ourselves so quickly in the rude chamber whence the steps led up to the old chapel. Before we left this, we made a rough examination of it, turning the lantern over walls and floor and ceiling, for I had an idea that the passage from the castle, which I was satisfied must exist, made its exit here. We could not, however, see any external sign of an opening. The walls were built up of massive unmortared stones, and were, seemingly, as solid as the rock itself. When we got into the chapel, we found the utility of Marjorie's foresight. In a corner was her little basket, with soap and towel, water and clothes brush, and, together, we restored her to some semblance of decency. Then she went back to the castle, and got in unobserved, as I, watching from the shelter of the trees, could see. I took my way back through the passage, and so to the wood where my bicycle was hidden. I washed my hands in the stream, and lay down in the shelter of a thick grove of hazel, where I slept till breakfast time. When I rode up to the castle, I found Marjorie with her kodak on the sweep outside, taking views of its various points. The morning was intensely hot, and here, in the shelter of the little valley and the enclosing wood, the air was sultry, and the sun beat down piteously. We had a table set out under the shelter of the trees and breakfasted al fresco. When we were alone in her boudoir, I settled with Marjorie that we would, on that evening, attempt to find the treasure, as the tide would be out at midnight. So we went down to the library and got out Don de Escoban's narrative and began to read it afresh, noting, as we went, every word and sign of the secret writing, in the hope that we might, in thus doing, stumble on some new secret or hidden meaning. Whilst we were thus engaged, a servant came looking for Mrs. Jack, for whom a stranger had brought a letter. Marjorie told where she might be found, and for some time we went on with our work. Suddenly the door opened, and Mrs. Jack entered, speaking over her shoulder as she came to a high-bred-looking dark man who followed her. As she saw us, she stopped and said to Marjorie, "Oh, my dear, I didn't know you were here. I thought you were in the ladies' room." This was what they usually called the big room at the top of the castle. We both rose, seeing a stranger. For my own part, there was something in his face which set me thinking. As to Marjorie, I could not help noticing that she drew herself up to her full height and held herself at tension in that haughty way which now and again marked her high spirit and breeding. There seemed so little cause for this attitude that my own thinking of the newcomer was lost in the contemplation of hers. Mrs. Jack noticed that there was some awkwardness and spoke hurriedly. "This is the gentleman, my dear, that the agent wrote about, and as he wanted to look over the house, I brought him myself." The stranger, probably taking his cue from her apologetic tones, spoke. "I trust I have not disturbed the Signora? If I have, pardon. I have but come to renew my memory of a place dear to me in my youth, and which through the passing of time and of some who were, is now my own heritage." Marjorie smiled and swept him a curtsy as she said, but still in her distant arm's-length manner, "Then you are the owner of the castle, sir. I hope that we do not disturb you. Should you wish to be anywhere alone, we shall gladly withdraw and wait your pleasure." He raised a hand of eloquent protest, a well-kept gentleman's hand, as he said, in tones sweet and deferent, "Oh, I pray you, do not stir. May I say that when my house is graced with the presence of so much loveliness, I am all too full of gratitude to wish for any change. I shall but look around me, for I have a certain duty to do. Alas, this my heritage comes not only as a joy, but with grave duties which I must fulfill. Well, I know this room. Many a time as a boy I have sat here with my kinsman, then so old and distant from me in my race, and yet I am his next successor. Here has he told me of old times, and of my race, of which we who have the name are so proud, and of the solemn duty which might some day come to me. Could I but tell—" Here he stopped suddenly. His eyes had been wandering all over the room, up and down the bookshelves, and at the few pictures which the walls contained. When they rested on the table, a strange look came into them. Here lay the typescript which we had been reading, and the secret writing of the dotted printing. It was on the latter that his eyes were fixed absorbingly. "Where did you get that?" he said suddenly, pointing to it. The question, in its bald simplicity, was in word rude, but his manner of asking it was so sweet and deferential that to me it robbed it of all offence. I was just about to answer when my eye caught that of Marjorie, and I paused. There was such meaning in her eyes that my own began roving to find the cause of it. As I looked, she put her hands on the table before her, and her fingers seemed to drum nervously. To me, however, it was no nervous trifling. She was speaking to me in our own cipher. "Be careful," she spelled out. "There is some mystery. Let me speak." Then turning to the stranger, she said, "It is curious, is it not?" Signora, though curious it be in itself, it is nothing to the strangeness of its being here. If you only knew how it had been searched for, how the whole castle had been ransacked from roof to dungeon to find it, and always without avail. Did you but understand the import of the paper to me and mine, If indeed the surmises of many generations of anxious men availed aught, you would pardon my curiosity. In my own youth, I assisted in a search of the whole place. No corner was left untouched, and even the secret places were opened afresh. As he went on, Marjorie's eyes were resting on his face unflinchingly, but her fingers were spelling out comments to me. There are secret places, then, and he knows them. Wait, the stranger went on. See, I shall convince you that I speak from no idle curiosity, but from a deep conviction of a duty that was mine and my ancestors for ages. There was a sternness mingled with his grave sweetness now. It was evident that he was somewhat chagrined or put out by our silence. Leaving the table, he went over to one of the bookshelves, and after running his eye over it for a moment, put his hand up and from a shelf above his head took down a thick, leather-covered volume. This he laid on the table before us. It was a beautiful, old, black-letter law book, with marginal notes in black letter and headings in Roman type. The pagination was, I could see as he turned it over, by folios. He turned to the title page, which was an important piece of printing in many types, explanatory of the matter of the book. He began to read the paragraphs, placed in the triangular in form in vogue at that day. Following the text with his forefinger, he read, "A collection in English of the statutes now in force, continued from the beginning of Magna Carta, made in the 9th year of the reign of King Henry III, until the end of the session of Parliament holden in the 28th year of the reign of our gracious Queen Elizabeth, under the titles placed by order of alphabet, wherein is performed touching the statutes wherewith justices of the peace have to deal, so much as was promised in the book of their office lately published, for which purpose." Then, turning over the page, he pointed to a piece of faded writing on the back of it, which had been left blank of printing. We bent down and read in the ink, faded to pale brown by time. "My sons, herein you will find the law which binds the stranger in this land, wherein a stranger is a vagabond. F.D.E. 23rd October 1549. Then he turned rapidly over the leaves, till towards the end there was a gap. On the right-hand page, where the folio number was all along placed, was the number 528. "See," he said, turning back and pointing to the bottom of the title page, "Anno 1588, 300 years since first my people used it." Turning back, he looked at the folio before the gap. It was 510. "See," he said, placing his hand on the pin-marked pages, "folio 511 and the heading of Vagabonds, Beggars, etc." He folded his arms in a dignified way and stood silent. All along I had been following my own train of thought, even whilst I had been taking in the stranger's argument, and at the same time noting Marjorie's warning. If this man who owned the castle knew of the existence of the secret writing, whose ancestors had owned the book in which was the clue signed F.D.E., surely then this could be none other than the descendant of Don Bernardino, who had hidden the treasure. This was his castle. No wonder that he knew its secret ways. Matters were getting complicated. If this man were now the hereditary guardian of the hidden treasure, and from his likeness to the ghostly Spaniard whom I had seen in the procession at Whinnyfold, I saw no reason to doubt it. He might be an enemy with whom we should have to cope. It was all in a whirl, and for a few seconds, I think, quite lost my head. Then rushed over me the conviction that the mere lapse of time in these few minutes of agonized silence was betraying our secret. This brought me up with a round turn, and I looked about me. The strange man was standing still as marble. His face was set, and there was no sign of life in him, except his eyes, which blazed as they wandered around, taking everything in. Mrs. Jack saw that there was something going on which she did not understand, and tried to efface herself. Marjorie was standing by the table, still, erect and white. Her fingers began to drum softly as she caught my eye and spelled out, "Give him the paper from Mrs. Jack, lately found in old oak chest. Say nothing of her interpretation." This seemed such a doubtful move that with my eyes I queried it. She nodded in reply, so I gathered myself together and said, I'm afraid, sir, that there is some mystery here which I cannot undertake to understand. I think I may say, however, for my friend Mrs. Jack, that there will be no trouble in your having full possession of your book. I am told that these pages were lately found in an old oak chest. It is remarkable that they should have been missing so long. We were attracted by the funny marks. We thought that there might be some sort of cryptogram, and I suppose I may take it from the fact of your looking for them so long that this is so." He grew suspicious in a moment and stiffened all over. Marjorie saw and appreciated the reason. She smiled at me with her eyes as she drummed on the table. "The herring is across his path." As the awkward pause was this time with the stranger, we waited with comparative ease. I saw with a feeling of wonder that there was, for all her haughtiness, a spice of malice in Marjorie's enjoyment of his discomfiture. I looked at Mrs. Jack and said, "May I give these papers to Mr.—" She answered promptly, "Why, certainly, if Mr. Barnard wants them." Marjorie turned round suddenly and, in a surprised voice, said, "Mr. Barnard? That is the name given in the letter which he brought, my dear." The stranger at once spoke out. "I am Mr. Barnard here, but in my own country I am of an older name. I thank you, sir and madam," turning to Mrs. Jack, "for your courteous offer, but it will be time enough for me to consider the lost pages when, through the unhappiness of your departure from my house, I am enabled to come hither to live. In the meantime, all I shall ask is that the pages be replaced in this book, and that it be put in its place on the shelf, where none shall disturb it." As he spoke in his sweet, deferential way, there was something in his look or manner which did not accord with his words. A quick, eager shifting of his eyes, and a breathing hard, which were at variance with his words of patience. I did not pretend, however, to notice it. I had my own game to play. So, without a word, I placed the pages carefully in the book and put the latter back on the shelf from which he had taken it. There was an odd look in Marjorie's face, which I did not quite understand, and as she gave me no clue to her thoughts, by sign language, I waited. Looking at the stranger haughtily and with a distinctly militant expression, she said, "The agent told us that the Barnard family owned this castle." He bowed gravely, but a hot, angry flush spread over his face as he replied, "He spoke what truth he knew." Marjorie's reply came quickly, "But you say you are one of the family, and the very memorandum you pointed out was signed F. de E." Again the hot flush swept his face, but passed in an instant, leaving him as pale as the dead. After a pause of a few moments, he spoke in a tone of icy courtesy. "I have already said, Senora, that in this country my name is Barnard, a name taken centuries ago, when the freedom of the great land of England was not as now, when tolerance for the stranger was not. In my own land, the land of my birth, the cradle of my race, I am called Don Bernardino Iglesias Vallealog y Santordo y Castelnuovo de Escoban, Count of Menorca and Marquis of Salvatierra." As he rehearsed his titles, he drew himself up to his full height, and pride of race seemed actually to shine or emanate from him. Marjorie, too, on her side of the table, drew herself up proudly, as she said in a voice in which scorn struggled for mastery with dignity, "Then you are a Spaniard." Chapter 33. Don Bernardino. The stranger held himself with, if possible, greater hauteur as he answered, "I have that honour." "And I, sir," said Marjorie with a pride rivalling his own, "am an American." Issue was joined. For a period which, from its strain, seemed very long, though it was probably but a few seconds, they stood facing each other, types of the two races whose deadly contest was then the interest of the world. The time was at any rate sufficiently long for me to consider the situation and to admire the types. It would have been hard to get a better representative of either of the Latin as well as of the Anglo-Saxon. Don Bernardino, with his high aquiline nose and black eyes of eagle keenness, his proud bearing, and the very swarthiness which told of Moorish descent was, despite his modern clothes, just such a picture as Velasquez would have loved to paint, or as Fortuny might have made to live again. And Marjorie, she looked like the spirit of her free race incarnate. The boldness of her pose, her free bearing, her manifest courage and self-belief, the absence of either prudery or self-consciousness, her picturesque, noble beauty as with set white face and flashing eyes, she faced the enemy of her country, made a vision never to be forgotten. Even her racial enemy had unconsciously to fall into admiration, and through it the dominance of his masculine nature spoke. His words were gracious, and the easy gracefulness of their delivery was no less marked because the calm was forced. Our nations, alas, Senora, are at war, but surely not even the courtesies of the battlefield need be strained when individuals, even of the most loyal each to their own, meet on neutral soil. It was evident that even Marjorie's quick wit did not grasp at a suitable reply. The forgiveness of enemies is not the strong point of any woman's nature or of her education. The only remark she made was to again repeat, "I am an American." The Spaniard felt the strength of his position. Again his masculinity came out in his reply. "And all good women, as well as men, should be loyal to their flag. But, oh, Senora, before even your nationality comes your sex. The Spanish nation does not make war on women." He seemed really to believe what he said, for the proud light in his face could not have been to either a dastard or a liar. I confess it was with a shock that I heard Marjorie's words. "In the Reconcentrados were as many women as men, more, for the men were fighting elsewhere." The passionate, disdainful sneer on her lips gave emphasis to the insult, and blood followed the stab. A red tide rushed to the Spaniard's swarthy face, over forehead and ears and neck, till in a moment of quick passion of hate he seemed as if bathed in red light. And then in truth I saw the very man of my vision at Whinnyfold. Marjorie, womanlike, feeling her superiority over the man's anger, went on mercilessly. "Women and children herded together like beasts, beaten, starved, tortured, mocked at, shamed, murdered. Oh, it is a proud thought for a Spaniard, that when the men cannot be conquered, even in a half-century of furious oppression, their baffled foes can wreak their vengeance on the helpless women and children." The Spaniard's red became white, a deathly pallor which looked grey in the darkened room. With his coldness came the force of coldness, self-command. I had a feeling that in those few moments of change had come to him some grim purpose of revenge. It was borne in upon me by flashes of memory and instinct that the man was of the race and class from which came the rulers and oppressors of the land, the leaders of the Inquisition. Eyes, like his own, burning in faces of deathly white, looked on deeds of torture whose very memory, after centuries, can appall the world. But with all his passion of hate and shame, he never lost the instinct of his dignity, or his grace of manner. One could not but feel that even when he struck to kill, he would strike with easeful grace. Something of the feeling was in his speech, perhaps in the manner rather than the words, when after a pause he said, "For such foul acts I have naught but indignation and grief, though in the history of a nation such things must be. It is the soldier's duty to obey, even through his heart revolt. I have memory of hearing that even your own great nation has exercised not so much care as might be." How he sneered with polished sarcasm as he turned the phrase, "in the dealing with Indians. Nay more, even in your great war, when to kill was fratricidal, there were hardships to the conquered, even to the helpless women and children. Have I not heard that one of your most honoured generals, being asked what was to become of the woman in a great march of devastation that he was about to make, replied, 'The women, I would leave them nothing but their eyes to weep with.' But indeed I grieve that in this our mutual war the Senora grieves. Is it that she has suffered in herself, or through others dear to her?" Marjorie's eyes flashed. Pulling herself in full height, she said proudly, "Sir, I am not one who whines for pain of my own. I and mine know how to bear our own troubles, as our ancestors did before us. We do not bend before Spain. No more today than when my great ancestors swept the Spaniard from the western main, till the seas were lit with blazing masts, and the shores were fringed with wreckage. We Americans are not the stuff of which you make reconcentrados. We can die. As for me, the 300 years that have passed without war are as a dream. I look on Spain and the Spaniard with the eyes, and feel with the heart of my great-uncle, Francis Drake. While she was speaking, Don Bernardino was cooling down. He was still deadly pale, and his eyes had something of the hollow glare of phosphorus in the sockets of a skull. But he was master of himself, and it seemed to me that he was straining every nerve to recover, for some purpose of his own, his lost ground. It may have been that he was ashamed of his burst of passion with and before a woman, but anyhow he was manifestly set on maintaining calm, or the appearance of it. With the fullness of his grace and courtesy, he said, turning to Mrs. Jack, "I thank you for the permission so graciously granted to me to visit again this my house. You will permit me, however, I hope without any intention of offence, to withdraw from where my presence has brought so much of a disturbance, the which I deplore, and which I crave pardon." To me he bowed stiffly, with a sort of lofty condescension, and finally, looking towards Marjorie, he said, "The Senora will, I trust, believe that even a Spaniard may have pity to give pain, and that there are duties which gentlemen must observe because they are gentlemen, and because they reverence the trust that is reposed in them more than do common men. She can appreciate the call of duty, I know, for she can be none other than the new patriot who restores in the West our glorious memories of the Maid of Saragossa. I pray that the time may come when she shall understand these things and believe." Then, with a bow which seemed the embodiment of old-fashioned grace and courtesy, he bent almost to the ground. Marjorie instinctively bowed. Her training as to good manners here stood her in good stead. Not even patriotic enthusiasm can at times break the icy barrier of social decorum. When the Spaniard left the room, which he did with long strides, but with bearing himself with inconceivable haughtiness, Mrs. Jack, with a glance at us, went with him. Instinctively, I started to take her place, in the first instance to relieve her from an awkward duty, and beyond this, with a feeling that I was not quite satisfied with him. No one could be in antagonism with Marjorie and acquire or retain my good will. As I moved, Marjorie held up her hand and whispered to me to stay. I did so, and waited for her to explain. She listened intently to the retreating footsteps. When we heard the echoing sound of the closing of the heavy outer door, she breathed freely and said to me with relief in her voice, "I know you two would have fought if you had got alone together just now." I smiled, for I was just beginning to understand that that was just how I felt. Marjorie remained standing at the table, and I could see that she was buried in thought. Presently she said, "I felt it was cruel to say such things to that gentleman. Oh, but he is a gentleman. The old idea seems embodied in him. Such pride, such haughtiness, such disdain of the commoner kind, such adherence to ideas, such devotion to honour. Indeed, I feel it very cruel and ungenerous. But I had nothing else to do. I had to make him angry, and I knew he couldn't quarrel with me. Nothing else would have taken us all away from the cipher." Her words gave me quite a shock. "Do you mean to say, Marjorie," I asked, "that you were acting a part all the time?" "I don't know," she answered pensively. "I meant every word I said, even when it hurt him most. I suppose that was the American in me, and yet all the time I had a purpose, or a motive of my own which prompted me. I suppose that was the woman in me." "And what was the motive or purpose?" I asked again, for I wondered. "I don't know," she said naively. I felt that she was concealing something from me, but that it was a something so tender or so deep in her heart that its very concealment was a shy compliment. So I smiled happily as I said, "And that is the girl in you, the girl that is American and European and Asiatic and African and Polynesian, the girl straight out of the Garden of Eden, with the fragrance of God's own breath in her mouth. Darling," she said, looking at me lovingly. That was all. During the day, we discussed the visitor of the morning, Mrs. Jack said very little, but now and again implored Marjorie to be cautious. When she was asked her reason for the warning, her only reply was, "I don't like a man who can look like that. I don't know which is worst, when he is hot or cold." I gathered that Marjorie, in the main, agreed with her, but did not feel the same concern. Marjorie would have been concerned if the danger had been to anyone else, but she was not habituated to be anxious about herself. Besides, she was young, and the antagonist was a man, and haughty, and handsome, and interesting. In the afternoon we completed our arrangements for the visit to the treasure cave. We both felt the necessity for pressing on this matter, since the existence of the secret writing was known to Don Bernardino. He had not hesitated to speak openly, though he did not know, of course, the extent of our own knowledge of the subject, of a grave duty which he had undertaken from hereditary motives, or of the tragic consequences which might ensue. It was whilst we were speaking of the possibility of his being able to decipher the cryptogram that Marjorie suddenly said, "Do you understand exactly why I asked you to give him the paper at once?" "Far be it from me," I answered, "to profess to understand exactly the motives of any charming woman." "Not even when she tells you herself?" "Ah, then the real mystery only begins," I said, bowing. She smiled as she replied, "You and I are both fond of mysteries, so I had better tell you at once. That man doesn't know the secret, I am sure of it. He knows there is a secret, and he knows a part, but only a part. That eager look wouldn't have been in his eye if he had known already. I dare say there is, somewhere, some duplicate of what the original Don Bernardino put down in his story, and of course there must be some allusion to the treasures in the secret records at Simancas or the Quirinal or the Vatican. Neither the kings of Spain nor the popes would let such a treasure pass out of mind. Indeed, it is possible that there is some key or clue to it which he holds. Did you notice how he referred at once to the secret meaning of the memorandum in the beginning of the law book? If we had not given it up at once, he would have forced on the question and wished to take the paper away, and we could not have refused without letting him know something by our very refusal. Do you understand more of my meaning now? And can you forgive me any more for my ill-mannered outbreak? That is what I am most sorry for, of all that has been in the interview today. Is that also any more light to you on the mystery of a woman's mind?" "It is, you dear, it is," I said as I took her for a moment in my arms. She came easily and lovingly to me, and I could not but be assured that the yielding even momentarily to tenderness helped to ease the strain which had been bearing upon her for so long. For my Marjorie, though a strong and brave one, was but a woman after all. At 6 o'clock I took my way back to Whinnyfold, for I wanted to have all ready for our enterprise and take full advantage of the ebb tide. We arranged that on this occasion Marjorie should come alone to join me at the house, our house. Chapter 34. The Accolade. When Marjorie arrived, I had all ready for our exploration. There were several packages waiting for her, and when she emerged from the room where she had gone to change, their purpose was manifest. She appeared in a flannel tennis frock, short enough to show that she had put on her sand shoes on her bare feet. She saw that I noticed, and said, with a little blush, "You see, I am dressed for the part. You came back so wet the last time that I thought I had better prepare for it too." "Quite right, my dear," I said. "That pretty head of yours is level." We went to the cellar at once, where I had lamps and candles prepared and ready to light. I showed Marjorie how to get up and down by herself, in case anything should happen to me. This made the gravity of our enterprise apparent. Her face grew a trifle anxious, though she did not change colour. I could see that all her anxiety was for me and none for herself. We took care to bring a plentiful supply of matches and candles, as well as an extra lamp and an oil can, and some torches and red and white lights. All these were in a tin box to ensure their being kept dry. I had a meal of bread and meat packed ready, also a bottle of water and a flask of brandy, for the exploration might take a long time. The tide was not quite out, and there was still in places a couple of feet of water, but we decided to go on at once, as it would give us more time if we started on a falling tide. I took Marjorie first up the passage inland, so that she might understand something of the lines of the cave system. There was, however, too much tide just then to show her where I surmised there might be some deep opening, perhaps permanently under water, into some of the other caves. Then we retraced our steps and gained the pile of debris of the explosion at the cave's mouth. I could not but notice how much Marjorie was impressed by the stillness of the place. Here the tide, filtering in by innumerable crevices and rifts between the vast pile of stones, showed no sign of the force of waves without. There was not time for the rise and fall of waves to be apparent, but the water maintained its level silently, except for that ceaseless gurgle which comes with the piling in of water anywhere, and is so constant that it does not strike one as a sound. It was borne in upon us that the wildest storm without would make no impress upon us here in this cavern deep, and with it, as an inevitable corollary, came the depressing thought of our helplessness should aught go wrong in the fastnesses of this natural prison. Marjorie bounded over the slippery stones like a young deer, and when we passed through the natural archway into the cave beyond, her delight was manifest. She was hurrying on so quickly that I found it necessary to tell her that she must go slow, so as to be able to take stock of all around her as she went. It was needful to look back as well as forward, so that she might recognize the places when coming the other way. I reminded her of caution by holding up the great ball of stout cord which I carried, the end of which was attached to the rope of the windlass in the cellar. "Remember, dear," I said, "that you have to be prepared for all eventualities, if necessary, to go back alone and in the dark." She shuddered a little and drew closer to me. I felt that the movement was one of protection rather than of fear. When we went along the passage, where on the first occasion I had found the water rise nearly to the roof, we had to wait. A little way ahead of us, where the cave dipped to its lowest, the water was still touching the top. We possessed our souls with what patience we could, and in about half an hour's time we were able to pass. We were quite wet, however, for only our faces and our lamps were above water, with the exception, of course, of the tin box with the candles and matches, and our provisions, which I took care to keep dry. Marjorie's delight at the sight of the huge red cave was unspeakable. When I lit one of the red lights, the blinding glow filled the place, exposing every nook and corner and throwing shadows of velvet blackness. The natural red of the granite suited the red light, the effect being intensely rich. Whilst the light lasted, it was all like a dream of fairyland, and Marjorie hung on to me in an ecstasy of delight. Then, when the light died down, and the last sparks fell into the natural darkness, it seemed as if we and all around us were steeped in gloom. The little patches of faint light from our lamps seemed to our dazzled eyes to openly emphasize the surrounding blackness. Marjorie suggested that we should explore the great cavern before we did anything else. I acquiesced, for it was just as well that we should be thoroughly acquainted with the various ramifications of the cave. I was not by any means sure as yet that we should be able to get to the cave of the treasure. Here, all around us was red. We were entirely within the sienite formation. When I had been first in the cave, I had not seen it lit up. Only where the comparatively feeble light of my bicycle lantern had fallen had I seen anything at all. Of course, it may have been that the red light which I had burned had misled me by overwhelming everything in its lurid glow. So this time I got a white light out of the box and lit it. The effect was more ghastly and less pleasant. In the revealing glare, the edges of everything stood out hard and cold, and so far repulsive that instinctively Marjorie drew closer to me. While the light remained, however, I was able to satisfy myself of one thing. All around was only the red granite. Colour and form and texture all told the same thing. We had passed the stratification of gneiss and entered on that of sienite. I began to wonder and to think, though I did not at once mention the matter to Marjorie. The one guiding light as to locality in the Don's narrative was the description of the cave, the black stone on one hand and the red on the other. Now at Broadhaven, the gneiss and the red sienite join, and the strata in places seem as if welded together or fused by fire. Here and there can be found patches in the cliff where it is hard to say where one class of rock ends and the other begins. In the centre bay, however, to the north of my house, there is a sort of dip in the cliff covered deep with clay and bright with grass and wild flowers. Through this, a tiny stream rushes in wet weather, or in dry, trickles down the steep incline. This is the natural or main division between the geological formations, for on either side of it is a different kind of rock. It was here that I expected to find that the treasure cave was situated. It had been, of course, impossible for me, though I had had a compass with me, to fix exactly the windings of the cave. I knew, however, that the general trend was to the right. We must, therefore, have passed behind the treasure cave and come into the region of red granite. I began to have an idea, or rather the rudiment of one, that later on we should have to go back on our tracks. Inasmuch as my own house stood on the gneiss formation, we should have to find whereabout in the cave windings the red and the black rocks joined. From this point, we might be able to make new and successful progress towards discovery of the treasure itself. In the meantime, I was content to linger a few minutes in the great cavern. It was evident that Marjorie was in love with it, and was at present in a whirl of delight. And after all, she was my world, and her happiness my sunshine. I fully realized in the delightful passages of our companionship the truth of the lover's prayer in Herrick's pretty poem. Give me but what this ribbon bound, take all the rest, the sun goes round. Every day, every hour seemed to me to be revealing new beauties of my wife's character and nature. She was herself becoming reconciled to our new relationship, and in the confidence of her own happiness, and in her trust of her husband, the playful and sweet sides of her nature were gaining a new development. I could not help feeling at times that all was going on for the best, that the very restraint of the opening of our married life was formative of influence for good on us both. If all young husbands and wives could but understand the true use of the old-fashioned honeymoon, the minute knowledge of character coming in moments of unconscious self-revelation, there might be more answers in the negative to the all-important 19th century philosophical query, is marriage a failure? It was evident that Marjorie was reluctant to leave the cave. She lingered and lingered. At last, in obedience to a command of hers, conveyed, for she said nothing, in some of those subtle feminine ways which, though I did not understand their methods, I was beginning to learn to obey. I lit a torch. Holding it aloft, and noticing with delight how the light danced in my wife's beautiful eyes, as she clapped her hands joyously with the overt pleasure of a child, I said, Her Majesty wishes to inspect her new kingdom. Her slave awaits her pleasure. Lead on, she said. Her Majesty is pleased with the ready understanding of her royal consort, and with the swift obedience to her wishes. And oh, Archie, isn't this simply too lovely for anything? The quick change into the vernacular made us both laugh, and taking hands like two children, we walked round the cavern. At the upper end of it, almost at the furthest point from where we entered, we came across a place where, under an overhanging red wall which spread out overhead like a canopy, a great rock rose from the level floor. It was some nodule of especial hardness, which in the general trituration had not been worn away by the wash of the water and the rolling of pebbles, which at one time undoubtedly helped to smooth the floor. In the blinking light of the torch, the strength of which was dimmed in the vastness of the cavern, the isolated rock, standing as it did under the rocky canopy, whose glistening surface sent down a patchy reflex of the glare, seemed like a throne. The idea occurred simultaneously to both of us. Even as I spoke, I could see that she was prepared to take a seat. Will not Her Majesty graciously take her seat upon the throne which the great overlord, Nature, has himself prepared for her? She took the stick which she carried to steady her in the wading, and holding it like a sceptre said, and oh, but her sweet voice sounded like far music stealing through the vastness of the cavern, Her Majesty, now that she has ascended her throne, and so formally taken possession of her kingdom, hereby decrees that her first act of power shall be to confer the honour of knighthood on her first and dearest subject. Kneel, therefore, at the feet of your queen. Answer me by your love and loyalty. Do you hereby promise and vow obedience to the wishes of your queen? Shall you love her faithfully and truly and purely? Shall you hold her in your heart of hearts, yielding obedience to all true wishes of hers, and keeping the same steadfastly to the end, Do you love me?" Here she paused. The rising emotion was choking her words. The tears welled into her eyes, and her mouth quivered. I was all at once in a fire of devotion. I could then, and indeed, when I think of it, I can now, realize how of old, in the days when loyalty was a passion, a young knight's heart flowered and blossomed in the moment of his permitted devotion. It was with all the truth of my soul and my nature that I answered, "I do love you, oh, my gracious Queen. I hereby take all the vows you have meted to me. I shall hold you ever, as I do now, in my very heart of hearts. I shall worship and cherish you till death parts us. I shall reverence and obey your every true wish, even as I have already promised beside the sea and at the altar, and whithersoever my feet may go in obedience to your will, my Queen and my love, they shall go on steadfast to the end." Here I stopped, for I feared to try to say more. I was trembling myself, and the words were choked in my throat. Marjorie bent over as I knelt, laid her wand on my shoulder, and said, "Rise up, Sir Archibald, my own true knight and loyal lover." Before I rose, I wanted to kiss her hand, but as I bent, her foot was temptingly near. I stooped lower to kiss it. She saw my intention, and saying impulsively, "Oh, Archie dear, not that wet, dirty shoe," kicked it off. I stooped still lower and kissed her bare foot. As I looked up at her face adoringly, a blush swept over it and left her pale, but she did not flinch. Then I stood up, and she stepped down from her throne and into my arms. She laid her head against my shoulder, and for a few moments of ecstasy, our hearts beat together. Chapter 35. The Pope's Treasure. "Now," said Marjorie, at last disengaging herself from me, "let us get down to business. We've got to find the treasure, you know." So we set ourselves down to a systematic search. We explored, one after another, all the caves leading out of the main cavern. Some of them were narrow and tortuous, some were wide and low, with roof dropping down, until it was impossible for anything in the shape of humanity to pass. All these, however, with one exception, ended in those fissure-like clefts running somewhere to a point which characterize cavern formations. The exception was at the northwest side of the cavern, where a high, fairly wide passage extended, with an even floor, as though it too had been levelled by rolling pebbles. It kept on straight for a good length, and then curved round gently to the right, all the while fairly maintaining its proportions. Presently it grew so high that it was like a narrow way between tall houses. I lit a white light, and in the searching glare noticed that far overhead the rocky walls leaned together till they touched. This spot, just above us, was evidently the highest point. The roof thence fell rapidly, till at last it was only some 10 feet high. A little further on it came to a sudden end. Here there was a great piled-up mass of huge, sharp-edged rocks, at the base of which were stones of all sizes, some round and some jagged. Scattered near and isolated were many stones rounded by constant friction. As I looked, the whole circumstances seemed to come to me. "See," I cried to Marjorie, "this was evidently another entrance to the cave. The tides, ebbing or flowing, drove in through one way and out at the other, and the floor was worn level in process of countless years by rolling pebbles like these. Then came some upheaval or wearing away by water drift of supporting walls of rock, and this mouth of the cave fell in. We must be by now somewhere at the Cruden side of Whinnyfold. We are facing almost due north. As there was manifestly nothing to be done here, we took our way back to the main cavern. When we began to look around us for a new place to explore, Marjorie said, "There doesn't seem to be any treasure cave at all here. We've now tried everywhere." Then it was that my mind went back again to the Don's description. Black on the one hand and red on the other. "Come," I said, "let us go back till we find the joining of the gneiss and granite." As we went back, the floor was almost dry. Only a few pools of water, here and there, lying in the depressions, called attention to the fact that we were under tidal influence. As we went, we kept a careful lookout for the fusion of the rocks, and found it where the passage with the descending roof debouched into that which led from the blocked-up entrance of the cave. There was here, however, no sign of another passage, and the main one outside was like that under my own house, entirely through the gneiss. I could not help feeling a little disappointed. For many weeks my mind had been set on finding the Pope's treasure, and though I believe it was not greed which controlled me, even to any great extent, I was deeply chagrined. I had a sort of unworthy fear that it might lower me in the eyes of Marjorie. This feeling, however, was only momentary, and when it went for good. Drawing in my notebook a rough outline of Whinnyfold, I dotted lines where I took the various branches of the cave to lie, and then marked in the line of fusion of the gneiss and the granite as it was manifest on the cliffs and on the shore beyond. Marjorie was at once convinced. Indeed, when I saw my surmise put down in black and white, it seemed to me quite apparent that it must be correct. The treasure cave must be within that space which lay between the dismantled entrance on the side of the Skares and that which had fallen in on the north side. The logical inference was that if there was an entrance to be found at all, it would be close to the debris from the Don's explosion. So we took in silence our way back to that point and began at once to examine the debris for any sign of an opening in the rock to the north side. Marjorie scrambled up to the top of the pile, whilst I explored the base. Turning my lantern on the rocky wall, I began to examine it foot by foot and inch by inch. Suddenly Marjorie cried out. I raised my head and looked at her. Her face, lit by the rays of my own lamp, which, with the habit of searching now familiar to me, I had turned as my eyes turned, was radiant with joy and excitement. "Look, look," she cried. "Oh, Archie, there is the top of an opening here. The stones fill it up." As she spoke, she pushed at a stone on the top of the pile. Under her hand it moved and disappeared with a hollow rattle. By this time I had scrambled up the slippery pile and was beside her. The disappearance of the stone had enlarged the opening, and something like a foot square was discovered. So we began to work at the heap of stones, only we pulled and threw them into the cave where we were, so as not to block the place we aimed at. The top layer of stones was easy to move, as they were comparatively small, and were not interlocked, but below them we found a much more difficult task. Here the rocks were larger and more irregular in shape, and their points and edges interlocked. We did not mind, however, toiled on. I could not but notice, as we did so, a trait of Marjorie's coolness of head in the midst of all her excitement, when she took from her pocket a pair of heavy gloves and put them on. In some 15 or 20 minutes we had unmasked a hole sufficiently large to pass through comfortably. I found that the oil of my lamp was running low, so I refilled it and Marjorie's also. Then, holding my own lamp carefully, whilst Marjorie turned hers in the direction I was going, I passed over the top of the miniature moraine, and in a few seconds was on the floor of the other cave. Marjorie threw me the ball of string, and scrambling down, joined me at once. We went along carefully, for the roof of the cave dipped very low, and we had in more than one place to bend considerably. Even then we were walking in a couple of feet of water, as the floor dipped as well as the roof. When we had gone some distance, however, the roof rose, as the cave turned sharp to the left, found a corner of very broken and jagged rock in which I could see signs of the fusion of the two geological formations. Our hearts beat high, and we took hands instinctively. We were now confident that we were in the treasure house at last. As we went up the cave, here running, so far as I could ascertain by the compass, straight in and from the sea, we could note, as we turned our lamps now and again to either side, that on our left was all black rock, whilst on the right was all red. The cave was not a long one, nothing to compare with those we had left. It was not very many seconds, though we had to go slow, as we did not know for certain as to the floor level, before the cave began to expand. When, however, it widened and became more lofty, the floor rose in all some 3 feet, and we went up a sharp incline, though not of very great magnitude. This dipped a little, again forming a pool which spread ahead of us, so far as we could see by the dim light of our bicycle lamps. As we did not know the depth, I waded in. Marjorie enjoining me anxiously to be careful. I found it deepened very slowly, so she joined me and we went on together. By my advice, Marjorie kept a few feet in the rear, so that in the case I should stumble or meet with a deep hole and so lose my light, hers would still be safe. I was so intent on my feet, for I feared lest Marjorie, following so close, might get into some trouble, that I hardly looked ahead, but kept cautiously on my way. Marjorie, who was flashing her lamp all around as she went, suddenly called out, "Look, look, there to the right, the figure of the San Cristobal, with the golden Christ on his shoulder." I turned my lantern to the angles of the cave to the right, to which we were now close. The two lamps gave us light enough to see well. There, rising from the water under the shelf of rock, was the figure that Benvenuto had wrought as Don Bernardino had left it 3 centuries ago. As I moved forwards, I stumbled. In trying to save myself, the lamp was shaken from my hand and fell hissing in the dark water. As it fell, I saw by the flash of light the white bones of a skeleton under the San Cristobal. Instinctively, I called out to Marjorie, "Stand still and take care of your lamp. I've dropped mine." "All right," came back her answer coolly. She had quite command of herself. She turned the lamp downwards so that we could see into the water, and I found I had stumbled against an iron box, beside which, in about 2 feet of water, lay my lamp. I picked this up first and shook the water from it and laid it on the shelf of rock. "Wait here a moment," I said. "I shall run back and get a torch," for I had left the tin box on the top of the heap of debris when we had scrambled through the hole. I was starting back at once when she said after me, and in that cave the voice came after me, monotonous and hollow like a ghost's. "Take my lamp with you, dear. How can you find the box, or even the way to it, in the dark?" "But I can't leave you alone here, all in the dark too." "Oh, I'm all right," she answered gaily. "I don't mind a bit. And besides, it will be a new sensation to be here alone, with Algareth and the treasure. You won't be long, will you, dear?" I felt that her query almost belied her brave words, but I knew that behind the latter lay her pride, which I must not offend. So I took the lamp she was holding out to me and hurried on. In a few minutes I had found the box and brought it back, but I could see that even those minutes had been a trying time to Marjorie, who was deathly white. When I came close, she clung to me. After a second or two, she said, as she drew herself away, looking at me diffidently, as though to excuse herself, or rather to account for her perturbation, "The moment you had gone, and I was alone in the dark with the treasure, all the weird prophesying of Gormala came back to me. The very darkness itself made light patches, and I saw shrouds floating everywhere. But it's all right now that you are here. Light a torch, and we shall look at the Pope's treasure." I took a torch out of the box and lit it. She laid it so that the lighted end projected well beyond the shelf of rock and gave a fine, if fitful, light to all around. We found water about 3 feet deep at its worst. In the glare of the torch, and because of its crystal purity, it did not look even so much. We stooped down to examine the box, which was only one of several lying in front of a great heap of something, all dark with rust and age, which filled up a whole corner of the cave. The hasp was eaten through with rust, as well it might be after 3 centuries in the water, and only retained its form. This was doubtless due to the stillness of the water, for even the shock of my striking the box with my boot had broken it across. When I pulled at it, it crumbled to pieces in my fingers. In the same way, the iron of the box itself was rusted right through, and as I tried to lift the lid, which was annealed by corrosion to the sides of the box, it broke in my hands. I was able to tear it away like matchwood. The contents were not corroded, but were blackened by the sea. It was all money, but whether silver or gold we could not tell, and did not stop to see. Then we opened box after box in the same way, and in all but one found coins. This took a considerable time, but we did not, in our excitement, note its flying. The heap in the corner was composed of great ingots, to lift any of which took a distinct effort of strength. The one box, unfilled with coins, contained smaller boxes or caskets, which were uncorroded and were, we presumed, of some superior metal, silver or gold. They were all locked. I lifted one of them and laid it on the shelf of rock whilst I searched for a key. It was a difficult matter to find any definite thing while stooping in the water, so I took my knife and tried with its point to prise open the casket. The lock must have been of iron and corroded. It gave way instantly under pressure, disclosing a glittering heap of stones, which, even through all the cloudiness of the saline deposit of centuries, flashed red lights everywhere. "Rubies!" cried Marjorie, who stood close to me, clapping her hands. "Oh, how lovely, darling!" she added, kissing me, for her expression of delight had to find a vent on something. "Next," I said, as I bent to the iron chest to lift out another of the caskets. I drew back with a shudder. Marjorie, looking anxiously at my face, divined the cause, and cried in genuine alarm, the tide is rising, and is shutting us in." Chapter 36. The Rising Tide. I think there must be some provision of nature which in times of real danger keeps men's minds away from personal fears. I can honestly say that not a thought of danger for myself crossed my mind, though I was harrowed up and appalled by fears for Marjorie. My mental excitement, however, took a practical shape, and thought after thought flashed through my brain as to how I could best serve my wife. The situation, with its woeful possibilities, came first, and afterwards, in quick succession, the efforts which might be made. But first, I must see how we really stood. I did not know this cave and the lengths and levels of it well enough to be sure whether the tide could block us completely in. If there were but headroom, the actual distance was not far to swim. This I could soon settle. Taking Marjorie's lamp, which stood on the ledge of rock, I ran down the cave, calling out as I went, "Stay here a minute, dear. I want to see how far the tide is in." The double winding of the cave made it hard for me to judge at a glance. It was only when I came to the piece of straight passage, leading up from the sea, that I could judge. From the time I left the treasure chamber of the cave, the water got deeper and deeper as I went. But the difficulty was not in this way. I knew that so long as there was headway, I could swim for it and take Marjorie with me. But when I came down the strait, my hopes were altogether dashed. As the floor dipped towards the sea, so did the roof in much greater degree. I knew that there was one place where at low water there was only barely headway even when we stopped low, but I was not prepared for what I saw. The water had already risen so far that this place was, from where I stood waist-high in water, obliterated. The rocky roof sank into the still, level water. For a moment I considered whether it would not be best to dive through it. I had the cord to guide me, and I knew that towards its mouth the cave roof rose again. But then there was Marjorie. She was not like myself, an accomplished diver. It might be possible, if the worst should come to the worst, to draw her through the water-choked piece of tunnel by the guiding cord. But if the cord should break, or anything go wrong, the thought was too dreadful. I hurried back to Marjorie to see how far it might be advisable to make the attempt, however dangerous, rather than be drowned in the deepening water of the cave, or asphyxiated if the space left were too small to allow us breathing till the falling of the tide. I found Marjorie standing on the shelf of rock, to which she had climbed by the aid of the San Cristobal figurehead. She was holding up the torch and examining carefully the walls and roof of the cave. When she heard the splash of my coming through the water, she turned. I could see that though her face was pale, she was very calm and self-possessed. She said quietly, "I have been looking for a high water mark, but I can hardly see any sign of it. I suppose in this dark cave where neither seaweed nor zoophyte exists, there is no such thing. Unless, of course, it be that the whole cave is under the waterline, in which case we must be ready for the worst." As she spoke, she was raising the torch till its light illuminated, so far as was possible, the extreme angle of the cavern, where it ran up to a sort of point. I scrambled up beside her, and making use of my greater height, took the torch, and keeping it away at arm's length, put my hand into the narrowing angle. I had a sort of secret hope that there might be some long crack or rift which, though it might be impossible for our bodies, might still give us air. Any such half-formed hope was soon shattered. The angle of the cave was in the solid rock, and there was no fissure or even crack beyond. As there was no clue to the level reached by the tide, I tried back on the possibility of gauging it by measuring from low water, so far as my memory of the tides might serve. Judging by the depth of the water, so far as I had gone, the fall of the floor level must here have been some 3 feet. The floor level of the cave was almost that of low water, except where it dipped under the overhanging roof, or where was the ascending grade up to the pool in which the treasure boxes lay. As here, on the border of the North Sea, with no estuary to increase tidage, the normal rise of the tide is between 11 and 12 feet. We had to account for another 8 or 9 feet for the rise of the tide. The ledge was about a foot above the surface of the water. If my calculations were correct, there was headroom and breathing space, for as I stood on the ledge, the top of my head was still about 2 feet from the highest point of roof over us. I could not, however, be certain of my calculations within a couple of feet. If, therefore, we could keep our place on the shelf of rock and endure the cold, we might yet win through. The cold was a serious matter. At Cruden, where the full sweep of the icy current from the North Sea runs inshore, the water is grievously cold, even in the hottest summer-time. Already we were feeling the effects of our wet clothes, even in this silent cavern where the heat seemed to be much more than outside. When we had been looking at the jewels, I had myself felt the chill and could feel Marjorie shiver now and again. Indeed, I had been about to suggest our returning when I made the discovery of the rising tide. It was no use regretting, however. We were caged in the cavern, and our only chance was to hold on somehow till the tide should fall again. The practical side of Marjorie's mind was all awake. It was she who quietly refilled the 2 lamps, and with much spluttering of the wick at first, lighted again the one which I had let fall into the water. When both lamps were ready, she put out the torch and placed it in the tin box, which she handed to me, saying, "We may need all the air we can get for our breathing, and the torches would burn it up. We must have 2 lamps, lest one should fail. Shove the box as far as it will go into the corner of the cave. It will be safe there, as safe as us at any rate, for it will be over our heads." As she spoke, a new idea occurred to me. I might raise the level of the ledge by piling the ingots on it. I did not lose any time, but jumping down, began at once to lift them one by one on the ledge. It was heavy work, and no one but a very strong man could have lifted them from off the ground, much less have placed them on a ledge over where he stood. Moreover, I had to bend into the water to reach them, and in the years which they had lain there, in juxtaposition, some deposit of salt or sea lime of some kind had glued them together. After the separation of the first, however, this difficulty grew less. Marjorie aided me in placing the bars in position. When they were once fixed, their great weight kept them in place. It was odd how little in these moments the treasure counted for. The little heap of rubies lay on the shelf of rock unnoticed, and when in the strain of placing the ingots some of them were brushed off into the water, neither Marjorie nor I took the trouble even to sweep them with a brush of the hand into a safer place. One of the metal caskets was tumbled bodily into the water without a thought. When the ingots were all in place and shaken into a steady position, we got on the ledge together and began to test the security of our platform. It would be too late to find out any flaw of construction when the tide should have risen. We had made a foothold nearly 2 feet above the surface of the ledge, and this might give us at the last an additional chance. At any rate, even if we should not be so hard-pressed as to have to raise our heads so high, it would give us a longer period of comparative dryness. We were already beginning to feel the chill of the tide. In those caves, the air is all right, and we had not felt chilled, although we were more or less wet through. But I dreaded lest it might numb either of us so much as to prevent our taking every chance. When we stood together on the pile of gold and silver, our heads were so close to the roof that I felt safe so far as actually drowning or asphyxiation were concerned if the tide did not rise higher than I had computed. If we could only hold out till the tide had fallen sufficiently, we might get back. And then we began the long, dreary wait for the rising tide. The time seemed endless, for our apprehension and suspense multiplied the real danger, whatever it might be. We stood on the cave floor till the water had reached our waists, and all this time tried to keep moving, to dance up and down, to throw about arms and legs so as to maintain the circulation of the blood. Then we climbed up and sat on the platform of bullion till the water rose round our knees again. Then we stood on the ledge and took what exercise we could till the water climbed up over our feet and knees. It was a terrible trial to feel the icy, still water creep up and up and up. There was not a sound, no drip or ripple of water anywhere, only silence as deadly as death itself. Then came the time when we had to stand together on the pile of bullion which we had built up. We stood close, for there was merely foothold. I held Marjorie up as well as I could, so as to lessen for her the strain of standing still. Our hearts beat together. We felt it and we knew it. It was only the expression of both our thoughts when Marjorie said, "Thank God, dear. At the worst, we can die together." In turn, we held the lamp well over the water, and as we looked in aching suspense, we saw the dark flood rise up to the sloping roof of the cave and steal towards us with such slow, relentless precision that for my own part I felt I must scream. I felt Marjorie tremble. The little morsel of hysterics which goes to make up the sum total of every woman was beginning to assert itself. Indeed, there was something hypnotic in that silent line of death creeping slowly towards us. At this time, too, the air began to feel less fresh. Our own breaths and the exhalations of the lamp was vitiating our breathing space. I whispered to Marjorie, "We must put out the light." She shuddered, but said with as brave a voice as she could, "All right, I suppose it is necessary. But darling, hold me tight and do not let me away from you, or I shall die." I let the lantern fall into the water. Its hissing for a moment drowned my own murmur of grief and Marjorie's suppressed groan. And now, in the darkness, the terror of the rising flood grew worse and worse. The chill water crept up and up and up, till at last it was only by raising her head that Marjorie could breathe. I leaned back against the rock and, bending my legs outward, lifted her so that she rested her feet upon my knees. Up and up rose the chill water till it reached my chin, and I feared that the last moments had come. There was one more chance for Marjorie, and though it cut me to the soul to speak it, for I knew it would tear at her very heartstrings, I had to try it. "Marjorie, my wife, the end is close. I fear we may not both live. In a few minutes more, at most, the water will be over my mouth. When that time comes, I shall sink over the pile of treasure on which we rest. You must then stand on me. It will raise you sufficiently to let you hold out longer." A dreadful groan broke from her. "Oh, my God," was all she said, but every nerve in her body seemed to quiver. Then, without a word, she seemed to become limp and was sliding out of my arms. I held her up strongly, for I feared she had swooned. She groaned out, let me go. Either of us can rest on the other's body. I shall never leave this if you die." "Dear one," I said, "do as I wish, and I shall feel that even death will be a happy thing, since it can help you." She said nothing, but clung to me, and our mouths met. I knew that she meant, if die we must, we should die together in a kiss. In that lover's kiss, our very souls seemed to meet. We felt that the gates of the unknown world were being unbarred to us, and all its glorious mysteries were about to be unveiled. In the impassive stillness of that rising tide, where never a wave or ripple broke the dreadful, silent calm, there was no accidental fall or rise which might give added uneasiness or sudden hope. We had by this time become so far accustomed to its deadly perfection as to accept its conditions. This recognition of inevitable force made for resignation, and I think that in those moments both Marjorie and I realized the last limitations of humanity. When one has accepted the inevitable, the mere act of dying is easy of accomplishment. But there is a contra to everything in the great ledgers of the books of life and death, and it is only a final balance which counts for gain or loss. The very resignation which makes the thought of death easy to bear is but a balance of power which may not be gainsayed. In the struggle of hope and despair, The winged one submits, and that is all. His wings are immortal. Out of fire or water or pestilence or famine or the red mist of battle, they ever rise again, when once there is light of any kind to animate them. Even when Marjorie's mouth was bent to mine in a fond kiss of love and death, the wings of hope fluttered around her head. For an instant or two she paused, as if listening or waiting, and then with a glad cry, which in that narrow space seemed to ring exultingly, she said, "You are saved! You are saved! The water is falling! It has sunk below your lips!" Even in that dread moment of life and death, I could not but be touched by her way of rejoicing in the possibility of our common safety. Her only thought was for me, but her words were true. The tide had reached its full. The waters were falling. Minute by minute we waited in breathless suspense, clinging to each other in an ecstasy of hope and love. The chill, which had been upon us for so long, numbing every sense and seeming to make any idea of effort impossible, seemed to have lost its power. In the new quickening of hope, our hearts seemed to beat more warmly, till the blood tingled in our veins. Oh, but the time was long, there in the dark, with the silent waters receding inch by inch, with a slowness which was inconceivable. The strain of waiting became, after a while, almost unbearable. I felt that I must speak to Marjorie, and make her speak and keep speaking, lest we should both break down, even at the very last. In the time of our waiting for death, we had held on to our determination, blindly resolute to struggle to the last, even though we had accepted the inevitable. But now there was impatience added to our apprehension. We did not know the measure of our own endurance, and terror seemed to brood over us with flapping wings. Truly, the moments of coming life are longer than hours of coming death. Chapter 37. Round the Clock. When the water had fallen so far that we could sit on the ledge, we rested for a few minutes to relieve the long and terrible strain of standing, cramped and chilled as we were. But we soon felt the chill of the water and stood again till the rocky ledge was quite free. Then we enjoyed a rest, if the word enjoyment could be applied to our wearied, teeth-chattering, exhausted condition. I made Marjorie sit on my lap so that we could get some warmth together, and that she might be saved from the benumbing coldness of the rock. We wrung out our clothes as well as we could, and with braver hearts set ourselves down to the second spell of our dark captivity. Well we knew that the tide had risen higher than the tin box in the corner of the cave, and tacitly put off the moment of assured knowledge. Presently, when the chill had somewhat passed from her, and she shivered less, she stood up and tried to get down the box. She could not reach it, so I rose and took it down. Then we resumed our places on the ledge, and with the box beside us, began to investigate. It was a sadly helpless performance. In the dark, everything seemed strange, with regard to size as well as to shape. Our wet hands could not of themselves discriminate as to whether anything was wet or dry. It was only when we found that the box was quite full of water that we realized that there was no hope of light in this quarter, and that we must have patience through the darkness as well as we could. I think that Marjorie cried a little. She covered it up for me in some womanly way. But there are eyes in the soul that can see even through Cimmerian gloom, and I knew that she cried, though my senses could detect no sign. When I touched her face, my wet hands and my own wet face could tell me nothing. Still, we were happy in a way. The fear of death had passed, and we were only waiting for light and warmth. We knew that every minute, every breath we drew, the tide was falling. And we knew, too, that we could grope our way through the cavern. We rejoiced now that there was no labyrinth of offshoots of the cave, and we were additionally glad that our clue, the cord which we had taken with us, remained. We could easily pick it up when we should begin to move, for there was no stir of water to shift it and draw it away. When we thought that a sufficient time must have elapsed, even at the deadly slow pace at which it crawled, we kissed each other and began our first effort to escape. We easily found the cord, and, keeping hold of it, felt our way slowly along the rugged wall. I made Marjorie keep close behind me, a little to the right, for I was feeling way by the left hand alone. I feared lest she should get bruised by the jagged rock which protruded here and there. It was well I did so, for in the first dozen yards I got some severe shocks that might have permanently scarred her tender skin. Experience made me careful, however, and after I took care to feel my way all round before advancing a step, I found by experience that it was the cord which had misled me by straining where there was a curve or an angle, and so taking me close to the rock instead of in the middle of the passage, where we had originally dropped it as we went along. When we had passed the first two bends, the anxious time came. It was here that the roof dropped, and we did not know if the tide had fallen low enough to let us through. We pushed on, however, into the deepening water, Marjorie still keeping close behind me, though I wished to go on alone and explore. We found that the rock dipped below the water level when we had gone some way into the tunnel, so we came back and waited a good while. It seemed a long, long time. Then we essayed again and found that, though the water was still high, there were some inches of space between rock and water. Joyfully we pushed on slowly. Our hearts beat gladly when we could raise our heads from the stooping position and raise them freely in the air. It only took us a few minutes to reach the pile of rocks. Then, holding the cord as a clue to the narrow opening, we scrambled up as well we could. I helped Marjorie as much as possible, but in this matter she was as good as I was, nay, better, for all her woman's instinct came to aid, and it was she who first got through the narrow hole. Then, very carefully, we climbed down the other side, and still holding our guiding cord, came at last to the tackle by which we had lowered ourselves into the cave. It was rather a surprise to us when we reached it, for we expected to see the welcome light through the opening before we had come under it. At first, in the whirl of thoughts, I imagined that something had gone wrong, a rock fallen in or some sort of general collapse. Then I fancied that we had been tracked down and that someone had tried to bury us in the cave. It is wonderful what strange thoughts come to one in a prolonged spell of absolute darkness. No wonder that even low-grade, violent, unimaginative criminals break down in the black hole. Marjorie said nothing, but when she spoke, it was evident from her words that she had some of the same ideas herself. There was a tone of relief in her voice which was unmistakable, and which must have followed some disconcerting thought. "Of course not. It is only that the lamps and candles have burned out. We have forgotten the long time which has passed, but the lights haven't." It was evident enough now. We had been so many hours in the cave that the lights were exhausted, and at no time was there a gleam of natural light in the cellar. I found it a little difficult to work the tackle in the dark with my numbed hands. Hope, however, is a paramount force, and very soon Marjorie was swinging up through the hole in the rock. I called to her to get light as soon as she could, but she refused point blank to do anything until I was beside her. When I got the rope round me, we both pulled, and in a very few seconds I too was up through the hole and in the cellar. I found the matches easily enough, and oh, the glorious sight of the light even in this spluttering form. We did not linger an instant, but moved to the door, which I unlocked, and we stepped out and ran up the steps. The lantern on the roof which lit the staircase was all ablaze with sunshine, and we felt bathed in light. For a second or two we could not realize it, and blinked under the too magnificent glare. And then, with inconceivable rapidity, we came back to the serenity and confidence which comes with daylight. In less than a second we were again in the realities of life, and the whole long night of darkness and fear was behind us like a dream. I hurried Marjorie into the room where she had dressed, and where were a store of her clothes, and then I proceeded to make up a fire. The chimney place in the dining room was made after the old-fashioned, wide and deep, and had in the back a beautiful old steel rack with brackets on which to hang pots and kettles. I thought this would be the best place for a fire, as it was the biggest in the house. So I got from the fuel house off the kitchen an armful of dry furze and another of cut billets of pine, which I dumped on top of it. A single match was sufficient, and in an instant there was a large fire roaring up the chimney. I filled a great copper kettle with water and slung it in the blaze, and then, when I found myself in a cloud of steam from my wet clothes, ran into my own room. After a hard rub-down which made my skin glow, and a wash which was exquisite. I put myself into dry clothes. When I came back to the dining room, I found Marjorie busy getting ready a meal. Supper, breakfast, dinner. We did not know what to call it. One glad moment in each other's arms, and then, kneeling together, we thanked God for the great mercy which he had shown us. Then we resumed preparations to eat, for we were ravenous. The kettle was beginning to sing, and we soon had hot, delicious tea, which sent a glow through us. There were plenty of cooked provisions, and we did not wait to warm them. Such luxuries as hot food would come into our lives later. It was only when we had satisfied our appetites that we thought of looking at the time. My own watch had stopped when I had first tried the entrance to the great cave and had been waist-high in water, but Marjorie had left hers in her room when she had changed her dress for the expedition. It was now 1 o'clock, and as the sun was high in the heavens, it was p.m. Allowing for the time of dressing and eating, we must have been in all the cave some 12 hours. I looked amongst my books and found Whitaker's Almanac, from which I gathered that as the tide was full, at 6:30, we must, as the normal rise of the tide was between 11 and 12 feet, have been immersed in the water some 4 hours. The very thought of it made us shudder. With an instinctive remembrance of our danger and misery, we drew close together. Then a heavy sleepiness seemed all at once to settle on us. Marjorie would not leave me, and I did not wish her to. I felt, as she did, that we could not sleep easily if separated. So I got great armloads of rugs and cushions and made up 2 nests close to the fire, which I built up with solid logs. I wrapped her in a great warm plaid and myself in another, and we sank down on our couches, holding hands and with her head upon my shoulder. When I woke, it was almost pitch black. Only for a slight glow which came from the mass of red embers on the hearth, the darkness would have been as complete as that of the cave. It is true that the sun blinds were down and the curtains drawn, but even so, when there was light outside, some gleams of it even, if only reflected, found their way in. Marjorie was still sleeping as I stole softly to the window and looked out. All was dark. The moon was hidden behind a bank of cloud, only the edges of which, tinged with light, showed its place in the heavens. I looked at Marjorie's watch, which she had laid upon the table, having wound it up instinctively before the sleepiness had come upon her. It was now a few minutes past 1. We had slept right round the clock. I began to make up the fire as softly as I could, for I did not wish to wake Marjorie. I felt that sleep, and plenty of it, was the best thing for her after the prolonged strain and trial which she had undergone. I got ready clean plates and knives and forks and put on the kettle again. Whilst I was moving about, she woke. For an instant or two, she looked round in a dazed, uncomprehending way, and then all at once the whole remembrance of the night swept across her. In a single bound, with the agility of a young panther, she sprang to her feet, and in an instant her arms were round me, half protectingly and whole lovingly. We had another hearty meal. It was picnicking in excelsis, and I doubt if the whole world held 2 happier beings. Presently we began to talk of the cave and of the treasure, and I was rejoiced to find that all the trial and anxiety had left no trace on Marjorie's courage. It was she herself who suggested that we should go back to the cave and take out what she called those dear little boxes. We put on once more our cave clothes, which were dry again, but which had shrunk lamentably, and, laughing at each other's grotesque appearance, we went down into the cellar again. Having renewed the lamps and made all safe for our return, we took lamps and torches and matches and set out on our quest. I think we both felt a little awed. We were certainly silent as we crept through the hole over the moraine and took our way up the treasure cave. I confess that my own heart sank within me when we saw the ledge, with the San Cristobal and the infant Christ seeming to keep guard upon it, and I felt a pity, which I had not felt before, for the would-be thief, Olgareff. Marjorie, I think, felt the same way as I did, for she kept very close to me, and now and again held on to me, but she said nothing. We lit a torch and renewed our search. Whilst I stooped over the box and took out other caskets containing gems, Marjorie held the light with one hand while she gathered the little heap of rubies from the first box and put them in the pocket of my jacket. Her feminine care was shown in her searching for the box and the rubies which had fallen into the water so that none might be lost. There were not many of the little caskets. It is astounding what a small space will contain a many precious gems. They easily fitted into the bag which I had brought for the purpose. Then we took our way back to the house. When we had ascended, we put out the lights and locked the cellar. We changed our clothes again, Marjorie putting on her livery. It was now nearly 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was time to be getting back to Crom. Chapter 38. The Duty of a Wife. Just as we were about to start, Marjorie said to me, half in jest, but wholly in earnest, "I wonder what has become of Gormala these times. If she knew of the last 2 nights, she would simply become desperate, and there is no knowing what she might prophesy." Strangely enough, I had been myself thinking of the witch-woman. I suppose it was that the memory of the finding of the treasure and of the hovering near us of death had recalled her weirds. With the thought of her came once more that strange feeling which I had before experienced, a feeling as if she were present. Motioning to Marjorie to put out the light, I stole to the window. The heavy curtains, when I had passed through them, shut out the glimmer of the firelight. Marjorie came and joined me, and we looked out together. There were drifting clouds, and thus moments of light and shadow. In one of the former, I saw a dark mass on the edge of the deep grass that crowns the rock just over the entrance of Whitsennan Point. If it was a woman, it was probably Gormala. And if it was Gormala, she was probably watching me, for of course she could not know that Marjorie was with me. I determined to find out if I could, so I told Marjorie to slip out by the back door whilst I went to the point. We arranged to join at the upper village of Old Whinnyfold. Having placed my bicycle ready to start and shut the door behind me softly, I stole over to the cliff. Lying just below the edge, but so that her head was at the top, lay Gormala asleep. At first I thought it was pretence, for I knew the wily nature of the old woman, but on examining closely, I found her sleep was real. She looked worn and tired out, and I concluded that it was the second night of watching on end which had finished her. It was well she slept, for had she been awake, she must have seen us. The place she had chosen commanded both paths away from the house, left and right. Only by stealing back over the hill and keeping the house all the time between us and herself could we have avoided her prying eyes. Even then, were there light enough, she might have seen us debouching on the roadway had we gone inland by Whinnyfold. I could not but be sorry for her. She looked so old and feeble, and yet with such purpose in her strong, stern face. I could afford to be pitiful now. My life was running on happy lines. I had won Marjorie, and we had found the treasure. I left her undisturbed. I would have put some rug or covering over her, but I was afraid lest I should awake her, and so make discovery of our plans. Besides, it would be hard to account for my being awake myself, and about at that hour of the night or morning. I hardly knew which it was. Almost as hard as it would have been for Gormala to explain why she was in a similar case. When I joined Marjorie, we took our way as quickly as possible to Crom. We were both anxious that she should get into the castle before daylight. It was with a certain dread, for the experiences of the night were not yet hardened in memory, that I saw Marjorie descend into the cave when we rolled away the stone. She too was not free from misgiving. I knew it from the emphasis with which she impressed on me that I was not to fear for her. She was to wave a white handkerchief from the roof when she had got in safely. Looking over the stone towards the castle, whence must come her signal, I waited with an anxiety which I could not conceal from myself. The grey dawn grew paler and paler as I looked, and the sky began to quicken. Here and there around me came every now and again the solitary pipe of an awakening bird. I could just see the top of the castle, looking bare and cold through the vista between the treetops. In a short time, almost shorter than I could have anticipated, I saw on the roof the flutter of a white handkerchief. My heart leaped. Marjorie was safe. I waved my own handkerchief. She answered again, and there was no more sign. I came away satisfied and wheeled back to Cruden with what speed I could. It was still very early morning when I reached Whinnyfold. Not a soul was up as I passed on my way, and I crept in secretly by the back of the house. When I looked carefully out of a window in front, I could see in the growing light of morning that Gormala still lay on the edge of the cliff, motionless and manifestly asleep. I lay down for a while and dozed till the morning was sufficiently advanced. Then, after a cold bath and a cup of hot tea, took my way to Crom, timing myself so as to arrive for an early breakfast. Mrs. Jack met me, beaming. She was so hearty and so manifestly glad to see me that I bent over and kissed her. She was not a bit displeased. She seemed a little touched by the act and smiled at me. Then Marjorie came in, looking radiant. She greeted me with a smile and went over to and kissed Mrs. Jack affectionately. Then she kissed me too, and there was a glad look in her eyes which made my heart thrill. After breakfast, she sat in the window with Mrs. Jack, and I went to the fireplace to light a cigarette. I stood with my back to the fire and looked over at Marjorie. It was always a joy to me when she was in my sight. Presently she said to Mrs. Jack, "Weren't you frightened when I didn't come back the night before last?" The elderly lady smiled complacently as she answered, "Not a bit, my dear." Marjorie was astonished into an exclamation. "Why not?" The affectionate old woman looked at her gravely and tenderly. "Because I knew you were with your husband, the safest place where a young woman can be. And oh, my dear, I was rejoiced that it was so, for I was beginning to be anxious and almost unhappy about you. It didn't seem right or natural for two young people like you and your husband to be living, one in one place and one in another." As she spoke, she took Marjorie's hand in hers and stroked it lovingly. Marjorie turned her head away from her, and after one swift glance at me from under her eyelashes, from me also, Mrs. Jack went on in a grave, sweet way, lecturing the girl she loved and that she had mothered, not as a woman lectures a child, but as an old woman advises her junior. "For oh, Marjorie, my dear one, when a woman takes a husband, she gives up herself. It is right that she should, and it is better too for us women. How can we look after our mankind if we're thinking of ourselves all the time? And they want a lot of looking after too, let me tell you. They're only men after all, the dears. Your bringing up, my child, has not made you need them. But you would well understand it if, when you was a child, you was out on the plains and among the mountains like I was. If you didn't know when you saw your daddy or your brother or your husband go out in the morning, whether you'd ever see him come back at night or would see him brought back. And then, when the work was over, or the fight, or whatever it might be, to see them come home all dirty and ragged and hungry, and maybe sick or wounded, for the Indians made a lot of harm in my time with their good old bows and their bad new guns. Where would we women and girls have been, or what sort of women at all, if we didn't have things ready for them? My dear, as I suppose you know now, a man is a mighty good sort of a thing after all. He may be cross, or masterful, or ugly to deal with, when he has got his shirt out, but after all, he's a man, and that's what we love them for. I was beginning to wonder if you was a girl at all, when I see you let your husband go away from you day after day, and you not either holding him back or going off with him, way the girls did in my time. I'll tell you, it would have been a queer kind of girl in Arizona that'd have let her man go like that, when once they had said the word together. Why, my dear, I lay awake half the night saying my prayers for the both of you, and blessing God that he had sent you such a happiness as true love, when there might have been them that would have been running about your fortune and getting on your weak side enough to throw dust in your eyes. And when in the grey of the dawn I looked into your room and found you hadn't come, why, I just tiptoed back to my bed and went to sleep happy. And I was happy all day, knowing you were happy too. And last night I just went to sleep at once and didn't bother my head about listening for your coming, for, well, I knew you wouldn't be home then. Ah, my dear, you've done the right thing. At the least, your husband's wishes is as much as your own, seeing as there's two of you. But a woman only learns her true happiness when she gives up all her own wishes and thinks only for her husband. And mind you, child, it isn't giving up much after all. At least we didn't think so in my time, when she pleases her husband that she loves by going off to share his home." I listened, full of deep emotion, as the old lady spoke. I felt that every word she said was crystallized truth, and there was no questioning the deep, earnest, loving kindness of her intent. I was half afraid to look at Marjorie, lest I should disconcert her, so I turned round quietly till I faced the fireplace, and leaning on the plinth of it, stole a glance in the old oval mirror above. Marjorie sat there with her hand in Mrs. Jack's. Her head was bent, and there was a flush on her neck and arms, which told its own story. I felt that she was silently crying, or very near it, and a lump rose in my own throat. This was one of the crises in her life. It was so borne in upon me, and I knew its truth. We have all, as the Scotch say, to "dree our own weird." This was a battle with her own soul, which Marjorie must fight alone. The old woman's wise words sounded a trumpet note of duty. She was face to face with it, and must judge for herself. Even with all my love, I could not help her. I stood silent, scarcely daring to breathe, lest I should disturb or distract her. I tried to efface myself, and for a few minutes did not even look in the mirror. The old woman, too, knew the value of silence, for she sat still. There was not even the rustle of her dress. At last I could hear Marjorie's indrawn breath, and looked in the mirror. Her attitude had not changed, except that she raised her head. I could tell by its proud poise that she was her own woman again. She still kept her face away, and there was the veil of recent tears over her sweet voice as she spoke tenderly. "Thank you, dear. I am so glad you have spoken to me so freely and so lovingly." I could see from the motion of the two hands and her own whitening knuckles that she was squeezing her companion's fingers. Then, after a few moments, she rose quietly, and still keeping her head averted, sailed quietly out of the room in her own graceful manner. I did not stir. I felt that I could please her best by keeping quiet. But oh, how my heart went with her in her course. Chapter 39. An Unexpected Visitor. I chatted with Mrs. Jack a few minutes with what nonchalance I could muster, for I wanted to cover up Marjorie's retreat. I have not the faintest idea what we talked about. I only know that the dear old lady sat and beamed on me, with her lips pursed up in thought, and went on with her knitting. She agreed with everything I said, whatever it was. I longed to follow Marjorie and comfort her. I could see that she was distressed, though I did not know the measure of it. I waited patiently, however, for I knew that she would either come to me or send me word to join her when she wanted me. She must have come back very quietly, almost tiptoe, for I had not heard a sound when I saw her in the doorway. She was beckoning to me, but in such a manner that Mrs. Jack could not see her. I was about to go quietly, but she held up a warning hand with 5 fingers outspread, from which I took it that I was to follow in 5 minutes. I stole away quietly, priding myself on the fact that Mrs. Jack did not notice my departure. But on thinking the matter over later, I came to the conclusion that the quiet old lady knew a good deal more of what was going on round her than appeared on the surface. Her little homily to Marjorie on a wife's duty had set me thinking many a time since. I found Marjorie, as I expected, in the ladies' room. She was looking out of the window when I came in. I took her in my arms for an instant, and she laid her head on my shoulder. Then she drew herself away and pointed to a great chair close by for me to sit down. When I was seated, she took a little stool, and placing it beside me, sat at my feet. From our position, I had to look down at her, and she had to look up at me. Often, and often since then, have I recalled the picture she made, sitting there in her sweet, graceful simplicity. Well may I remember it, for through many and many an aching hour has every incident of that day, however trivial, been burned into my brain. Marjorie leant one elbow on the arm of my chair, and put the other hand in mine with a sweet, confiding gesture which touched me to the heart, Since our peril of 2 nights before, she was very, very dear to me. All these selfishness seemed to have disappeared from my affection for her, and I was her true lover, as purely as it is given to a man to be. She wanted to speak. I could see that it was an effort to do so, for her breast heaved a few times, as a diver breathes before making his downward leap. Then she mastered herself, and with infinite grace and tenderness spoke. "I'm afraid I have been very selfish and inconsiderate. Oh yes, I have," for I was commencing a protest. "I know it now. Mrs. Jack was quite right. It never occurred to me what a brute I have been. And you so good to me and so patient. Well, dear, that's all over now. I want to tell you right here that if you like, I'll go away with you tomorrow, today if you wish, and we'll let everyone know that we are married and go and live together." She stopped, and we sat hand in hand with our fingers clasping. I remained quite still, with a calm that amazed me, for my brain was in a whirl. But somehow there came to me, even as it had come to her, a sense of duty. How could I accept such a sweet sacrifice? The very gravity of her preparation for thought and speech showed me that she was loath to leave the course on which she had entered. That she loved me, I had no doubt. Was it not for me that she was willing to give it all up? And then my course of action rose clear before me. Instinctively, I stood up as I spoke to her, and I felt that, big stalwart man as I was, the pretty, self-denying girl at my feet ruled me, for she was more to me than my own wishes, my own hopes, my own soul. "Marjorie, do you remember when you sat on the throne in the cave and gave me the accolade?" She bowed her head in acquiescence. Her eyes fell, and her face and ears grew rosy pink. "Well, when you dubbed me your knight, and I took the vow, I meant all I said. Your touch on my shoulder was more to me than if it had come from the Queen on her throne, with all the glory of 1,000 years behind her. Oh, my dear, I was in earnest then as I am in earnest now. I was and am your true knight. You are my lady, to serve and make her feet walk in easy ways. It is a terrible temptation to me to take what you have offered as done, and walk straightway into paradise in our new life. But my dear, I too can be selfish if I am tempted too far, and I must not think of my own wishes alone. Since I first saw your face, I have dreamt a dream, that a time would come when you, with all the world to choose from, would come to me of your own free will, when you wouldn't want to look back with regret at anything done or undone. I want you to be happy, to look forward only, unless the backward thought is of happiness. Now, if you give up your purpose and come to me with the feeling that you have only made a choice, the regret that you did not have the opportunity you long for may grow and grow till it may become an unhappiness. Let me be sententious for a moment. Remember, Lot's wife was not merely the warning of a fact, it touched a great allegory. You and I are young, we are both happy, we have all the world before us, and numberless good things to thank God for. I want you to enjoy them to the full, and, my dear one, I will not stand in your way in anything which you may wish. Be free, Marjorie, be quite free. The girl I want beside my hearth is one who would rather be there than anywhere else in the wide world. Isn't that worth wishing for? Isn't it worth waiting for? It may be selfish in the highest plane of selfishness, I suppose it is, but anyhow it is my dream, and I love you so truly and so steadfastly that I am not afraid to wait. As I spoke, Marjorie looked at me lovingly more and more. Then, all at once, she broke down and began to sob and cry as if her heart would break. That swept away in a moment all my self-command. I took her in my arms and tried to comfort her. Kisses and sweet words fairly rained upon her. Presently she grew calm and said, as she gently disengaged herself, "You don't know how well you argue. I'm nearer at this moment to giving up all my plans than I ever thought I should be in my life. Wait a little longer, dear, only a little. The time may be shorter than you think, but this you may take for your comfort now, and your remembrance later, that in all my life, whatever may come, I shall never forget your goodness to me, your generosity, your love, your sympathy, but there, you are indeed my knight, and I love you with all my heart and soul." And she threw herself into my arms. When I left Crom after lunch, the weather seemed to have changed. There was a coldness in the air which emphasized the rustling of the dry leaves as they were swept by intermittent puffs of wind. Altogether, there was a sense of some presage of gloom or disaster, of discontent. I knew not what. I was loath to part with Marjorie, but we both felt it was necessary I should go. I had not had my letters for 3 days, and besides, there were 1,000 things to be attended to about the house at Whinnyfold. Moreover, we began to think of the treasure, the portable part of which, the jewels, was left almost open in the dining room. I did not want to alarm Marjorie by any dim fears of my own. I knew that, in any case, there might be a reaction from her present high spirits. The remembrance of the trials and anxieties of the past few days would come back to her in the silence of the night. She saw, however, with the new eyes of her wifely love, that I was anxious about something. Justly inferring that it was about her, she said to me quietly, "You need not be alarmed about me, darling. I promise you I shall not stir out of the house till you come. But you will come as early as you can tomorrow, won't you? Somehow I don't like your leaving me now. I used not to mind it, but today it all seems different. We don't seem to be the same to each other, do we, since we felt that water creep up us in the dark? However, I shall be very good. I have a lot of work to do, and letters to write, and the time may not go so very slowly, or seem so very long, till I see my husband again." Oh, it was sweet to look her in her eyes, and see the love that shone from them, to hear the delicate cooing music of her voice. My heart seemed to fly back to her as I moved away, and every step I took, its strings seemed nearer and nearer to the breaking point. When I looked back at the turn of the winding avenue between the fir trees, the last I saw through my dimming eyes was the wave of her hand and the shining of her eyes, blending into one mass of white light. In my rooms at the hotel, I found a lot of letters about business and a few from friends. There was one, however, which made me think. It was in the writing of Adams, and was as follows, no place or date being given. "The people at Crom had better be careful of their servants. There is a footman who often goes out after dark and returns just before morning. He may be in league with enemies. Anyhow, where he gets out and in, and how others may do the same. Verb sap suff a." We had been watched then, and by the Secret Service detectives. I was glad that Marjorie had promised not to go out till I came. If Mac's men had seen her, others might also, and the eyes of the others might have been more penetrating, or their reasoning powers more keen. However, I thought it well to send her a word of warning. I copied Adam's letter into mine, with just a word or two of love added. I was amazed to find that altogether it ran to several pages. The gillie of the hotel took it over in a pony cart, with instructions to bring me back an answer to Whinnyfold. For safety, I enclosed it in an envelope to Mrs. Jack. Then, when I had written a few notes and telegrams, I biked over to my house on the cliff. It was a bleak afternoon, and everything seemed grey, sky and sea alike. Even the rocks, with their crowning of black seaweed, swept with the foam of lapping waves. Inside the house, nothing had of course been stirred, but it seemed so bleak without a fire and with the curtains wide, that I made up a fire of billets and drew the heavy curtains close. As I stood in the great bay window and looked out on the fretting sea and listened to the soughing and the rising wind, a great melancholy seemed to steal over me, so that I became, in a way, lost in a mist of gloom. So far as I remember, my thoughts were back with the time when I had seen the procession of the dead coming up out of the sea from the scares beyond, and of the fierce-looking Spaniard who walked alone in their ranks and looked at me with living eyes. I must have been in a sort of daydream and unconscious of all around me, for though I had not noticed anyone approaching, I was startled by a knocking at the door. The house was not quite finished. There were electric bells in position, but they had not been charged, and there was no knocker on the door. The knocking was that of bare knuckles on a panel. I thought, of course, that it was the gillies back from Crom, for I did not expect anyone else. So I went at once and opened the door. I recoiled with pure wonder. There, looking grave and dignified, an incarnation of the word gentleman, stood Don Bernardino. His eyes, though now serene and even kindly, were the eyes of the dead man from the sea. Behind him, a few yards off, stood Gormala MacNeil, with an eager look on her face, half concealed by such a grin as made me feel as though I had been trapped, or in some way brought to life. The Spaniard at once spoke. "Sir, your pardon. I wish much that I may speak with you in private and soon. Forgive me if that I trouble you, but it is only a matter of such moment, to me at the least, that I have ventured an intrusion. I learned at the hotel that you had hither come, so with the guidance of this good lady, who did me much inform, I have found." As he spoke of Gormala, he half turned and made a gesture towards her. She had been watching our every movement with cat-like eagerness, but when she saw that we were speaking of her, a dark look swept her face, and she moved away, scowling. The Spaniard went on. "What I have to say is secret, and I will be alone with you. May it be that I enter your house, or will you come to mine? I do not mean my castle of Crom, but the house at Ellen, which I have taken, until such time as the Senora Jack, and that so fair patriot of hers, shall wish to leave it." His manner was so gravely courteous, and his bearing so noble, that I found it almost impossible to mistrust him, even when there flashed across my memory that dark, red-eyed look at his at Crom, which recalled so vividly the dead Spaniard, with the living eyes of hate in the procession of ghosts from the scares. I felt that, in any case, it could not do any harm to hear what he had to say. Forewarned is forearmed is a good apophthegm in dealing with an enemy. I motioned him into the house. He bowed gravely and entered. As I shut the door behind us, I caught sight of Gormala, with an eager look on her face, stealing swiftly towards the house. She evidently wanted to be near enough to watch and to hear if she could. As I was opening the door of the drawing-room for Don Bernardino to enter, a sudden glimpse of its interior, seen in the dim light through the chinks of the shutters, changed my plans. This was the room improvised as a dressing-room for Marjorie, and the clothes which she had worn in the cave were scattered about the room, hung over the backs of chairs to dry. Her toilet matters were also on the table. Altogether, I felt that to bring the stranger into the room would not only be an indelicacy towards my wife, but might in some way give a clue to our enemy to guess our secret. With a hasty excuse, I closed the door and motioned my guest into the dining room across the hall. I asked him to be seated, and then went over to the window and pulled aside the curtains to give us light. I felt that somehow I was safer in the light, and that it might enable me to learn more than I could have done in the dim twilight of the curtained room. When I turned round, the Spaniard was still standing facing me. He appeared to be studiously keeping himself still, but I could see that under his long black lashes his eyes were roaming round the room. Unconsciously to myself, as I now know, my eyes followed his and took in the frightful untidiness of the place. The great hearth was piled with extinct ashes. The table was littered with unwashed cups and plates and dishes, for we had not cleared up anything after our night in the cave. Rugs and pillows were massed untidily on the floor, and the stale provisions on the table made themselves manifest in the close atmosphere of the room. I was moving over to throw up the window so as to let in a little fresh air, when I remembered that Gormala was probably outside, with her ears strained close to the wall to hear anything that we might say. So instead, I apologized for the disorder, saying that I had camped me there for some days whilst working at my book, the excuse I had given at the hotel for my spells of solitary life. The Spaniard bowed low with grave courtesy and implored that I would make no apology. If there were anything not perfect, and for himself he did not see it, such deficiencies were swept away and lost in the tide of honour with which I had overwhelmed him in the permission to enter my house, and much more to the same effect. Then he came to the serious side of things and began to speak to the point. Chapter 40. The Redemption of a Trust. "Señor, you may wonder why I am here, and why I would speak with you alone and in secret, You have seen me only in a place which, though my own by birthright, was dominated by the presence of ladies who, alas, by their nationality and the stress of war, were mine enemies. From you is not such. Our nations are at peace, and there is no personal reason why we should not be of the most friendly. I come to you, Senor, because it is borne to me that you are cavalier. You can be secret, if you will, and you will recognize the claims of honor and duty of the highest. The common people know it not, and for the dear ladies who have their own honor, our duties in such are not a part of their lives. Nay, they are beyond and above the life as it is to us. I need not tell you of a secret duty of my family, for it is known to me that all of such is already with you. The secret of the Pope's treasure and of the duty of my house to guard and restore it has been in your mind. Oh yes, this I know. For he saw I was about to speak. Have I not seen in your hands that portion of the book so long lost? Here he stopped and his eyes narrowed. Some thought of danger, necessitating caution, had come to him. I, too, was silent. I wanted to think. Unless I had utterly misconceived him, he had made an extraordinary admission, one which had given him away completely. The only occasion on which I had seen him was when he had pointed out to us that the pages which I had found belonged to the book in the library. It is true that we had suggested to him that there was a cipher in the markings of the letters, but he had not acknowledged it. At the time, he certainly did not convey the idea to us that he believed we had grasped the secret. How then did he know, or on what assumption did he venture to state that I knew his secret? Here was a difficult point to pass. If I were silent, he would take all for granted. In such case I might not learn anything of his purpose. So I spoke. Your pardon, sir, but you presume a knowledge on my part of some secret history of your family, and of a treasure of the Pope, and then account for it that you have seen in my hand the book, a part of which was long lost. Am I to take it that because there is, or may be, a secret, anyone who suspects that there is one must know it? The steady eyes of the Spaniard closed, narrower and narrower still, till the pupils looked like those of a cat in the dark, a narrow slit with a cavern of fire within. For fully half a minute he continued to look at me steadily, and I own that I felt disconcerted. In this matter, he had the advantage of me. I knew that what he said was true. I did know the secret of the buried treasure. He had some way of knowing the extent of my knowledge of the matter. He was, so far, all truth. I was prevaricating, and we both knew it. All at once he spoke, as though his mind were made up, and he would speak openly and frankly. The frankness of a Latin was a well and strange affair. Why shall we beat about the bush? I know, you know, and we both know that the other knows. I have read what you have written of the secret which you have drawn from those marked pages of the law book. As he spoke, the whole detail of his visit to Crom rose before me. At that time, he had only seen the printed pages of the cipher. He had not seen my transcript, which had lain face down upon the table. We had turned it on hearing someone coming in. Then you have been to the castle again, I said suddenly. My object was to disconcert him, but it did not succeed. In his saturnine frankness had been a complete intention, which was now his protection against surprise. Yes, he said slowly, and with a smile which showed his teeth, like the wolf's to Red Riding Hood. Strange, they did not tell me at Crom, I said as though to myself. They did not know, he answered. When next I visited my own house, it was at night, and by a way not known, save to myself. As he spoke, the canine teeth began to show. He knew that what he had to tell was wrong, and being determined to brazen it out, the cruelty which lay behind his strength became manifest at once. Somehow, at that moment, the racial instinct manifested itself. Spain was once the possession of the Moors, and the noblest of the old families had some black blood in them. In Spain, such is not, as in the West, a taint. The old diabolism whence sprung Fantee and hoodoo seemed to gleam out in the grim smile of incarnate, rebellious purpose. It was my cue to throw my antagonist off his guard, to attack the composite character in such a way that one part would betray the other. Strange I said, as though to myself again. To come in secret into a house occupied by another is amongst civilized people regarded as an offence. The house is my own, he retorted quickly, with a swarthy flush. Strange again, I said. When Mrs. Jack rented the castle, there was no clause in her agreement of a right to the owner to enter by a secret way. On the contrary, such rights as the owner reserved were exactly specified. A man has a right to enter his own house, when and how he will, and to protect the property which is being filched from him by strangers. He said the last words with such manifest intention of offence that I stood on guard. Evidently he wanted to anger me, as I had angered him. I determined that thenceforward I should not let anything which he might say ruffle me. I replied with deliberate exasperation, "The law provides remedies for any wrongs done. It does not, that I know of, allow a man to enter secretly into a house that he has let to another. There is an implied contract of peaceful possession, unless entry be specified in the agreement." He answered disdainfully, "My agent had no right to let without protecting such a right." But he did, and in law we are bound by the acts of our agents. Facit per alium is a maxim of law, and as to filching, let me tell you that all your property at Crom is intact. The pieces of paper that you claimed were left in the book, and the book has remained as you yourself placed it on the shelf. I have Mrs. Jack's word that it would be so. He was silent, so as it was necessary that the facts as they existed should be spoken of between us, I went on. Am I to take it that you read the private papers on the table of the library during your nocturnal visit? By the way, I suppose it was nocturnal. It was. Then, sir, I spoke sharply now, who has done the filching? We, Miss Drake and I, by chance discovered those papers. As a matter of fact, they were in an oaken chest, which I bought at an auction in the streets of Peterhead. We suspected a cipher and worked at it till we laid bare the mystery. This is what we have done. We who were even ignorant of your name. Now what have you done? You come, as an admitted guest, by permission, into a house taken in all good faith by strangers. When there, you recognized some papers which had been lost. We restored them to you. Honour demanded that you should have been open with us after this. Did you ask if we had discovered the secret of the trust? No. You went away openly, and came back like a thief in the night and filched our secret. Yes, sir, you did. He had raised his hand in indignant protest. It was our secret then, not yours. Had you interpreted the secret cipher for yourself, you would have been within your rights, and I should have had nothing to say. We offered to let you take the book with you, but you refused. It is evident that you did not know the whole secret of the treasure, that you knew there was a treasure and a secret, I admit, but the key of it, which we had won through toil, you stole from us. Senor, the voice was peremptory and full of all that was best and noblest in the man. De Azkaban is not wont to hear such an allegation, and he who makes such shall in the end have his own death to answer for. He stopped suddenly, and at his stopping I exulted secretly. Though I wished to punish him for his insinuation that Marjorie had filched from him, I had no desire to become entangled in a duel. I was determined to go on, however, for I would not, at any hazard, pass a slight upon my peerless wife. I think that his sudden pause meant thought, and thought meant a peaceful solution of things on my own lines. Nevertheless, I went on, forcing the issue. I rejoice, sir, that you are not accustomed to hear such allegations. I trust that you are also not accustomed to deserve them. By this time, he was calm again, icily calm. It was wonderful with what rapidity and how widely the pendulum of his nature swung between pride and passion. All at once, he smiled again, the same deadly, dreadful smile which he imagined to be the expression of frankness. I see I am punished. 'Twas I that first spoke of stealing, senor. You have shown me that I was wrong. My pardon to that so good lady who is a guest of my house, and also to that other patriotic one who so adorns it. Now let me say, since to defend myself is thrust upon me, that you, who have with so much skill made clear the hidden mystery of that law book, which I have only lately read, know best of all men how I am bound to do all things to protect my trust. I am bound, despite myself, even if it were not a duty gladly undertaken for the sake of the dead. It was not I who so undertook, but still I am bound even more than he who did. I stand between law and honor, between life and death, helpless. Senor, were you not in my place, would you not too have acted as I did? Would you not do so, knowing that there was a secret which you could not even try to unravel, since long ago that in which it was hidden had been stolen or lost? Would you not do so, knowing too that some other, in all good faith and innocence, let us say, had already made discovery which might mock your hopes and nullify the force of that long vigil to which 10 generations of men, giving up all else, had sacrificed themselves? Would not you too have come in secret and made what discovery you could? Discovery of your own, mark you. Would not also that lady so patriotic, to whom all things come after that devotion to her country, which so great she holds? Whilst he was speaking, I had been thinking. The pretence of ignorance was all over to both of us. He knew our knowledge of the secret trust, and we knew that he knew. The only thing of which he was yet ignorant was that we had discovered the treasure itself. There was nothing to be gained by disputing points of conjectural morals. Of course he was right. Had either Marjorie or myself considered ourselves bound by such a duty as lay so heavy on him, we should have done the same. I bowed as I answered, "Sir, you are right. Any man who held to such a duty would have done the same." "Senor," he answered quickly, "I thank you with all my heart." Poor fellow, at that moment I pitied him. The sudden flash of joy that leaped to his face showed by reaction in what a hell he must have been of late been living. This momentary episode seemed to have wiped away all his bitterness. It was in quite a different way that he spoke again. "And now, senor, since your engaging frankness has made my heart so glad, may I ask further of your kindness? Believe me that it is not of my own will, but from an unbending sense of duty, that I do and may have to do such things. My life, till lately, has been otherwise. Oh, so much so. You have the feelings of honor yourself. Like me, you are also man of the world, and as such we can sacrifice all things save honor. Is there no way in which you can aid me to fulfill my trust, and let there be peace between us?" He looked at me anxiously. I said, "I fear I hardly understand." With manifest embarrassment, he went on, "You will forgive me if I err again, but this time I must make myself clear. It is manifest to me that in these days of science nothing can long remain hidden, when once a clue has been found. You already know so much that I am placed almost as though the treasure has already been found. Thereafter, where am I? What am I? One who has failed in his trust, who has allowed another to step in and so dishonor him. A moment, senor, and I am done," for he saw that I was about to speak. "It is not the treasure itself that I value, but the trust. If I could make it safe by the sacrifice of all my possessions, I would gladly do so. Senor, you are still free. You have but to abandon your quest. It is not to you a duty, and therefore you sacrifice naught of honor should you abandon it. Here I pledge to you, and, O Senor, I pray, have patience, that you take no affront that I do so, that in such case I shall give to you all that I have, give it gladly, so I may redeem the trust of my house, and go out into the wide world, though it may be as a beggar, yet free, free. Oh, pause, senor, and think. I am rich in the world's goods. My ancestors were of vast wealth, even at that time when the great Bernardino did give his ship to the king. And for 3 centuries all have been prudent, and all their possessions have grown. There are vast lands of corn, great forests, many castles, whole ranges of mountains as yet untouched for their varied treasures, which are vast. There are seaports and villages, and in all the dwellers are happy and content. I am the last of my race. There is none to inherit, so I am free to pledge myself." He did not bow or bend. There was no persistence of request in his voice, or tone or manner. In all, there was no feeling of a bargain. It was an offer, based on the fulfillment of his own desires, given in such a lordly way that there could be no offence in it. He recognized so thoroughly the strength of my own position that the base side of barter became obliterated. It was an exchange of goods between gentlemen. Such, at least, I recognized was his intellectual position. My own remained the same. How could I, or any man, take advantage of such an offer? After thinking a few seconds, I said to him, Sir, you have honoured me by grouping us as men of honour. What would you do in my place? His eye brightened, and his breath came more quickly as he replied, Were it my case, I should say, Senor, your duty is one of honour. Mine is one of gain. There can be no comparisons. Fulfill your debt to your forefathers. Redeem the pledge they have made in your name. Discover your treasure and be free. There was infinite pride in his voice and manner. I think he really meant what he said. I went on with my questioning. And what about the taking of your estate as a reward of forbearance? He shrugged his shoulders. For that, he said, it matters not. Ah, for you to give, you mean? He nodded. But what for me to take? Would you do so in my place? He was manifestly in a dilemma. I could see something of the working of his mind in his face. If he said he would himself take it, he would manifestly lower himself in his own eyes, and to such pride as his own self-respect was more than the respect of others in proportion to his self-value. If he said he would not, then he might peril his chance of getting what he desired. The temptation was a cruel one. With all my heart I honoured him for his answer, given with the fullness of his mighty pride. Senor, I can die, I cannot stoop, but what avails my own idea? The answer is not for me. I have offered all I have. I will in addition pledge myself to hold my life at your service when this great trust is relieved. To this my honour is guardian. You need not fear it shall be redeemed. Now, Senor, you have my answer. To redeem the trust of my sires, I give all I have in the world, except my honour. The answer rests with you. Chapter 41. Treasure Trove. There was no doubt that the Spaniard's devotion to his cause placed me in a considerable difficulty. I could not disguise from myself that he put forward a very strong claim for the consideration of one gentleman by another. It was only on hurriedly thinking the matter over that the weakness of his cause was apparent. Had the whole affair been a private or personal one, had the treasure belonged to his ancestors, I should have found it in my own heart a very difficult matter to gainsay him, and be subsequently at ease with myself. I remembered, however, that the matter was a public one. The treasure was collected by enemies of England for the purpose of destroying England's liberty, and so the liberty of the whole human race for which it made. It was sent in charge of a personal enemy of the country in a ship of war, one of many built for the purpose of invading and conquering England. In time of national stress, when the guns were actually thundering along our coast from the Thames to the Tyne, the treasure had been hidden so as to preserve it for future use in its destined way. Those centuries had passed, it was still held in mind, and the very men who had guarded it were, whilst professing to be Britons, secret enemies of the country, and devoted to her ultimate undoing. Beyond this again, there was another reason for not giving it up which appealed to me more strongly than the claim of my own mental duty, because it came to me through Marjorie. Though Spain was at peace with my country, it was at war with hers. The treasure collected to harm England might, nay would, be used to harm America. Spain was impoverished to the last degree. Her treasuries were empty, her unpaid soldiers clamorous for their arrears. Owing to want at home, there was in places something like anarchy. Abroad there was such a lack of all things, ships, men, stores, cannon, ammunition, that the evil of want came across the seas to the statesmen of the Quirinal with heart-breaking persistence. America, unprepared for war at first, was, day by day, becoming better equipped. The panic had abated, which had set in on the seaboard towns from Maine to California, when each found itself at the mercy of a Spanish fleet sweeping the seas, no man knew where. Now, if ever, money would be of value to impoverished Spain. This great treasure, piled up by the Latin for the conquering of the Anglo-Saxon, and rescued from its burial of 3 centuries, would come in the nick of time to fulfill its racial mission, though that mission might be against a new branch of the ancient foe of Spain, whose roots only had been laid when the great Armada swept out in all its pride and glory on its conquering essay. I needed no angel to tell me what would be Marjorie's answer were such a proposition made to her. I could see in my mind's eye the uprearing of her tall figure in all its pride and beauty, the flashing of her eyes with that light of patriotic fire which I knew so well, the set of her mouth, the widening of her nostril, the wrinkling of her ivory forehead as the brows were raised in scorn. "Sir," said I with what dignity I had, "the matter is not for you or me to decide, not for us both. This is an affair of two nations, or rather of three, the Papacy, the Spaniard, the Briton. Nay, it touches another also, for the lady who shares the secret with me represents the country with which your nation is at war." The Spaniard was manifestly baffled. The red, hellish light shone in his eyes again. His anger found expression in a sneer. "Ah, so I suppose you do not propose to deal with the treasure when found as a private matter, but shall hand it over to your government to deal with." The best answer to his scorn was complacency, so I said quietly, "There again we are in a difficulty. You see, my dear fellow, no one exactly knows how we stand in this matter. The law of treasure trove, as we call it in this country, is in a most chaotic state. I have been looking it up since I undertook this quest, and I am rather surprised that in all the years that have elapsed since our practical lawmaking began, nothing has been done to put such matters on an exact basis. The law, such as it is, seems to rest on royal prerogative, but what the base of that prerogative is, no one seems exactly to know. And besides, in the various constitutional changes and the customs of different dynasties, there are, or certainly there may be, barriers to the assertion of any crown right,